Chapter 1057, Meeting the Enemy Head-On. Chapter 1057, Meeting the Enemy Head-On, Yushan concentrated on dealing with the departed spirit jellyfish. Her blue flame moved like clusters of clouds in the space passage, occupying most of the space. The departed spirit jellyfish was quite hot-tempered at the beginning. It gushed more toxic smokes. The meat lumps all over its body squirted venom. The massive body of the jellyfish was now covered in different colors. With such momentum, it wanted to destroy Yushan thoroughly. Unfortunately, Yushan had fused with the flame of the origin, and she had reached second sky of incipient god realm. She was its nemesis. No matter how hard it had tried to fume the toxic venom and smokes, Yushan could simply burn all things down with her heaven flame. Many clusters of blue fire covered the icy sea, making almost all of it vaporized. According to the ring spirit, the cold seawater was the derivative control fluid of the departed spirit jellyfish. When the seawater hadn't been dried up, as long as the jellyfish could still hide in the sea, it was invincible. However, the departed spirit jellyfish was about to collapse now. It was so worried. It should have been invincible everywhere. However, it had no choice when confronted by its archenemy. Shi Yin and Yushan had an agreement. Shi Yin wouldn't interfere in her battle with the departed spirit jellyfish. Also, he didn't have such competence. Yushan had crossed the border to get here. On the one hand, she had the same grudge against the God Clan. However, on the other hand, she had aimed at harvesting the magical things from the departed spirit jellyfish. After Blood Devil and the others had got rid of the restraint, they were all looking at the departed spirit jellyfish with resentment, their complexions dark. They seemed to want to kill this alien creature. Shi Yin timely stopped them. Don't attack it. She will handle it alone. Don't worry. She can do it. Who is she? Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion looked at Yushan from a distance, her face very surprised. Why does our Potion and Tool Pavilion not have any record of an expert cultivating firepower Upanishad at such a high realm? Is she? Shi Yin chuckled. You're right. She's not a warrior of Agate Star area. She comes from the neighboring Fiery Rain Star area. I've invited her here to deal with the departed spirit jellyfish. That thing is called departed spirit jellyfish. Bath smacked his tongue and screamed. Kid, how did you know the name of that thing? What is it after all? We were moved to under that sea. We tried everything we could, but we couldn't leave a scratch on that thing. How do you know how to deal with it? Everybody looked at Shi Yin inexplicably. Jia Duo and Feng Yin were startled. Their eyes were looking at him weirdly, as if it was the first time they saw him. Inviting an expert from another star area to solve the departed spirit jellyfish. This kid, who was he? Why did he have so many secrets? They were so curious about Shi Yin now. Before I've arrived in Agate Star area, I've been wandering to many strange lands. I know many strange but magical things in this universe. Shi Yin just gave them a perfunctory explanation. The nemesis of the departed spirit jellyfish are the experts who have fused with heaven flames of the origin at incipient god realm. After I knew you guys were confined down there, I couldn't do anything but go to another star area to find an expert with such characteristics. We can't understand you thoroughly, sighed the chief of Brutal Dragon Tribe. Don't compliment me that much. Shi Yin burst out laughing. You guys shouldn't interfere. Nothing unexpected will happen if that precursor handles the departed spirit jellyfish. Although you have a profound realm, it's not easy for you guys to deal with that departed spirit jellyfish. We should save energy then. Listening to him, everybody was embarrassed. They nodded quietly and then adjusted their energy to recover the energy they had consumed. Inside that chilling sea, they had used a lot of energy. They were about to all collapse. If Shi Yin hadn't brought Yushan here, the light curtain they had created would have vanished. The smokes would have entered their space. Blood Devil's team could have endured for a while, but the King God Realm and original God Realm warriors would have been poisoned to death. Even though they had gotten rid of the restraint, their situation wasn't good. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute started to urge their energy to resume their condition. Energy began to twirl around them. Why have you joined hands with Fiery Rain Star area? Xia Xin Yin approached him while he hadn't recognized her. Her beautiful eyes raked around. Well, are those two women your new friends? Sure, Yin put on the face of being wrongly treated. Don't make false assumptions. I've just known them. Why do you always think all of the female warriors would have something with me? Am I such a bastard? Well, someone has proven it with a big number. Xia Xin Yin pouted, mocking disdainfully. Sure, Yin felt awkward. He searched through his thoughts carefully to realize his experiences weren't so convincing. No wonder why Xia Xin Yin considered a lot, as if he was a famous robber. Hello, Xian Fei snorted, her face impatient. She waved at Shi Yin and said nonchalantly, Come here. We haven't finished our stuff yet. Why did you offend that little girl? Xia Xin Yin looked odd. I saw she had ambushed you with a punch. You harassed her, didn't you? Women's intuition was scary, indeed. She got it. Shi Yin jerked back, trying to sound more solemn. Nonsense. She's that precursor's disciple. She comes from Fiery Rainstar area. I think she wants to know something because she isn't familiar with our area. While talking, he flashed and left Xia Xin Yan's to go to Xian Fei. Then, he lowered his voice. Hey, you've hit me. We're done. What else do you want? You benefited, but I didn't. I hit you, but it's me who got hurt. Tell me, what do you think? Xian Fei's eyes twinkled as she glanced at Xia Xin Yan from a distance. She's your lover, right? I can tell at first glance. If you don't want her to know what you've done, you'd better give me a satisfactory offer. Shi Yin frowned. What do you want? I don't know yet. Xian Fei thought she had found Shi Yan's weakness. She stooped and grinned cunningly. You're afraid that beautiful sister will be jealous, right? Haha, you're afraid of your wife. How dare you tease me that way? Shi Yin kept silent. While he was talking to Xian Fei, his line of sight was still fixed at Yushan's area. Yushan was urging all of her energy. Her blue flame was filling the space passage. Slowly, the departed spirit jellyfish didn't have a foothold and was immersed in the vast fire sea. Yushan started to refine the departed spirit jellyfish. Only the supernatural warriors who had fused with heaven flames at incipient god realm, like her, could have the power to refine the departed spirit jellyfish. Shi Yin was very curious. He wanted to know what special things this ancient creature, which had the extreme toxins all over its body, had that drew Yushan's attention. The ring spirit didn't tell him clearly. As he was worried and hurried to rescue Blood Devil's team, he hadn't asked it thoroughly. Today, as the situation was under control, he had free time to make it clear. What does the departed spirit jellyfish have that's worth my teacher traveling thousands of miles and crossing the border to get here? Asked Xian Fei earnestly. Shaking his head, Shi Yin lowered his voice. I'm also really curious. When we were in the fountainhead of Power Upanishad, didn't you say that it was a big chance for my master? You didn't know the details? Xian Fei was surprised. Did you deceive us? Bastard, we've crossed the border to get here. Do you think it's easy to do that? My master was cultivating in seclusion, but I forced her out. If you can't give me a good explanation, I won't let you go. If it weren't good, do you think your teacher would get here? Shi Yin smiled, but he actually wasn't happy. Although I don't know the actual situation, your teacher does. Didn't she tell you the details on the way here? I forgot to ask her. Xian Fei was embarrassed. On the way here, my teacher only asked questions related to you. She didn't talk about the departed spirit jellyfish. Sigh, okay. Never mind. Just wait and see. If you dare to deceive us, I'm sure I won't let you live in peace. Look, we will have the answer soon. The departed spirit jellyfish ballooned and then shrank. Gradually, the flesh body of a mountain had become 10 times smaller. However, it still occupied an area of 1,000 square meters. The meat lumps all over its body still fumed toxic smokes, creating a magical membrane that covered its entire body. The blue flame of the origin surged turbulently. It crept on the membrane like fire snakes, releasing the earth-shaking heat wave to refine the jellyfish. Under the scorching heat of the flaming origin, the membrane made by the toxic smokes dissolved slowly. However, this process wasn't fast. It needed time. While people were watching in silence, Jacques Duo was muttering to people of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Suddenly, his brows twitched as he screamed in fear. He's coming. Who? Bath glanced at him impatiently. Jaduo changed his face. The incipient God Realm expert with space power Upanishad. I can sense the change of space. He's coming here rapidly. Hearing him, everybody was shaken. Blood Devil's team had their murderous aura shoot up into the sky. They stopped their recovery progress. Their countenances turned malicious. Good, Blood Devil shouted. We're well prepared this time. I don't want to see how he messed with us. That motherf asterisk her. I have never been so humiliated. I don't want to see who is that cunning bastard. Bath faced the sky and roared. While roaring, he shot up into the air and changed to his true form. A several thousand-meter dragon, as big as a battleship, appeared in the void. The brutal aura from his fine-scaled armor was so intimidating. Hey, Shurian, I'm in charge of the departed spirit jellyfish only. I don't have extra energy to deal with other people. Yushan also heard what they said. Her charming face changed as she pitched her voice. Understood. Sure, Yin hurried to gather his energy. He regarded her and then became more cautious. He prepared to counter the furious attack of the coming expert. Many experts of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion began to mobilize their powers. Fierce energy waves expanded from their bodies. They had a chance to vent out their compressed anger. They were ready to assault the ringleader who had moved them into that damn ICC. Chapter 1058, Her Graceful Bearing. Chapter 1058, Her Graceful Bearing. _ The two old men of the Dark Shadow clan who had just arrived were Bello and Kelda. Both of them glared at Yushan, refining the departed spirit jellyfish with malicious countenances. They attacked her immediately without any hesitation. Kelda's ghastly aura turned into icy, chilled-to-bone vortexes, which expanded into tornadoes shortly after. With tremendous energy, they seemed to be able to break this entire space passage as they were heading towards Yushan. Bello frowned. A fantasy incipient extent arose above his head. It looked like layers of space were piling up on top of each other. Tens of thousands of shining space blades filled his extent. Each of them was even sharper than a knife, as if they could tear any kind of barrier. All were darting towards Yushan. The Dark Shadow clan had borrowed the departed spirit jellyfish from the Ascot family of the God clan. They wanted to use the jellyfish to attack Agate Star area if necessary. If the departed spirit jellyfish was refined here when the God clan wanted to invade the other star area, it wouldn't have any deadly attacks. Dark Shadow clan couldn't bear this responsibility. They came here to make sure the departed spirit jellyfish wouldn't meet any unexpected event. That's Kelda, one of the leaders of the Dark Shadow clan. He's Cocker's older brother. He's at second sky of incipient God realm. He cultivates power Upanishad. Fu Wei changed her face, shouting instinctively. Who is that incipient God realm expert with space power Upanishad? Asked Shi Yin hurriedly. He must be chief of the Dark Shadow clan. Fu Wei wasn't so sure. Anyway, chief of the Dark Shadow clan rarely appears in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Potion and Tool Pavilion doesn't have much information on him. This is the first time I saw him. A little tough then, sighed Shi Yin. At this moment, Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, the four incipient God Realm experts, had flown out and faced the two experts of the Dark Shadow clan. However, Bello and Kelda didn't look fearful in this unfavorable situation. They didn't want to retreat. Apparently, they weren't afraid of Blood Devil's team. Shi Yin understood immediately. The others knew that Blood Devil's team had consumed a lot of energy, so they weren't in their best conditions at this moment. That was why the other two weren't worried at all. Among this group of four, Feng Yin was at first sky of incipient God realm. While they were under the ICC, she was in the worst situation. At this moment, she had only 2/3 of her power remaining. If she had to face the enemies in this condition, she couldn't promote her abilities to the utmost. Blood Devil was at second sky of incipient God realm. Bath and Gute were the great warriors of the Monster Clan, which used a different scale to measure their level. However, their levels were also similar to second sky of incipient god realm. Their initial abundant energy would have been enough to deal with Bello and Kelda with a chance to gain the upper hand. However, Yin wasn't so sure at this moment. He frowned and released the soul consciousness to sense. With his understanding of the mighty space power Upanishad, he guessed that Bello was at second sky of incipient god realm. Otherwise, Bello wouldn't have only cut the space and confined Blood Devil and the others in the chilling seawater. That chief of the Dark Shadow clan is at second sky of incipient god realm. Jia Duo confirmed Yan's guess. We can't win this battle. Xia Xinyin, Fu Wei, Jia Duo, and Leona gathered by Yan. A group of young experts just stood and watched from a distance. They hadn't taken action yet. An ear-piercing cry sounded. Gute, chief of brutal dragon tribe, also transformed into his dragon body. Just like Bath of the evil dragon tribe, he was rigid as if he was made of rock and iron. He had dragon armor all over his body. The aura of his energy was immense like the sea, rippling through his body, which had subdued people's minds. Blood Devil hovered by Bath and Gute. He looked small, but the enormous energy fluctuations from him had impressed people. Drops of garnet blood, as beautiful as diamonds, seeped through Blood Devil's skin. Each of them stored Blood Devi's soul consciousness, filled with energy waves that could destroy the whole sky. Blood Devil extended his arm, and his finger touched the void. 10 immortal demon blood condensed. In his blood sea incipient extent, they slowly turned into 10 clones. Each of them had a murderous aura shoot up into the sky. They also understood the energy fluctuation flying out of his incipient extent and dashing towards Kelda. Inside Feng Yan's incipient extent, the wind blades were gliding and hissing ear-piercingly. She had gathered all of her power and aimed it at Kelda. Bello, chief of the Dark Shadow clan, controlled the space blades flying out of his sea of consciousness. However, Bath and Gute had stopped him before he could have time to attack Yushan. Bath and Gute shouted, their monster bodies wiggled while thick dragon scales on their bodies sounded explosions. The breath of the two dragons flew out intimidatingly. The dragon breath of the brutal dragon tribe and evil dragon tribe was the force that gathered the most furious and fiercest power in this world. Currents of dragon breath looked like light columns condensed by energy. The powerful energy fluctuation in there could threaten anybody. As Space Blades of Bello, chief of Dark Shadow clan, were confronted by the dragon breath, they couldn't move further to attack Yushan. 6 incipient God Realm experts were taking action in the space passage. Their energy shockwaves were enough to destroy the whole world. The space passage sent billions of sparks in a void. When the energy light beams hit the battleships, they were shattered as if they were made of paper. The battleships of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were the high-quality battleships in Agate Star area. They were really tough. However, at this moment, they were too fragile under such formidable attacks. Move! Scatter! Xia Xian Yin screamed. Her bold brows knitted together while her beautiful eyes sparkling in the strange light. She didn't look away from the battle between the 6 incipient God Realm experts. All battleships moved quickly in the direction of Agate Star area. Most of the experts on the battleships were frightened. They were scared because of the battle between the 6 incipient God Realm experts. Instinctively, they had a feeling of being defeated already. Gather energy and attack Kelda. Xia Xian Yin gave her order calmly. Even though the incipient God Realm is strong, facing many people of our force, we can wear him out to death. As long as we aren't subdued, our energy won't be less than those precursors. During the recent years, Xia Xian Yin had always been fighting in the Dark Shadow clan. With her commandership at the Windstorm War Department, she had many good attainments in this kind of battle. Listening to Xia Xian Yin, the warriors of her Windstorm War Department pulled themselves together. They returned to their positions. Waiting until their battleships were tens of thousands of meters away from the 6 incipient God Realm experts, they tacitly urged their power Upanishad at the same time, using the soul consciousness to lock Kelda. Immediately, different types of thunderbolts, ice sabers, rising tides, scorching flames, and countless energy ribbons were released massively. They moved like several thousands of shooting stars and furiously dashed towards Kelda. As they had used their soul consciousness to lock Kelda, their fierce attacks seemed to have eyes. They hit Kelda, but none of them had touched Feng Yin, Blood Devil, Gute, Bath, or Yushan. This kind of attack was skillful, indeed. At second sky of incipient God Realm, if Kelda had a one-on-one battle, he could kill the lower realm enemy in just a blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Blood Devil and Feng Yin were joining hands to attack Kelda. Especially Blood Devil. He had used his immortal demon blood and the life power Upanishad to create the blood sea above his head. The 10 bloody shadows had pushed Kelda into a helter-skelter situation. Although Feng Yin had consumed a lot of energy, she was a first sky of incipient God Realm expert. At this moment, Blood Devil had successfully oppressed Kelda. She didn't need to care about her safety. She just released her powers to attack Kelda as much as she wanted. When more than 1,000 bunches of light from different energies shot towards him like rainbow crossing the sun, they hit Kelda precisely. He frowned as he was impatient and got agitated. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the attacking energy that had hit Kelda's god body made him sway as if the meteors had impacted him. His god body even smoked. Kelda grimaced. He looked at Shi Yin from a distance, cursing something under his breath. Then, he concentrated on Blood Devil. Don't stay idle. Xia Xian Yin was as calm as usual. She called the warriors of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Potion and Tool Pavilion. Gather your energy and let them see whether the power of many people can hurt them badly or not. Everybody became excited. Thousands of warriors of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Windstorm War Department, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were all at King God Realm, Original God Realm, and Ethereal God Realm. In Agate Star area, they were the best of the best force. After thousands of them had been awakened to join hands, they were able to create the thick attack that looked like perpetual fire raindrops by the edge of fiery rain star area. They weaved with each other, all targeting Kelda. As Kelda was at second sky of incipient God Realm, even if he didn't have Blood Devil and Feng Yin as his opponents, it was still very strenuous to confront the powerful combined force of more than 1,000 warriors. Currently, Kelda's situation was very bad. Streams of powerful energy that attacked Kelda were all guided by the soul consciousness, so they precisely avoided Blood Devil and Feng Yin to hit only Kelda. The proverb said that 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. The disordered punches could kill the Kung Fu master. When Xia Xian Yin carried out her plan and coordinated several thousand warriors to attack at the same time, Kelda was struck hard, and he got dizzy eventually. The dazzling, continuous attacks were reflected in his eyes. Those powers couldn't hurt him instantly, but they could drain his body's defense. Once the energy that he had reserved to defend his god body was worn out, those attacks could hit him severely. They could even kill him. Xia Xian Yin had been fighting year-round. Once she was placid enough to resist the energy, her performance could make people gawk. The incipient God Realm experts are strong, but they aren't really invincible. As long as we have enough manpower, tens of thousands of King God Realm warriors are still able to kill them. Xia Xian Yin looked calm and natural as she pushed the black hair above her forehead behind her ears. If we can use our power wisely, we could defeat them without our 4 precursors. An incipient God Realm expert has the power of dozens of ethereal God Realm experts. Since we have such enormous combined power, it's enough to kill him and leave him no energy to counterattack. Her aura had stirred up people. Seeing Kelda being helter-skelter under their thick attacks, they were more certain about her assumption. The terrifying Pressure Chief Bello and leader Kelda of the Dark Shadow Clan had caused them was erased after several words of Xia Xian Yin. Shi Yin smiled. Looking at Xia Xian Yin next to him, he felt so proud. After 100 years, she has reached an amazing height. Whether it was her wisdom, realm, or leadership, she was always outstanding. In a fierce battle, she wasn't afraid. She could deliberately plan and implement her plan. No wonder she could command the Windstorm War Department of Fighting League. As the warriors of Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Potion and Tool Pavilion listened to her order and carried out her plan, they had approved her leadership in battle. With Xia Xian Yan's waves of attacks, Blood Devil, and Feng, Yin could almost step away from this battle. They just needed to control the situation to not let Kelda break their defense and approach Xia Xian Yin. At this moment, they didn't need to release more energy to attack Kelda. From a distance, Blood Devil glared at Xia Xian Yin, discreetly giving her his compliments. He thought that this woman wasn't ordinary at all. Chapter 1059, Battling. Chapter 1059, Battling, _ Shi Yin floated in the void as he watched the battle of the 6 incipient God Realm experts. He didn't want to join them. This battle was going to be recorded in the history of Agate Star area. It wasn't something that warriors at his level could change. At this moment, he didn't have that competence. He remembered what that man told him. Try your best to conceal your identity before you reached incipient God Realm. The Dark Shadow Clan and the God Clan had a close relationship. Cocker could guess his identity. So did Chief Bello and Kelda when they saw him using his powers. Seeing the God Clan chase after Benny through different star areas, he knew that the God Clan had never quit hunting the Bloodthirsty's bloodline. Shi Yin was the descendant of the master of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline. Once his identity was exposed, the God Clan would try to trap and destroy him at any cost. And it wasn't going to be exclusive to the Ascot family. Shi Yin knew that he didn't have the competence to resist them now. Staying hidden was vital at this moment. He had to conceal himself to avoid receiving the attack he could never imagine. Anyway, this battle didn't need a bit of his energy. It has been 100 years, and Xia Xian Yin's good grasp of the general situation in fighting had surprised Shi Yin. Under her command, warriors of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion had attacked neatly. The 4 forces took turns to perform their eye-catching powers. Under the mad, destructive attack of thousands of warriors, Kelda was helter-skelter. He couldn't threaten Blood Devil and Feng Yin anymore. Blood Devil and Feng Yin were free now. They just needed to ensure that Kelda couldn't attack Xia Xian Yin and the others. Then, they didn't need to worry about the situation anymore. Later on, Kelda's energy had been worn out massively. He started to sweat. It indicated that even if he was at second sky of incipient God Realm, he couldn't endure such continuous attacks. Shi Yin could be more relaxed. As advised by Shi Yin, Fei Lon, Leona, Kata, and Benny were also idle. They just stood and watched the peak battle of the 6 incipient God Realm experts from a distance. Those who were lucky enough to have the chance to watch this battle could harvest something unimaginable, especially Shi Yin. Yushan was still refining the departed spirit jellyfish with her precise heat control. Each of the blue flames was like the container of her soul. They danced swiftly like groups of animated spirits. They gathered and created magic as her mind flickered. Her flame was burning torrentially and hiding the magical origin of earth and heaven, which matched the truth of flames in this world. Blood Devil urged his life power Upanishad, while demon blood was boiling in his body. 10 bloody shadows, which looked like Blood Devil, all had part of his powers. They were flying and blocking 8 directions around Kelda, preventing him from escaping. Life Power Upanishad was also something he needed to understand thoroughly. Blood Devil's magical deeds had opened a door for Shi Yin, which rose his enthusiasm. Chief Bello of the Dark Shadow Clan was an incipient god realm with space power, which was extremely rare. While his thoughts changed, the space around him shattered and cracked like broken glass, revealing fine space slits. Those space slits could draw away the attacking energy that had threatened his life. Bello's cognition of space power had reached an unimaginable level. He could confine space or tear it as easily as he pleased. Sometimes he swayed and moved through spaces. His application of space power had reached the utmost exquisite level. Sure, Yin understood fire, life, and space power Upanishad, but none of them had reached the level of Yushan, Blood Devil, and Bello. Observing the battle of the top warriors, especially the ones who had the same power Upanishad, it was the most magical and yet practical experience for the onlookers like Shi Yin. Of course, he wouldn't let this chance slip away. If he could harvest some knowledge from the battle of the 6 incipient God Realm experts where they had used their profound powers, it would benefit him much more than taking in the essence chi of an incipient God Realm expert. Sure, Yin didn't join the battle. He just stood aside and watched the 3 familiar powers Upanishad that the 3 incipient God Realm experts were using and changing marvelously. They could create countless changes, which reflect the most supernatural feature of the power Upanishad. Shi Yin was touched, sinking in the information uncontrollably. Finally, he knew how far incipient God Realm was from his current realm. It was also the first time Shi Yin saw to what extreme degree the fire, life, and space power Upanishad could change. He quietly learned. His eyes didn't even blink. He had focused wholeheartedly, using his soul consciousness to sense. At this moment, his soul altar started to spin. Something was changing subtly in his tier of power Upanishads, as if his energy was simulating the magical abilities that those powers Upanishads were performing. It was an ingenious sublimation of the soul and realm. Gute and Bath of the Monster Clan were using their monster bodies to join hands and fight Bello. At second sky of incipient God Realm, Bello had cultivated space power Upanishad. However, in the battle with Gute and Bath, he couldn't gain the upper hand. Although Monster Clan didn't stress on cultivating the soul, their body's toughness was deemed the peak of this world. Their monster bodies were the toughest material that even space blades couldn't cut through shortly. At most, they could only leave some cuts on the dragon body. At the same time, the dragon breath they released had troubled Bello a lot. His face became more grimaced. As Kelda was taken care of intensively, he became tired quickly. His aura was reduced massively. In the beginning, Blood Devil stood still. Later on, he didn't use only his bloody shadows to attack the enemy anymore. His demon body sent out brutal energy fluctuations like that of an exploding star. His body sounded like several explosions had happened while his blood chi shot up into the sky. He had turned into a flow of abundant life energy and fused it with his incipient extent. Like a sea of life, his incipient extent swarmed over and covered Kelda. You guys, switch your intensive care to the other. Blood Devil's voice arose all of a sudden when the sea of life derived from his incipient extent had covered Kelda entirely. Those layers of life energy contained the magical power of nature that even Feng Yin couldn't interfere with. Xia Xian Yin smiled and nodded. She extended her hand and pointed. We should appreciate the chief of the Dark Shadow clan more. Warriors of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion followed her order. They changed their target and brought their pressure to Chief Bello of the Dark Shadow clan. Shi Yin would never underestimate the power of a crowd again. Now he believed that the power of 1,000 warriors wisely striking at the same time could kill even incipient God Realm experts. Incipient God Realm experts weren't absolutely invincible. Although they could kill the lower realm warriors in just a blink of an eye, when a number of the low realm warriors could reach a terrifying figure, they could unite to act at the same time. Then, they would give a terrible headache to incipient God Realm experts. Bello was so worried as if he had a flame burning his heart. Gute and Bath's wild attacks had distracted him terribly. At this moment, more than 1,000 warriors were striking him and pushing him to the corner. The aura of the departed spirit jellyfish was weakened gradually. Seeing the jellyfish be about to refine by the scorching flame of the origin, he had become more agitated as he didn't know what to explain to the Ascot family. He continued to create the space passage as he wanted to escape this area. However, he needed to wholly concentrate his mind in order to tear the space in the space passage to bring the departed spirit jellyfish away. At this moment, Gu Tei and Bath didn't give him time to breathe. And Xia Xianyan had commanded more than 1,000 warriors to bombard him. It was impossible for him to do that. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Fighting League, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan had been suffocating the incipient God Realm experts right from the beginning. However, seeing the two incipient God Realm expert draining their energy rapidly under their bombarding, all looked happy. They had more significant respect for the woman who had set up this plan. They were cheered up because of her wisdom and excellent performance. They could see that they were about to win this fight, and at the same time, they were the primary factor that led to this victory. This made them secretly excited. They began to pour more energy. Their powers, Upanishads, ethereal extent, powers, and the secret treasures that could enhance their attacks fell like a heavy shower. Their attacks were continuous and extremely precise. They crushed Bellow's space blades and sent sparks everywhere. Everybody was happy as they thought that it was about to over. However, when the two Dark Shadow experts couldn't stand it anymore, something unexpected happened. Butterfly battleships emerged from the space passage where streamers weaved. As soon as several hundred battleships appeared, countless distinctive butterfly war chariots of the Dark Shadow clan roared and roamed over like a massive flutter of butterflies. Xia Xianyan changed her face as she decided quickly. Rush in and kill them. The war chariots of Windstorm War Department formed a sharp formation. Her figure flashed as she went to the front line of their formation. Their attacking formation was like a sharp, rigid saber thrusting into the coming warriors of the Dark Shadow clan. The Windstorm War Department of Fighting League was famous for their swift attacks. Their flying bird war chariots were as agile as electric beams and as sharp as the extreme swords. Warriors of the Fighting League always followed rules and discipline while fighting. As the battles had quenched them, they had learned from experience. Warriors with keen powers, Upanishads like metal, ice, and electric were in charge of the tip of their attacking formation. Warriors with water, wind, and earth powers, Upanishads stayed behind the formation to create layers of barriers to protect the people in the front line. Both the attackers and defenders had their clear and distinctive roles, which they had shown through their close-knitted cooperation. Shadow Ghostly Prison was the hot arena of fiercest battles in Agate Star area, and the Fighting League was the most outstanding force of this area. They knew all the strategies and tactics. They were indeed the best elite force in Agate Star area. There were several hundred warriors remaining in the Windstorm War Department. However, when they formed a formation, they were indeed a whole unit. People couldn't find any gap to attack this formation. Warriors of the Dark Shadow clan roamed like a swarm of bees whose hive was broken. They expanded like when people unfolded a fabric sheet. However, Xia Xianyan's troop had torn a corner of them, piercing directly into the center where the experts of Dark Shadow clan were gathering. Shi Yin watched the sharp formation of the Windstorm War Department, and he had only one thought in his mind at this moment. They were able to break even the hardest defense. That elegant yet gorgeous woman was the soul of that formation. She was like the tip of the sword when she used her talents. Kill, Fu Wei hissed. Her face chilled when she urged the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion to join the battle. Warriors of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan started to take action. They moved like three furious flood currents, swarming over the members of the Dark Shadow clan. The fierce battle between thousands of warriors from different clans began. Shi Yin still looked cold. He still hovered while his eyes raked through the mob of the Dark Shadow clan, Fighting League, Potion and Tool Pavilion, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan who were killing each other. He could see that the individual fighting competence of the monster, demon warriors was much stronger than the warriors of Windstorm War Department. If they fought one-on-one, a monster, demon warrior could defeat a Windstorm warrior. However, in guild combat like this, Shi Yin figured out that the monster and demon clans weren't so good. The cooperation between them was poor, and they struggled. No need to mention Windstorm commanded by Xia Xianyan. They couldn't even be compared to Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors led by Fu Wei. This was war. It was not just a battle between some warriors. In this kind of fighting, the army with a commander that knew how to promote the power of the Union was much stronger than a vanguard in vain. Shi Yin frowned. This was the first time he recognized how weak individuals were in this kind of battle with thousands of warriors, unless a person's realm had reached a level so strong that he or she could risk their life with the enemy. He also recognized Xia Xianyan's ability in controlling and promoting the power of her army. This ability was extraordinary and precious indeed. Chapter 1060, Leona's Spearhead. Chapter 1060, Leona's Spearhead, _ Inside the space passage that connected Agate Star area and Ancient God Star area, the fiercest war had begun. Both sides hadn't invested much power in this battle. It could be considered a small-scale battle. However, the effect of it could raise a lot of attention. The shockwaves of the furious battle of the 6 incipient God Realm experts were too powerful to this passage, as it had almost broken the passage. Sparks of energy shot aimlessly, which terrified people and forced them to dodge. The other warriors were alert enough to avoid the area where the incipient God Realm experts were fighting. If they were careless and got hit, their souls could perish. Dark Shadow Clan was a feudal vassal of the God Clan. However, as they could stay subtly for many years in Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and fight the strongest force, the Fighting League, they were proven to not be ordinary. Just like the Fighting League, the Dark Shadow Clan was also a force that had excelled at combat. Their experts had formed the Snakehead Formation, which could change swiftly and flexibly. Although they had acted mysteriously, they could always notice the whole situation and a powerful fighting competence. Among the Demon Clan, Monster Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Fighting League, the 4 powerful forces of Agate Star area, the Monster Clan and Demon Clan had an intimidating individual fighting ability. However, they were clumsy in using big army formations to fight in a war. While fighting the Dark Shadow Clan, they didn't have a formation, so they couldn't promote the power of the army. As Fu Wei was controlling Potion and Tool Pavilion's force, they had also formed a fighting formation, which was a hexagon with 6 attacking points. However, the power of an individual of Potion and Tool Pavilion was the weakest compared to the others in this group of 4 forces. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had held an important role in Agate Star area for a long time. They had earned respect from forces everywhere. Thus, they didn't have many chances to experience bloody battles. That was why they couldn't utilize the full power of the hexagonal formation. Only the Windstorm War Department of the Fighting League hadn't fallen into the lower hand, while fighting members of Dark Shadow Clan, and they had even inclined to gain the upper hand. Fighting League's forces had been fighting for years in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. They had bloody experience from the battles. Each warrior of this force was very familiar with guild combat. Under Xia Xianyan's command, they had all performed their best. Shi Yan's team shrank into a chunk as they watched the battle between the Dark Shadow Clan and the native forces of Agate Star area. It seemed like they didn't want to join this battle. Fei Lan, Leona, Katfa, Benny, and Xian Ming gathered around Shi Yan. As he didn't say anything, they stood in silence. When Xian Fei saw the battle become fiercer, she proactively went to Shi Yan. She didn't look panic-stricken at all. Only the force that the sister is controlling is good. The other 3 are just so, assessed Xian Fei arrogantly. You must have experienced the same battles, eh? According to you, the competence of your fiery rain star area is very intimidating, right? Shi Yan turned his head to look at her, his eyes calm. What do you think about the Dark Shadow Clan? Xian Fei shook her head. Their competence can't be compared to the official legion of the God Clan. You've never seen the God Clan's fierce competence before. Pausing for a while, Xian Fei continued earnestly. If the same 1,000-soldier army of the God Clan came here, it could effortlessly destroy the forces of your Agate Star area, even when you join with Dark Shadow Clan. Shi Yan shivered. Even when the Fighting League, Potion and Tool Pavilion, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan join hands with the Dark Shadow Clan. They won't be able to resist the army of 1,000 soldiers from the God Clan. If they could triple their soldiers here, perhaps they could endure a battle. Xianfei nodded and sighed. The power of God Clan's legion is the nightmare of all-star areas. They're the top confirmed strongest warriors. As you haven't seen them directly, you could never imagine their intimidation. Fiery Rainstar area has fought against them several times. We had to bear great losses in the case we outnumbered them. If the realm of the troopers from the two sides was equal, we would have been swept away as easily as breaking dried branches of trees. People all changed their visages. The God Clan could take down half of the universe, not only because they have so many experts, but also because they have excelled in guild combat. Their good grasp of guild combat isn't something you could imagine. Only when you see with your own eyes will you know how terrifying this clan is. Xianfei bit her lower lip, her eyes showing a gleam of sadness. My family was destroyed by a troop of the God Clan. From that day, I knew how terrible the core of this clan is. Don't think that the Dark Shadow Clan is strong. If it's strong enough, it wouldn't just be a vassal of God Clan. In a simple comparison, if it's a troop of original God Realm warriors, the God Clan's troop of 1,000 can beat your troop of 10,000. It's the gap between you guys. Shi Yin, Fei Lan, Leona, and the others were flustered. The God Clan's troops are indeed powerful. I used to encounter them. Benny suddenly talked and looked at Shi Yin and Leona with a distressed face. However, our bloodline has excellent knowledge in guild combat. We're not that much worse than the God Clan. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Xianfei didn't agree with him, and she sneered, "Little buddy, your realm isn't high, but your voice is big enough. In this vast sea of stars, I have never heard of any troop in any star area that could be compared to the God Clans. You don't actually know how vast the world is." Benny snorted and said arrogantly, "It's because you're stupid." The two of them looked like they were about to quarrel. Shi Yin waved his hand, signaling Benny not to talk too much with Xianfei while he contemplated. Shi Yin knew that the Bloodthirsty's bloodline at the peak of their time had almost uprooted the God Clan. 12 great families of God Clan had joined hands and sacrificed countless warriors to stop the attack of the Bloodthirsty's troop. As the God Clan was too powerful, the Bloodthirsty's bloodline that year was evidently formidable and intimidating. Benny came from the Destruction family of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline, which used to overlord the star area where they dwelled. Their family should have some records of excellent war strategies and tactics. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the competence of the God Clan's troops. When he could make it clear, his shivering heart would become steady. Shi Yin was now sure that if this world could have a troop that could resist God Clan, it was the troop of Bloodthirsty. We also have a set of materials to train on how to command the army. Although I've never made a comparison, I thought it wouldn't be weaker than the God Clans. Leona didn't like to talk much. However, when she spoke, her ferocious face always had a gleam of coldness. The bloody legion I had built was based on the method that my family has imparted through generations. In our raging flame star area, my bloody legion had never lost a battle. Leona's spearhead emerged. Her words were full of confidence. If she could control a corporation, she could compete with God Clan. Well, the people of Agate Star area are too arrogant. The latter is more arrogant than the former. Sigh, I guess you've never seen how strong God Clan is. That's why you dare to talk haughtily. One day, when you meet them, you'll know how funny your statement is today. Xianfei shook her head as she was disdainful. Shi Yin didn't mind her and just looked at Leona. Shi Yin suddenly remembered that Leona was the regimental commander of the Bloody Legion, and the reputation of this legion in Raging Flame Star area could give her such confidence. He knew Leona wasn't an impulsive person. Pondering for a while, he asked, "What do you think about Xia Xianyan's troop? And how about the formation she's using now?" Honestly, Leona thought for a while and then said frankly, "If I can have a troop with similar competence after 1 year of training, I can tear her force easily. If they let me command the troops of Monster Clan and Demon Clan, I'm sure I can maximize their competence several times further. Hearing her, people kept silent. All looked at her with astonishment. Sure, Yin was also startled. Is it true? Yes. Leona was calm. I don't know the God Clan's fighting competence, but if you let me train a troop of original God Realm warriors strenuously, I'm sure I can compete with the God Clan. Arrogant and conceited, Xian Fei concluded, her face disdainful. Xian Ming didn't say anything. However, he was looking at Leona with his odd visage. Why don't you try it? Ka Tual was shocked, but he managed to speak. Senior, Monster Clan and Demon Clan have a good relationship with you. Can you talk to them? Okay, I'm going to talk to them about this. Shi Yan's thought flickered in his mind. He nodded and he waved at Leona. He took her to the area of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan where they were fighting. After deliberately killing some Dark Shadow clansmen, he found McGee, Ghost Hunter, and Guillermo. I want to talk to you guys. Ghost Hunter didn't say anything as he nodded. This kind of absolute trust showed that he had no doubt for Shi Yan. McGee and Guillermo were surprised. They were still fighting with the Dark Shadow clan, so they had to stop to ask in unison, what? Pointing at Leona, Shi Yan asked, what do you think about letting her command your troops for a while? McGee and Guillermo had a bewildered countenance. Guillermo frowned. If Xiaox and Yin wants to command us, I'm happy to let her do so. But are you sure? Yes, she can. Shi Yan confirmed. Let her try. McGee and Guillermo hesitated for a while. However, they suspiciously agreed. They looked strange when they had Leona. The reason why they agreed with him was because Shi Yan had helped them twice. He had used his supernatural star power Upanishad to help them move through the chaotic sea of shooting stars. Then, he had contacted the expert from the other star area to save them from the icy sea controlled by the departed spirit jellyfish. Just hit it as hard as you can. Shi Yan glanced at Leona. He didn't stay here, leaving from the battle side. Shi Yan had taken in the essence chi of dozens of dead warriors. His acupuncture points were swollen and his body was aching. He was both fearful and happy as he thought that the bloody battlefield was the right place for him in this world. He came back to hover by Fei Lan, Ka Ta, and Xian Fei. They were all looking at Leona, waiting hopefully. In between the formation of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan, cold-faced Leona was talking to McGee, Ghost Hunter, and Guillermo. She was about to spread her order. McGee, Guillermo, and Ghost Hunter nodded quietly as they had agreed with her. The members of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan, scattering around, suddenly changed their formation. The clansmen of the two clans started to arrange and line up. Now they looked like two open wings of the bloody demon, which now began to show its fangs. A brutal, savage aura burst out from that formation instantly. Shi Yan, Xian Ming, and Ka Tual were baffled, their eyes brightening. Xian Fei gawked and covered her mouth. Oh my God! Chapter 1061. I say you can do it, so you can do it. Chapter 1061. I say you can do it, so you can do it. _ The Monster Clan and Demon Clan had fought like loose sand without any worth-mentioned strategy. And they didn't even have a concept of the so-called guild combat. They were fighting against the Dark Shadow Clan with the power of their individual bodies only. When Leona took control of the troops from the two clans, the Demon and Monster clansmen who participated in the battle didn't feel much change. However, Shi Yan, Fei Lan, Benny, Xian Ming, Xian Fei, the onlookers could see the absolute difference. Troops of Monster Clan and Demon Clan operated like the two wings of a demon. A brutal, resentful aura burst out, guiding the clansmen of the Demon Clan and Monster Clan. While their formation was changing, their auras combined into one. At this moment, the Monster and Demon clansmen had formed a solid formation that couldn't be divided or broken. This kind of intimidation had subdued people immediately. The individual fighting competence of the Monster and Demon clansmen had surpassed the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Fighting League. They hadn't shown that before because they weren't good at guild combat. Leona was the regimental commander of the Bloody Legion, a descendant of the Dark Sky family. She had inherited the talent of planning and developing strategies from the Bloodthirsty's bloodline. The aura she had generated was enough to tear the Dark Shadow clan into pieces. They could see clearly that the Dark Shadow warriors had to dodge strenuously after the monster and demon warriors knew how to back each other up. Dark Shadow warriors were killed massively under the mighty power of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. The Dark Shadow clansmen who were fighting the monster and demon troops felt a significant pressure that they had never felt before. At this moment, they had to mobilize the warriors who were fighting Potion and Tool Pavilion to help them deal with the monster and demon warriors. Those members of the Dark Shadow clan didn't know what was going on. They were so confused. Apparently, the members of the two clans couldn't cooperate well before. However, it was unknown why they suddenly had tactics, as if their eyes had opened. This was an earth-shaking change, indeed. Now, they gathered into teams of 3 or 5. Those teams cooperated well to fight with tactics to create a big formation. Their terrifying fighting competence was now finally revealed. Instantaneously, the clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan started to detach and collapse, which were the signs of defeat. Xian Fei covered her mouth, her face frightened. She was perplexed, seeing the earth-shaking change of the monster and demon formation after Leona had joined them. She was so bewildered that she couldn't explain it. How could it be? They just added one more member, and everything changed dramatically like that? Xianming also discolored. He looked at Leona bewilderedly and then glanced at Shi Yin hovering next to him. His face was strange, indeed. At this moment, Xianming had a strange feeling. This young man was predestined to be the brightest star in this vast universe. No one could shade his light. The onlookers who were still calm were all people who had known Leona before. Fei Lan was as calm as usual, as if she knew that Leona had such ability. Kak Tuo grinned evilly while he looked at Leona in the middle of the demon and monster warrior formations. He thought that the slaughtering star of Raging Flame Star area was back. Her understanding and attainment of guild combat are much more exquisite than that woman's. Benny let out a low scream. She could be compared to my family's precursors that year. Everybody could see how familiar Leona was in using formations to battle. She was much more skillful than Xia Xin. However, this kind of difference couldn't be made up of experiences gained from battling. So, it was likely because of some secret inheritance. After Leona had entered the formation, the soldiers of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan seemed to have new lives. Now, they had a formation with a soul. She seemed to have some magical method that could combine the auras of the individual soldiers into one united, massive aura that was also wild and savage. This aura could even affect the enemy's minds, making them dispirited and distressed as if they had already been defeated. The battle between the 6 incipient God Realm experts, Fighting League, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Dark Shadow clan, as well as Yushan refining the departed spirit jellyfish, had happened in the space passage. Inside the space passage, death could happen at any time. No force could save all of their warriors. However, with a close look, they saw that the ferocious aura of the Demon Clan and Monster Clan improved after Leona had joined them. More and more warriors of Dark Shadow Clan were killed. Their death rate was much faster than that of the 4 forces of Agate Star area. With this tendency, the Dark Shadow Clan was going to be defeated soon. Its warriors were killed rapidly. The Domineering Core is the sharpest weapon in the battle between star areas. Experts who know how to train the troopers are the most precious resource of every big star area. All the forces compete to recruit them. Xian Fei was baffled for a while before she spoke to Shi Yin. Although she had just taken the commandership of the God Clan and Monster Clan, she's reached such heights. If she has time to train them for years, honestly, I can't imagine how strong they can be. Pondering for a while, Xian Fei said, perhaps she can have the force to battle against the legions of the God Clan. Leona had performed her powerful deeds, which had convinced Xian Fei. Eventually, she had to admit that the God Clan's core weren't absolutely invincible. Can you ask her to go to our Fiery Rain Star area to help us train our legions? Don't worry, All forces in our fiery rain star area would do anything to protect her. Xian Fei asked Shi Yin earnestly. Frowning, Shi Yin said huskily, "We should talk about it later." Through today's battle, Shi Yin realized how an outstanding leader could facilitate his force during battles between different forces. He knew that he wasn't this kind of talent. Since Leona was a genius in this field and the God Clan had carried out their invasion of Agate Star area, Shi Yin had made up his mind. After they were done here, he had to do something to maximize Leona's ability. Shi Yin believed that after this time, Monster Clan and Demon Clan would give their approval of Shi Yin and Leona. Then, Leona would bring an earth-shaking change to the core of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. They would become invincible eventually. Leona alone had changed the general picture of this battle. The triumph now leaned towards the Agate Star area's forces. The defeat of the Dark Shadow Clan was just a matter of time now. Chief Bello of Dark Shadow Clan and his subordinate Kelda were sensitive enough to find this change. They were worried discreetly. Their fellows were being massacred. Each of their fellows was from the elite force of their clan. Dark Shadow Clan was just one of many feudal vassals of the God Clan. If they had a significant loss in this area, it would affect their clan in the future badly. Of course, they didn't want to sacrifice their clansmen here. Bello wanted to retreat. Bath and Gute were giving him a lot of trouble. He looked at Yushan as his murderous intentions arose. Yushan was the ringleader who had caused the defeat of the Dark Shadow Clan. Without her, Blood Devil's group couldn't get out of his trap. They would have died, and the departed spirit jellyfish would have been safe. While Bello's murderous intention was arising in his head, he purposely approached Yushan during the fight with Bath and Gute. Yushan's effort had been invested in refining the departed spirit jellyfish. At this moment, the jellyfish had shrunk to a much smaller size while the meat lumps in its body couldn't fume toxic smokes anymore. It just wanted to curl into a ball and find a chance to get rid of her refining. Bello's incipient extent flew out all of a sudden. His incipient extent was like a massive mirror that reflected the real world. Abruptly, the mirror cracked, and the real world also had countless fine space slits simultaneously. Space rupture. Jaduo screamed in fear. Bello wants to exterminate the space in this space passage. The moment the space passage collapses, he will use his incipient God Realm space power Upanishad to move all the members of the Dark Shadow Clan away and escape from this place. However, we will be thrown into the chaotic space current. Listening to him, Shi Yin changed his face. Xian Fei, Fei Lan, and the others were also frightened. Bello was pushed into a dead corner. Once the space passage collapsed, it would also bury the entrance that they had spent an enormous amount of manpower and materials to clear. And no one knew when they could come and clear the entrance once again. He was compelled to a hopeless situation. Even if he had to pay a big price and receive punishment from the God Clan, he had to change this deadly situation. "Do you know how to stop him?" shouted Shi Yin. Jia Duo frowned. "He's at second sky of incipient God Realm with space power. He has cleared this space power. He has the favorable situation. How can we stop him?" "So, we don't have a solution?" Shi Yin paled. He knew how urgent and dangerous this situation was. If this space passage ruptured, Bello could bring his fellows and run away while they would have to bury their bodies here altogether. As Bello's incipient extent reflected the real world, when his incipient extent burst off, the real would change accordingly. First, the space would settle. Then, it would reveal countless space cracks where outer space streamers fluttered with a desolate aura. All the experts could recognize the deadly situation. However, at this moment, space slits were now covering Bello, so no one could approach him. Even Bath and Gute had to back off, seeing Bello burst out crazily. Bello became the center of the rupture. He continually gathered his energy, which made his incipient extent crack further. Also, the real world had to bear the same consequence. Let Katua do that. His chaos power Upanishad can twist even space, so that man can't smash this space. However, remember to do that at the moment that space is about to collapse. Otherwise, he will be killed instantly. At this moment, the ring spirit could also feel the danger. It sent Shi Yin a feeble soul message. Shi Yin was shaken. He called Ka-Tua. You go there. Get to the area of those thick space slits. When this space is about to collapse, you must release all of your chaotic and twisting energy. Remember, you must do this with precise timing. You can stop him. Ka-Tua was bewildered, pointing at himself with astonishment. I can do that. I say you can do it, so you can do it. Move, shouted Shi Yin. Ka-Tua was startled. Roll away, Phelan shouted ear-piercingly. Ka-Tua shook, flying towards the area where Bello was gathering the space slits. He came right under Bello's incipient extent, continually gliding between the space slits. He looked at Bello's incipient extent, which was changing continuously above his head. His face was tense and restless. He seemed to not be too confident. Chapter 1062, really? I didn't do it intentionally. Chapter 1062, really? I didn't do it intentionally. Others. Can he do that? Jia Duo frowned. Apparently, he didn't highly evaluate Ka-Tua highly. Aside from him, everybody else looked oddly at him besides Shi Yin and Phelan. They thought that leaving this to Ka-Tua was a big mistake. What solution do you have then? Shi Yin snorted. When Jia Duo found that Bello wanted to rupture the space here, he instinctively left Potion and Tool Pavilion's formation to come here. During this tough journey, whenever they had fallen into danger, Shi Yin could always convert a threat to safety. Moreover, Shi Yin also cultivated space power Upanishad. That was why he came to discuss this with Shi Yin. He had never thought that Shi Yin would let Ka-Tua handle it. He thought he had made a wrong decision. However, he didn't have any other option. That expert had cultivated space power Upanishad at second sky of incipient God realm. When he decided to rupture space, how terrible would it be? I don't have any solution, Jia Duo stammered. Then shut the F***CK up. Shi Yin wasn't polite. Evidently, he didn't put Jia Duo's objection in his eyes, his attitude fierce. Jia Duo didn't dare to snap back. Shi Yin had used his real competence to prove that if he got indignant, he could kill Jia Duo for sure. Especially today, Shi Yin had gained the approval of Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League. With the 4 incipient God Realm experts standing behind him, he knew that he couldn't treat Shi Yin as he used to do, even if Jia Duo got haughtier. Thus, he could only keep silent. Xian Fei suddenly changed her face. No, it's not true. That man is going to break the space. He just wants to kill my master. Xian Fei didn't notice the others when they were talking to each other. Instead, she observed her teacher Yushan. At this moment, all the space slits were moving toward Yushan. Xian Fei was startled. She screamed ear-piercingly. My master is using all her efforts to refine the departed spirit jellyfish. She can't resist it. Save my master. Quick. Shi Yan's group was startled. Now they all understood Bello's plan. Bello had spent countless manpower to clear this space passage to connect Agate Star area and Old God Star area. Of course, he wouldn't want to destroy this laborious work. Thus, he had just fooled them by changing his incipient extent. He just wanted to get rid of Bath and Gute to attack Yushan. Although they knew his intentions now, Ka-Tua didn't know it. If he still took action as he was told, should he receive a fatal consequence? Phelan changed her face. She wanted to rescue Ka-Tua immediately. Don't! Shi Yin hurried to stop her. Don't go there. You can't help him. You could be killed too. All of them now observed Ka-Tua. This pirate leader in Raging Flame Star area had his realm increase rapidly after he had gone with Shi Yin to this star area. At this moment, he was at peak of original God realm. Soon, he would reach the next realm. However, even if he was stronger, he couldn't withstand Bello at second sky of incipient God realm. All of them thought that Ka-Tua would die. Shi Yin also had this thought. However, at the moment they felt that their hands were tied, Ka-Tua touched his glabella. His twisted chaos power Upanishad was urged. Corpses of warriors from different clans, dregs in space passage, and even the small pieces of broken stars were attracted to him, hovering around his body. At the same time, remnants of energy also flew towards him. After a few seconds, Kaktuo was now like a whale taking in water. He had collected a big mess of junk from outer space. He was still mobilizing the energy of his power Upanishad, attracting more lifeless matters. They gathered and created a disordered magnetic field that twirled around him. That magnetic field could actually mess up the void in this area. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The space slits, which used to look like light beams in the horizon, now crossed each other in the same area. Space twisted chaotically all of a sudden. The space slits are now in turmoil. They flashed and radiated the dazzling halos like when a star was about to explode. The energy rippling from that area was so terrifying. Everybody could see clearly that Chief Bellow of the Dark Shadow clan was aghast. His plan seemed to have been interfered. He wanted to restore the process, but it was too late. The space slits overlapped each other. They exploded blindingly. At this moment, no one could open the eyes to see what was going on. The fight between the incipient God Realm experts had to stop. The bloody battle between the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, Potion, and Tool Pavilion and the Dark Shadow Clan also paused. Instantaneously, several thousand warriors had to run away to dodge the area of the bursting intensive light. No one knows what was going to happen. Even Chief Bellow of the Dark Shadow Clan didn't know what could happen to them. As the intensive light pierced their eyes, Yin couldn't see anything. However, his soul consciousness could sense the formidable energy fluctuations. Beams of space energy from the chaotic space currents were strong enough to kill even incipient God Realm experts. Inside the extreme light, he could feel the layers of debris around Ka-Tuo shatter. However, Ka-Tuo's life energy was still fluctuating. He knew that Ka-Tuo was still alive. Boom, 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 boom. The extremely explosive energy boomed grumblingly and unceasingly. The blinding light was still covering every place. Everybody tried to dodge this danger and move far from that deadly area. Yin could feel the magical change of space. He knew something terrible was happening. He also shouted and asked people to move far away from this area. After an unknown time, the beautiful but dazzling light slowly disappeared. People's visibility was restored. All then fixed their eyes on that area. No member of the Dark Shadow clan remained. All had disappeared. Yushan looked disheveled. She had a trickle of blood on the corner of her mouth. She was hiding together with Bath and Gute. The three of them were astounded, looking at the area where space had exploded. At this moment, space energy ripples started to settle and dissolve. Countless small pieces of broken stars, bones, remnants of energy, and dust from the vast universe accumulated in that area that blocked the space passage. The space passage between Agate Star area and Ancient God Star area was sealed one more time. At this moment, it was much tougher than the barrier between Agate Star area and Fiery Rain Star area. Moreover, it was formed unexpectedly and naturally. The departed spirit jellyfish disappeared. However, there was a bunch of gray gossamer bobbing in the void with the feeble aura of the departed spirit jellyfish. When Yin saw those gossamer fibers from a distance, he felt the mark in his host soul's glabella get hotter, as if it was boiling up. In the next moment, a powerful suction force arose. Yin then saw the gossamers like wisps of smoke fly towards him and enter his glabella. Yushan couldn't help but scream hoarsely. She immediately grimaced. At this moment, there was neither a member of the Dark Shadow clan nor the departed spirit jellyfish lingering in this area. Hearing Yushan shout when there wasn't any danger now, all warriors turned to look at her. "Bastard," Yushan shouted. "Didn't you say that the soul remnants of a jellyfish would belong to me? You despicable kid." Xianfei also looked at him hostilely and scolded. "Loathsome." Actually, Yin couldn't control the mark on his forehead. He couldn't prevent the gray gossamers from entering his body. While Yushan and Xianfei were scolding him, Yin had finished taking in all the gossamers. His host's soul felt full and happy, as if it just had a wonderful feast after it was starving for a long time. Ka-Tuo paled, hovering by the space barrier that was completely sealed. He observed it with an astonished face and muttered, "What happened?" No one could explain to him. "Where are the Dark Shadow clansmen?" Fu-Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion screamed. On the other side of the space barrier, Blood Devil answered calmly. At the moment the explosion happened, that chief of Dark Shadow clan who cultivates space power Upanishad had moved a small area of space here in just a blink. He has brought all the members of his clan to that side of the space barrier. Now this space passage is blocked by that barrier. The Dark Shadow clan, and we are just a barrier apart. We are at two different ends of this space passage. Ah, but why did they have to run away that fast? Ka-Tua asked. If they didn't run away, all the members of the Dark Shadow clan would have been buried here. Blood Devil glanced at Ka-Tua with an odd countenance. If they stayed in this space passage, they would have cut the connection with the God Clan and ancient Godstar area. Then, with only their force, how could the Dark Shadow clan avoid the other mighty forces of Agate Star area and their hunt? Listening to him, they all understood the situation. It was true. If God Clan didn't support them and the conspiracy of Dark Shadow clan had been exposed, how could they have stayed in Agate Star area for any longer? Only death awaited them. Bello wasn't dumb. The moment the others hadn't figured it out, he knew what to do. He had made a quick decision to use his supernatural powers to bring the Dark Shadow clansmen to the other side of the barrier. Thus, unless the warriors of Agate Star area proactively broke this barrier, they couldn't do anything harmful to the Dark Shadow clan. Of course, after this formidable commotion, the great conspiracy that God Clan and Dark Shadow clan had plotted for thousands of years was now a stillborn child. If they still wanted to invade Agate Star area, they had to break this barrier, which was created naturally and yet strangely. It was going to require a lot of effort, manpower, and materials from the God Clan. What did you do after all? Gute looked at Ka-Tua. Everybody else looked at Ka-Tua. Ka-Tua felt innocent. He shook his head continually. I don't know. I just acted as I was told by my senior. Everybody shifted their look to Shurian. Shurian also wore an innocent look and forced a smile. Don't look at me. I don't know what had happened. Despicable bastard. Yushan rolled her beautiful eyes and looked at him indignantly. You took the payment that belonged to me. You betrayed us. Didn't you plan that right at the beginning? Shurian felt so reluctant. He stooped and unfolded his hand begrudgingly. Really? I didn't plan anything. It was not on purpose. I'm so sorry. It's not what I wanted. We should go. Yushan took a deep breath and threw Yin a cold glare. She took Xian Fei and left with rage. They disappeared from the space passage. They would hold this grudge against Yin until they died. As the four incipient God Realm experts, including Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, were here together with thousands of warriors of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion, Yushan knew she couldn't trouble Yin. Thus, she had to leave with a grudge. Senior, you're so cunning. Ka-Tua praised. He also thought that Yin had just pretended to be innocent. Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin also wore awkward looks as if they thought that Yin had plotted against Yushan and Xian Fei and taken the spoils he had promised them. I didn't do it intentionally. Why do you look at me like that? Yin thought he couldn't clean himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Chapter 1063. Burn your hand, feel the heat. Chapter 1063. Burn your hand, feel the heat. _ She said you took her spoils. What was that? Blood Devil was surprised. Those gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish you had absorbed. Listening to Blood Devil, Yin frowned. He needed to check his soul altar. He didn't know how magical the soul gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish were. The ring spirit didn't explain it to him clearly. Yushan didn't say whether the benefit she wanted was the soul gossamers from the departed spirit jellyfish or not. Checking his soul altar, he found black threads gathering in his host's soul. His host's soul now had an incredible feeling. He could feel a part of his soul had been sent to the gossamers and blended with them. Yin slightly changed his visage and tried to contact the ring spirit to make his situation clear. The ring spirit didn't answer him. It seemed to appear only when he was in a fatal danger or something very crucial that made the ring's spirit feel tense. Usually, it would stay dormant and not release any beam of soul energy. Cursing under his breath, Shurien put his mind in his host's soul and observed. Shortly after, the fine, black gossamers had gathered and condensed into a black bead that hovered in his host's soul. This bead was as big as his fingertip, but it had a subtle soul energy fluctuation. Shurien didn't know its functions, anyway. His thoughts flickered, and the bead in his soul emerged in his palm. Sure, Yin had a feeling that this bead was somehow interlinked with his soul. The bead that was as black as ink fell on his palm. At first glance, it looked dull and ordinary. It wasn't crystal clear or beautiful. He pinched the bead and wiggled his wrist in front of Blood Devil. The gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish have condensed into this thing. Do you know it? Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute were the three incipient God Realm experts. They all stepped forward to observe the bead. After a while, they all shook their heads. Feng Yin, Fu Wei, Xia Xian Yin, and McGee were the ones who had a good relationship with Shi Yin. They all came to see. They observed the bead, but none of them could guess the profile or know what that bead could do. Maybe it's a soul-class material to refine divine weapons. Fu Wei contemplated for a while, and then said, "This bead has subtle energy fluctuations. Some rare soul-class, original incipient grade materials have this feature. However, I'm just guessing. I'm not sure if it's true." Listening to Fu Wei, they all nodded as they thought that it was logical. Shi Yin grinned. He didn't say anything. His thoughts flickered and the bead disappeared. It reappeared in the host's soul. Shi Yin could hide this bead in his soul, and it seemed to have some magical connection with his soul. It's over now. Although something unexpected happened, the result was satisfactory. Blood Devil pondered for a while and then pitched his voice. "We've confirmed that the Dark Shadow Clan has some plan with the God Clan to invade Agate Star area. Today, this space passage has been sealed for the second time. Within a short period, our Agate Star area will be safe. It's time to deal with the betrayers." Fu Wei and Jia Duo darkened their faces. Everybody else looked at the two of them. "Our potion and tool pavilion will treat the Great Elder with what he deserves. We will give you an answer," hissed Jia Duo. "I know that Potion and Tool Pavilion's Elder Conference is around the corner, right?" Feng Yin smiled. "I'm going with you guys. I'm willing to be a witness. We will prove the Dark Shadow Clan's conspiracy. If we go now, I think we can be there on time. Of course, we have to speed up. We'll come back immediately," Fu Wei said resolutely. The Potion and Tool Pavilion's Elder Conference would determine the future of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Even the Pavilion Master selection would depend on this conference. It was a critical event of Potion and Tool Pavilion. As Zad Duo and Fu Wei were elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion and had been confined for a long time in the space passage, they were always worried as if they had a flame burn their hearts. As the situation was settled today, they didn't need to press it down anymore. They wanted to leave immediately. Great Elders Walu of Potion and Tool Pavilion was one of the ringleaders of Agate Star area's invasion this time. This man had had an agreement with the God Clan to support the Dark Shadow Clan to invade Agate Star area. If this man stood still, people would never ease their minds. Thus, seeing Jia Duo and Fu Wei hurry to leave, nobody held them back. They wished that those two could handle Walu as soon as possible. As Feng Yin and Bettina had a close relationship, she could represent the Fighting League to clarify the relationship between the Dark Shadow Clan and God Clan. She could help Jia Duo and Fu Wei deal with the Great Elder. She spoke to Xia Xian Yin and left with Jia Duo and Fu Wei. This time, they didn't choose the route where the shooting star was wreaking havoc to return. Without the threat of the Dark Shadow Clan, they used the regular path to come back. "Little girl, I, by the name of the chief of the Evil Dragon Tribe, invite you to be the trainer for our troops. Just name whatever condition you want." Suddenly, Bath asked solemnly and looked straight at Leona. The others were bewildered. However, they reacted timely and their eyes brightened. "Come to our brutal dragon tribe. What Bath can offer you, I can too." Gute approached immediately and offered honestly. Our fighting league also invites you to join us. Xia Xin Yin smiled, gliding forward. She said gently, Jejia, you are so powerful. I must follow you to learn a lot of good tactics. Please don't hesitate. Blood Devil had a strange look. He just grinned and didn't join this commotion. Instead, he looked at Shiyin. After this battle, everybody had seen Leona's value. She could increase the Monster Clan and Demon Clan's fighting competence several times in just a blink of an eye. If she could train their core for a while, how strong would they become? The leaders who knew how to direct guild combat were the rarest resources in this world. As Bath and Gu Te knew the value of this kind of warrior, they didn't hesitate to offer big benefits. Everybody then looked at Leona. The woman with a ferocious, ugly face had become a focus. She was the most welcomed warrior who everybody wanted to have her in their force. She frowned and didn't say a word. Instead, she looked at Shiyin. Everybody was bewildered. Gradually, they found something as they looked at what she was looking. Bath, Gute, and Xia Xin smiled and approached Shiyin. Kid, when I heard you were in trouble in Shadow Ghostly Prison, I hurried to get my ass here. See, I care about you a lot. You and McGee are good friends too. Come to our Evil Dragon tribe, okay? Bath invited. Ghost Hunter has joined our Brutal Dragon tribe. Come to us. We will do our best to help Ghost Hunter get the leading position. He could be the chief of our Brutal Dragon tribe in the future. What do you think? Smile, Gute. I have so many things I want to learn from that sister. Xia Xenyan smiled and threw him a charming, sexy look. Shiyin burst out laughing, raising his hands. Stop it. Everybody looked at him. God Clan won't drop its plan. Shiyin took a deep breath. I don't think this barrier can hold the God Clan forever. I think the death of the departed spirit jellyfish and the defeat of the Dark Shadow Clan will stir up the raging flame of God Clan. Agate Star area will be safe for a while. However, we must be cautious. We must prepare for the next wave of attack. We'll have time to cultivate more. We should try our best to enhance our fighting competence. He looked at Leona. You guys all know how valuable a powerful commander is. I suggest the Brutal Dragon Tribe, Evil Dragon Tribe, and the Demon Clan send a troop of yours to make a combined core. Leona will train this core. I think that this core will become the sharp weapon of Agate Star area to deal with God Clan. Bath and Gute were surprised. They pondered. Blood Devil guffawed. I support this idea. All of them could see that Leona followed Shiyin. At the same time, Shiyin and Blood Devil had a close relationship. If Brutal Dragon Tribe and Evil Dragon Tribe sent their elite forces to Leona's management, they knew that their lethality would increase massively. However, since Leona was the commander, if she leaned towards the Demon Clan, would the Monster Clan receive disadvantages? Bath and Gute were the chiefs of their tribes. They needed to consider a lot of things. They didn't agree immediately and still pondered. Brutal Dragon Tribe, Evil Dragon Tribe, you guys should send one captain each. Leona will help you train them. Only when we fight the God Clan will she command the 3 troops of the elite corps. If nothing happens, your captains will train your old forces. You could be independent. Any doubts? Added Shiyin with a smile. Bath and Gute laughed and screamed. Good. It's excellent. Because it meant Leona would train their troops for free. Since the captain would be from their tribes, they didn't need to worry. Thus, they had no objection. What about me? Xia Xianyin smiled and winked at Shiyin. You? Shiyin was surprised. You are a qualified commander yourself. If you need more knowledge of guild combat or tactics, you just need to ask her. Xia Xianyin immediately looked at Leona. Leona gave her a curt nod. Xia Xianyin smiled naturally and immediately approached Leona to ask something, her face longing. Come back, said Blood Devil. Everybody returned to their battleships. Shiyin signaled Leona. Leona spoke to Xia Xianyin for a while and then excused herself. She left Xia Xianyin and walked towards Shiyin. Inside the secret chamber of a battleship, Shiyin sat neatly while Leona, Fei Lan, Ka Tua, and Benny sat around him with longing faces. Ka Tua, you did a good job, Shurian said while secretly urging the energy in his acupuncture points. He beamed a bright smile. I don't know what had happened. Katua scratched his head. I don't know why the explosion happened and why the space was sealed. I have no clue. Well, even though we don't know for now, we will figure out later. I think your understanding of chaos power Upanishad has progressed after that, right? Asked Phelan. Katua nodded and replied earnestly, yeah, I got a glimpse of something magical indeed. Good. Then, after taking in the energy, you should invest in it furthermore. I think you can break into ethereal god realm. Shurian smiled brightly. I collected a lot of energy this time. You guys will have a big harvest too. It's true that battles will nurture people like us the most. They exchanged looks and laughed contentedly. They opened their souls and waited for the gift from Shurian. Chapter 1064. I'm not resigned to that. Chapter 1064. I'm not resigned to that, The other end of the space passage behind the barrier. Chief Bello and leader Kelda of the Dark Shadow clan had grim faces. They looked bafflingly at the closed barrier. They wanted to cry, but they couldn't squeeze a tear. The space passage that the Dark Shadow clan had spent more than 1,000 years and countless efforts to clear was closed for the second time. And it was much tougher and more natural than the previous one. This made Bello and Kelda want to kill themselves. Chief, the departed spirit jellyfish is gone. The space passage is sealed. My brother perished. How can we explain this to them? Kelda's face was bitter and cold. He ground his teeth as if he wanted to tear someone apart. Bello's clothes were now like rags. He had 2 trickles of blood on the corners of his mouth. He said bitterly, I don't know how to explain this to them, either. Sigh. Kelda sighed sadly. He said in a low-pitched voice, I'm not resigned to it. I'm not resigned to it, either. Bello nodded. We should return first. We will report exactly what had happened. God Clan will have a new plan. We've been dependent on the God Clan for so many years. If we don't have merit, we have done a lot of laborious works for them. Today, our loss is significant. Perhaps we won't receive too much punishment. I hope so, Kelda said begrudgingly. Several hundred soldiers of the Dark Shadow clan had died in that battle. They lost around 10 battleships too. If Bello hadn't taken them to the other side of the barrier, they would have all died in Agate Star area. The battleships started to move and leave the barrier. They gathered and departed from the space passage. The passage that connected Agate Star area and Ancient God Star area had the other end lead to the most desolate area in the edge of the star area. The peripheral regions of Ancient God Star area had many cold and barren stars without life energy fluctuations or earth and heaven energy. The Dark Shadow clan's battleships often anchored on some massive asteroids here. After Bello and Kelda had left the space passage, they gathered on a big asteroid to explain the situation to their clansmen. Afterward, Bello left alone and rode a war chariot towards a life star near there. Half a month later, Bello landed on that life star. The God clansmen welcomed him. Later on, Bello headed to the peak of a majesty mountain with many grand shrines. He saw many statues around the shrines. Each of the statues was one of the experts of the God clan. Although they were just statues, their auras still existed immensely and impressively. Bello could feel a pressure in this area. He stopped and watched the statues with respect and fear, waiting for something. A good-looking god-man was walking towards him. He had some ethereal god realm experts surrounding him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was cold and sinister like ice in hell. Sir Sloan, Bello slightly bowed. The good-looking middle-aged god-man was named Sloan Ascot. He was the younger brother of the current head of the Ascot family, Fick Ascot. He had second sky of incipient god realm cultivation base with the cold power Upanishad. He had absorbed billions of wisps of icy Een aura in ice-cold purgatory in Ancient God Star area. He was one of the characters who had the glory to be recorded in the Book of God of the God Clan. The Book of God of the God Clan was a strange, original, incipient grade treasure. It recorded the past and current experts of the God Clan. However, it only recorded true heroes who had performed extraordinary merits for the clan. The Book of God was the canon of glory of the God Clan. Each expert of the clan aimed at writing his or her name into the book as the life goal. Sloan was an expert who had the glory of writing his name in the book of God. When we're alone, don't call me sir. Just call me Deji. Sloan waved his hand, his face exhausted. Your Dark Shadow clan had gained acceptance from many families that year. Because of me, you decided to let the Dark Shadow clan be dependent on the Ascot family. You and I are brothers. No matter what happens, our bond won't change. Bello's eyes got red as he stooped with emotions. Deji, I heard you failed in Agate Star area. What happened? You and I had planned for 1,000 years. Which chain is wrong? Sloan asked tenderly. Bello sighed. I don't know why I lost that battle. I don't know how our plan was revealed. We had to fight against the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion in that space passage. Bello carefully described the situation he knew and didn't omit any small detail. Sloan calmly listened to him. He didn't intervene once. When Bello talked about Yushan appearing out of nowhere and beginning to refine the departed spirit jellyfish, he rose his hand to interrupt. He frowned. What did she look like? Bello touched his forehead, using his soul to draw Yushan precisely from her face to her gate. She's not from Agate Star area. She comes from Fiery Rain Star area. She's called Yushan. She's at second sky of incipient God realm, and she has the flame of the origin. Sloan's eyes suddenly became so strange. Contemplating for a while, he said dispiritedly, My young son Spot is dead. Bello changed his face and couldn't help but shout. Who did that? Deji, who did that? Bello and Sloan had a good friendship. He often visited Sloan's family, and he liked Spot a lot. He treated him as his nephew. Hearing that Spot was killed, Bello was enraged. He'd fallen in the fountainhead of power, Upanishad. His soul vanished directly. He's really dead now. Sloan's voice was calm, but the cold aura like ice from hell that radiated from his body was so chilling. Before he died, his soul had recorded 2 persons. One was Xian Fei, Yushan's disciple. The other was an unknown young male. But if Yushan went to Agate Star area, all of a sudden, I guess that young man was also there. Come take a look to see if you recognize him. Sloan spewed out a cold air current, which then condensed into Xian Fei's and Yan's images, as if someone had carved their sculptures from ice. I know them. When we battled in the space passage, they stood together. Bello screamed at first glance. Good. Sloan took a deep breath. Xian Fei's and Yan's figures shattered instantly. Yushan came to Agate Star area because of the departed spirit jellyfish. Perhaps she had taken the soul gossamer of the jellyfish. I will remember this. The operation in Agate Star area won't end here. I will think about how to break that sealed space barrier one more time. Deji, Bello hesitated for a while before reminding him. That barrier closed naturally. It's much tougher than the previous one. You know that I've cultivated space power, Upanishad, and I've reached second sky of incipient God realm, but I have to spend dozens of years to make a narrow slit. Sloan frowned, flinging his hand. I have my calculations. Don't worry. You go back and prepare. Clearing the space barrier doesn't always require space power. If we have energy that's sharp enough, we can clean it. You wait for my good news. Bello looked at him and nodded quietly. He knew the reason why Sloan was so resolute. It had to be because of Spot's murderer in Agate Star area. He knew how much Sloan had favored his young son Spot. As Spot was murdered in the fountainhead of power Upanishad, he would never let go of the murderer. No matter where he was, he wouldn't dodge Sloan's raging flame. After they had checked the battleship's conditions, Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League departed to Shadow Ghostly Prison. Yin had asked some experts of the Demon Clan to get to the area of the chaotic shooting stars to pick up Zwashur. This time, they didn't return through the previous route. They chose a much safer way. Inside a secret chamber of a massive battleship of the Monster Clan's fleet. Fei Lan and Benny woke up. They looked at Leona and Ka Tuoff first, and then at Yin. Time flew hurriedly. Yin's aura calmed down when he opened his eyes and smiled. How are you? Fei Lan asked carefully. I didn't break through. Yin's face was calm and relaxed. My energy accumulation is enough. However, My realm still requires a little more. With the energy I got, I used them to condense immortal demon blood and the essence chi ancient tree in my body brimmed. I can't take in more unless I advance one more step. Senior, since you're cultivating mixed powers Upanishads, you must make all of your powers Upanishad advance equally at each time after you've reached ethereal god realm. Just like Kata, Benny now called Shuryen Senior. He said seriously, because of that reason, not many people want to cultivate more than one powers Upanishads at the same time. If they did, they would cultivate the similar powers Upanishads that would blend with each other. Shuryen frowned and said, "You mean if I want to break through my realm, I have to advance all of my powers Upanishad at the same time? I can't break through using only one power Upanishad. When you were original God realm, you just needed to break through one power Upanishad to pull the others all together," Benny explained. But from ethereal God realm, you can't do that. Every time you break through the new realm, you have to advance all the powers Upanishad you've cultivated. Of course, people who cultivate more powers Upanishads could be stronger than the others at the same realm. However, it takes a lot of time to reach the new realm. Understand? Shuryen nodded. After Shuryen reached ethereal god realm, his understanding of space power Upanishad was deeper. However, he didn't gain much in star, death, and life powers Upanishad. Thus, even though his energy had fully accumulated, he couldn't get to second sky of ethereal god realm. As Benny came from a high-level star area, and his family had a strong and profound foundation, he knew genuine information. Leona and Ka Tua cultivate only one powers Upanishad. Their energy is pure, so they can progress faster than you can. Benny looked at the other two sitting next to him. Yeah, they can break through soon. I can tell. Shuryen nodded and asked, "How about you two?" "I'm still far away from third sky of ethereal god realm. My realm and energy haven't reached the upper limit yet." Phelan shook her head. "I've accumulated enough energy. I just need a flash of recognition in my realm." Benny smiled happily. "Yeah, reaching third sky of ethereal god realm requires an enormous amount of energy. The energy I've given you is definitely not enough for you to get chance. We shouldn't hurry. Just take it slowly. It's fast enough. I'm not hurried. Yeah, it is better that way. We should advance our realm. I will think about how to get more energy." Understood. Dash. Several months later, the battleships of Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League returned to the center of Shadow Ghostly Prison. Under the dim-lit sea of stars, Bath, Gute, and Blood Devil stood arrogantly atop their battleships. "Precursors, you aren't going to be guests of the Fighting League, are you?" Xiaoxin Yin sighed with regret. "I don't know Feng Han. I'm not going to go there." Blood Devil shook his head. "We have many things to solve. We will visit later when it's more convenient. You help us to send him our regards." "Okay then," Xiaoxin Yin said reluctantly. She looked at Yin walking out of the cabin. Her beautiful eyes lingered on him. Cough, cough. Yin was embarrassed. He smiled shyly. "I'm going to Fighting League for a while to solve my personal business. My friends will return with you guys to Devil Blood Star. Oh yeah, I'm going to create a space teleport formation. Perhaps I can connect to Devil Blood Star. The child formation is there. I just need to fabricate the mother formation of the mother and child sky linking formation, which I used to have. You can stay, but Leona must follow us home." Bath and Gute screamed in unison. "No problem," Shuryen agreed immediately. Chapter 1065, Divine Light. Chapter 1065, Divine Light, _. Phelan, Leona, Kata, and Zwashur left together with Blood Devil's battleships. They went to Devil Blood Star to cultivate ascetically. As the Dark Shadow clan was expelled, Shadow Ghostly Prison didn't have any chaotic emotions. Thus, it wasn't necessary to ask Fei Lan's group to stay here. At this moment, what they lacked wasn't energy, but the understanding of their realms. Shuryen considered letting them go to Devil Blood Star to cultivate, as understanding their realm's mysteries was much urgent. only he stayed in the battleship of Windstorm War Department. The flying bird battleships flew agilely, detaching from the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. They headed to the center of Shadow, ghostly prison at a fast speed. On a corner of the battleship, Xia Xianyan wore a tight azure dress. She looked as beautiful as a blossoming cherry flower. The pink crystal anklets on her bare foot clang happily like a stream murmuring. Her beautiful eyes had a faint, mesmerizing halo as she smiled and spoke gently. That sister has a brilliant tactical mind. Why does she listen to you? She lay lazily by the edge of the deck. Her delicate waist was slender like a water snake, which promoted the curves of her rear end. Her posture was so sexy, which made people picture a lot of things. The warriors of the Windstorm War Department were all sent away from this area. 1 or 2 guards were standing far from her, but they didn't dare to face her or peep. Shi Yin chuckled. He turned around to check the area. Seeing no one notice, his big hand smacked her ample buttocks. He felt so wonderful, his eyes getting hotter. She and I are from the same origin. She listens to me because I can give her benefits that no one can. Xia Xianyan glared at him angrily. She moved her body slightly away from his evil hand. She whispered, "How many days will you spend with me?" "Yeah," Shi Yin nodded gently, watching the dark area ahead of them. "It has been more than 100 years, but the time we've been together isn't a whole full year." Sigh. Everything changes. I never imagined that we could meet again in a strange galaxy like this. When I left the quiet cloudland that year, I have never thought of this future. That year, Xia Xianyan smiled and parted her lips. That year, I didn't put you little robber in my eye. At that time, you were just a disaster realm. I came with you to the endless sea because of the Yang family's face. Unfortunately, Uncle Jiao had gone too early. Shi Yin sighed sadly, his eyes reddening. Xia Xianyan's soft body shivered. She sighed weakly. Without Jiao Han, we couldn't have come to the endless sea alive. He had treated you so well we couldn't complain a tiny thing. What regret we lost such a hero. Demon King Bo Sun had used a white bone clone of his to possess Jiao Han. His soul vanished while his body was taken. He had sacrificed to give them a chance to live. Both of them were grateful and respected Jiao Han a lot. Today, they were filled with compassion thinking of him. Oh, right. Shi Yin suddenly remembered something. His thoughts changed, and the ring on his finger glowed. A cauldron emerged, flying towards Xia Xianyan. This is the original universe returning cauldron of the Pure Land. That year, you were the key personnel of the Pure Land. Do you want to take a look at it? Shi Yin had kept the cauldron for a long time. He had taken this cauldron in the utmost 8 Purgatory City while fighting the leader of the Pure Land. This cauldron seemed to have magic. He kept it because he wanted to give it back to Xia Xianyan one day. That year, the Pure Land had concealed Xia Xianyan. She didn't know that the Pure Land had joined hands with other forces to hunt Shi Yan's group. Many members of the Xia family were killed too. However, it has been many years. Under the wearing power of time, many things have become the past. After Xia Xianyan had recovered the memories of many previous lives, she didn't feel much belonged to her relatives. And the Xia family had made a wrong decision. She didn't want to keep it in mind. Looking at the original universe returning cauldron, she chuckled and thought about the old stories. She was calm, taking the treasures of the Pure Land. She squinted and sensed for a while. There's no aura. I guess they were all dead. Shi Yin had never tried to study this cauldron because he wanted to hand it to Xia Xianyan. Thus, he didn't know what it could do. Hearing her, he was curious. He asked, "What can that cauldron do?" "Contact the experts of the Pure Land who had got into outer space." Xia Xianyan didn't want to conceal anything from him. During several thousand years, the Pure Land also had some King God Realm experts. All of them had left Grace Mainland, but no one knew where they'd gone. This cauldron had a secret method to contact those experts. It had a secret treasure, which was like the Sound Stone. I've just checked it. I found no aura. Perhaps they were all dead. She grabbed the original universe returning cauldron and spoke faintly. This is an ordinary treasure. It can't help me with anything. Anyway, I will keep it as a memento. She put into her fantasy sky ring. Yin suddenly understood. Grace Mainland had three big epochs, including the immemorial epoch, the antiquity era, and the ancient time. This ancient continent used to have abundant energy. After three prosperous eras, it had given birth to many immemorial creatures and intimidating races. Eventually, it declined. The moment the Pure Land burst out, the energy of this continent was about to run out. Although the Pure Land had its peak of glory, the highest realm that their warriors could reach was just King God Realm. In Grace Mainland, the King God Realm was the peak of the cultivation. However, when they entered the vast, shoreless sea of stars, no one looked up to the King God Realm warriors in the high-level star area. Warriors from the low-level star areas didn't have good foundations. When they showed up in high-level star area, they were predestined with fatal endings. As Xia Xinyin couldn't sense any aura of the Pure Land's precursors, it was enough to prove that they were all dead. However, in Shiyan's point of view, it wasn't something big. While he was struggling in raging flame star area, he had experienced this adversity. The misfortune that Xia Xinyin had undergone when she had entered Shadow Ghostly Prison was much more than his. Only people who had experienced it could understand how low-realm warriors survived in a strange star area. The situation in Shadow Ghostly Prison is steadier now. The Dark Shadow Clan and the God Clan can't invade us for the time being. Do you still want to stay in the Fighting League? Yin became serious. Come with me. We're going to Devil Blood Star. You want to study strategies and tactics in war, don't you? I can let Leona discuss with you. That place is also far from the battlefield. Even if the God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan appears all of a sudden, we still have time to prepare. Xia Xinyin quieted down. Her bold brows slammed together as if she was pondering. Yin watched her in silence, his face yearning. He didn't want to miss this chance. He wanted to keep her by his side. The Shadow Ghostly Prison and the Devil Blood Star were far from each other. It would take several years to travel through this long distance. He didn't want to stay away from her, and he could only meet her once after several years. I owe he Jimin Feng Han. After a while, Xia Xinyin sighed weakly. He treats me like his blood younger sister. At my most difficult times, he had cleared all the opposing ideas to bring me to a higher position. He has used all of his materials and resources to nurture me. He helped me have my realm and status that I have today. If I leave now, I will feel like I owe him for the rest of my life. Give me more time. Jimin Feng Han of the Fighting League had always considered her his most beloved family member. He had never doubted her. Feng Han was even selfish enough to take all the excellent resources of the Fighting League for her. That was how she had broken through to second sky of ethereal God realm in 100 years. Xia Xinyin wasn't worried that her realm would be stuck. She just needed a torrential energy supply, and she would break into the new realm. For her, Feng Han had spent countless materials, pellets, and divine crystals from Potion and Tool Pavilion and other forces to create this miracle. So we have to part again? Yin smiled bitterly. You can stay with me in Shadow Ghostly Prison. Xia Xinyin muttered to him, her eyes filled with hope. I can't stay idle. Yin shook his head. I don't like to stay in one place for a long time. I like going where the battles are. Shadow Ghostly Prison used to meet my requirement. However, the Dark Shadow Clan left Shadow Ghostly Prison today, and the God Clan can't come here quickly. This area can't offer me what I want. Then I can make Shadow Ghostly Prison chaotic for you. Xia Xinyin pondered for a while before talking coldly. What? As the Dark Shadow Clan had left, the mineral stars and precious lands they had occupied are now unowned. Of course, our Fighting League can't resist such good food. Without the Dark Shadow Clan, the small forces in Shadow Ghostly Prison can't resist the Fighting League. We will sweep them out. Xia Xinyin said ambitiously. Yin was surprised. Beautiful flying bird battleships of the Windstorm War Department floated above a mineral star. The war chariots hissed and scattered from the battleships. They rummaged through this mineral star immediately. This mineral star had an abundant amount of blue crystal sand, which was a precious and rare material that was hiding deep underground. The Dark Shadow Clan, used to control this big mine. Of course, the Dark Shadow clan wouldn't spend their efforts on mining the blue crystal sand. They just brought the mine slaves here. From time to time, the Dark Shadow clan would visit this area to take the blue crystal sand they had exploited. If someone dared to take their products, they would send their battleships to finish them. Today, all the Dark Shadow clansmen had retreated from Shadow Ghostly Prison. This mineral star became unowned. Xiaoxian Yin passed by this place to announce to the mine slaves that this mine would belong to the Fighting League from now on. The war chariots hissed and roared, flying into the entrances leading to the core of the star. Shi Yin stood by Xiaoxian Yin atop the battleship and looked at thousands of holes in the surface of the star, which looked so dark and gloomy. Suddenly, he said, "Warriors take natural resources to strengthen themselves. All kinds of secret treasures, pellets, and even energy are from the galaxy. Our existences are also a burden to Earth and Heaven." "Oh, since when have you become so emotional?" Xia Xen Yin smiled and said casually, "What God gives us should belong to us. We collect the materials. It's like people who need to kill animals if they want to eat meat." Shi Yin frowned. He sighed inwardly, but he didn't want to say anything else. He knew that he also didn't have a right to talk more. His power Upanishad was the wickedest among the wickedest power Upanishads. If the warriors took natural resources to cultivate and break through, Shi Yin had used the others' deaths to make himself stronger. As he could reach his current realm within a short time, what had he used to do that? He understood it better than anyone else. Swish! A war chariot moved like a swift eagle, rushing out of the mine. A warrior of the Windstorm War Department looked pale as he shouted, "Madam, someone is taking the mineral star." He looked at Xia Xian Yin, his face indignant. They stated that this mineral star belongs to them. Do we need to kill them? Oh, besides the Dark Shadow clan and Shadow Ghostly Prison, there's still a force that dares resist our Fighting League. Xia Xian Yin was surprised. She laughed and asked, "Which force is it?" "It's called Divine Light or something. It's not a native force in Shadow Ghostly Prison. I'm not familiar with the outer world. I don't know this force," reported the man. "Divine Light?" Xia Xian Yin slightly changed her visage, her eyes twinkling strangely. Shi Yin was surprised. He thought he had heard of this force somewhere. He frowned and started thinking. Chapter 1066, A Divine Crystal Mineral Lode. Chapter 1066, A Divine Crystal Mineral Lode, _ Shi Yin was startled for a while. His eyes brightened up. Divine Light. It was the force that has admitted Ziyao, right? When they were in Broken Star Field in the Far West region, an old man picked Ziyao and told them that he was from Divine Light. He had invited Ziyao to join them on behalf of his master. It has been dozens of years, but it felt like a blink of an eye. Today, Shi Yin heard the name of this force one more time. He was moved. He asked, "The Divine Light isn't a force in Shadow Ghostly Prison, right?" "No, it's not." Xia Xian Yin frowned, her face dark and solemn. "Divine Light is an extremely mighty force." Shi Yin arched his brows. In Agate Star area, forces gather their allies despite races. The power of Divine Light is ranked first. It's not weaker than our Fighting League. I think it's a level stronger, Xia Xian Yin said objectively. In Agate Star area, there are so many forces. Some forces gather by race. For example, the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, the Wood Clan, and the Ghostmar Clan were the important races. Usually, the forces that gathered their warriors from the same clan were extremely strong. At the same time, some other forces would enroll members from different races. However, they were still as mighty as the other clans. The Fighting League of Shadow Ghostly Prison was one of the forces like that. As long as you were strong, no matter what race you are from, you could always join the force. Warriors who contributed a lot to Fighting League earned rewards or promotions to higher positions. The benefits they received were unimaginable. Divine Light was a similar force to the Fighting League. It was formed by warriors from many races, and its power was extraordinarily mighty. The Master of the Divine Light has a good relationship with the Second Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Chief of the Fire Clan. She's a woman who knows how to connect influential forces. Xia Xin Yin looked serious. The area of the Divine Light's authority isn't in Shadow Ghostly Prison. The nearest region is by the edge, and it's adjacent to the Ghostmark clan. They often have disputes. They have never operated in Shadow Ghostly Prison. I don't know what happens this time. While she was explaining to Shi Yin, the Fighting League warrior was so worried. He couldn't help but shout, "Madam, the Divine Light warriors are all down there. Should we take action now?" Shi Yin turned around to look at her. "This is Shadow Ghostly Prison. It's our territory." Xia Xianyan's face was cold and grim. She ordered resolutely, "Tell them that I'm going there personally. Ask them to leave, or else we will kill them." "Yes, ma'am." The man laughed evilly and then returned to the mine. His aura disappeared shortly after. Shadow Ghostly Prison has many small forces. In the past, we fought against the Dark Shadow Clan, and the small forces also fight all the time. We don't have a moment living peacefully. I thought that we could have some quiet moment after the Dark Shadow Clan was gone. I never thought that Divine Light would come. TSK, they won't leave us alone here. Xia Xin Yin was begrudging. She looked tired. She had been in Shadow Ghostly Prison for 100 years, and she had been so busy during this time. If she weren't cultivating with the pellets to increase her realm, she would be busy with her troops fighting for the welfare of the Fighting League. It was so hard to meet Shi Yin again. She wanted to take a decent rest. And now the damn Divine Light emerged, which made her so agitated. Xia Xian Yin was famous in Shadow Ghostly Prison, indeed. After the warriors of her Fighting League got underground for around 1 hour, the warriors of the Divine Light came out one by one. They looked at her with dark faces. However, they didn't say anything before leaving in their war chariots. Divine Light had only one battleship, which carried less than 100 warriors. The strongest of that group had only first sky of ethereal god realm. The battleship of Divine Light looked like a straight, silver arrow. Beams of beautiful light twirled around it like a soft ribbon, which made the ship marvelously outstanding. Shi Yin looked at the battleship leaving. He released his soul consciousness and used his familiarity of life magnetic field to check the Divine Light's battleship. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. Well, it couldn't be that much of a coincidence. Xia Xin looked at him skeptically. Why do you have to sense the warriors of the Divine Light? The highest realm warrior has just first sky of ethereal god realm. We could tell that at first glance. Why do you have to use your soul to sense their life magnetic fields? I'm just curious. Sure, Yin was naturally calm. Xia Xian Yin didn't ask him furthermore. She ordered some subordinates to enter the mine. After a while, they returned and shook their heads reluctantly. The Divine Light took all the blue crystal sand. Okay, leave a group of 10 here. After I return to the headquarters, I will send more mine slaves. Advising them, Xia Xian Yin rode the battleship and left. After dozens of days, the flying bird battleships of the Windstorm War Department patrolled neither slow nor fast around many mineral stars, which used to belong to Dark Shadow Clan. However, what had surprised them was that half of the mineral stars of the Dark Shadow Clan now had warriors of the Divine Light guarding it. It seemed like those warriors had hurried to go to Shadow Ghostly Prison. There weren't many of them. Most of the time, there was around 10 of them on a mineral star, and their realms were really high. When Xia Xian Yin ordered them to leave, the Divine Light's warriors were smart enough not to resist her. They just left quietly. Along their way, the Fighting League had shooed away the Divine Light's warriors 10 times. Gradually, Xia Xian Yin lost her patience. She also felt something was wrong. She recognized that those Divine Light warriors were here just to claim the territory of the Dark Shadow Clan. It was like an announcement of their involvement in this area. Apparently, the Divine Light warriors knew that Dark Shadow Clan had left Shadow Ghostly Prison. That was why they weren't afraid of anything to take those mines. The Master of Divine Light and the Second Elder of the Potion and Tool Pavilion had a good relationship. Thus, Fu Wei, Jia Duo, and Feng Yin must have arrived at Potion and Tool Pavilion. That was how the elders of the pavilion had received this information. Today, the Windstorm War Department landed on a level 6 life star. Before the Dark Shadow clan left, this was their resident base. The planet still had a lot of buildings built by the Dark Shadow clan. However, they couldn't see anyone from the Dark Shadow clan today. Anyway, no one knew where the Dark Shadow clan's headquarters were situated. The Dark Shadow clansmen moved through space slits like wandering ghosts. Sometimes they would anchor in this life star. This life star was a familiar stop to the Dark Shadow clan because it had a divine crystal load. Dark Shadow clan had considered it the most important base. The Fighting League had been thirsty for this life star for years. To claim this place, they had fought the Dark Shadow clan many times. Most of the time, they managed to take it, but the Dark Shadow clan would ambush them not long afterward. They often had to bear big losses. Looking at the luxuriant big trees and foliage in the immensely vast forest, Yin smiled brightly and spoke happily. Our hegemon has laid his eyes on this planet for a long time. I heard that the divine crystal load in this planet could store hundreds of millions of divine crystals. Sure, Yin was astounded. Hundreds of millions of divine crystals? Yeah, enough for warriors of the Fighting League to cultivate for 100 years. Her face was filled with satisfaction. For this life star, Fighting League and Dark Shadow clan had had many battles that had killed so many warriors. As the Dark Shadow clan had gone, we finally got this life star. Many warriors of the Fighting League stood on the flying bird battleships and observed. They were all excited. Hundreds of millions of divine crystals were a fortune that made everybody crave for it. Divine crystals were the basis of the warriors' daily cultivation. Warriors from races that needed earth and heaven energy to cultivate couldn't live without divine crystals. At the same time, divine crystals were the currency in many regions. A mineral load with hundreds of millions of divine crystals was a huge fortune that every force would want. No wonder why the Dark Shadow clan and the Fighting League had fought for years for it. This life star had many majestic mountains that jutted into the clouds. Some imposing mountain ranges were situated in an area of several hundred miles. They were homes of spiritual animals and herbs. This level 6 life star had abundant energy with normal gravity, so it was a good place to cultivate. Warriors of the Fighting League took in refreshing air with earth and heaven energy. They were smiling happily. Shurian's line of sight shot further. He suddenly frowned, speaking in a low-pitched voice. Someone's here. Xiaoxianyan looked in the direction he was watching. 10 miles away on a grand 10,000-meter mountain sat a young man wearing gray clothes. He looked a little yellow, and he sat cross-legged. That young man had indifferent eyes. His aura was calm and placid like the great mountain underneath. He gave people a pressure of something majestic and deep. This young man didn't have a good-looking appearance. His face was yellowed. He looked like he was in his 30s. No one knew why he was sitting idly atop that mountain. The mountain range he's sitting on is the fountainhead of the divine crystal load. Xiaoxianyan hissed and furrowed her brows. I wonder if it's a coincidence or if he's doing it on purpose. Something's wrong here. He cultivates earth power Upanishad at third sky of ethereal god realm. His life magnetic field is abundant. This man is really dangerous. Squinting, Shurian used his soul to sense. He got the precise news shortly after. His face changed quietly. That young man had third sky of ethereal god realm, but his blood chi and life energy fluctuation could be compared to Cocker of the Dark Shadow clan, who Yin used to confront. This supported the fact that the young man could fight a warrior at first sky of incipient god realm. He had the competence to leap one level and fight. This finding stiffened Shurian's face. He took a deep breath. Maybe he came here because of the divine crystal load. Xiaoxianyan nodded and contemplated for a while before waving her hand to order her subordinate. Go there and check it. The Windstorm War Department's battleships floated and flew swiftly to the peak of the Grand Mountain. They hovered around the mountaintop. The warriors of the Fighting League watched the young man in silence. That young man was still as calm and quiet as a majestic mountain. He looked at the warriors before his eyes fixed on Xiaoxianyan. Xiaoxianyan of Fighting League Yes, it's me. Who are you? This life, star belongs to the Fighting League from now on. Please leave. Don't throw yourself into troubles. Xin, Yin shouted at the young man. The young man frowned. He sat still like he was a mountain, speaking in a low-pitched voice. This place used to belong to the Dark Shadow clan. After the Dark Shadow clan left, it became unowned. The Dark Shadow clan is gone. It belongs to our Fighting League now, said Xin Yin seriously. The young man had a placid complexion like water. No, it belongs to our divine light from now on. The young man stood up all of a sudden, his voice so cold. This is not only for this planet. All the mineral stars that we've claimed before you expelled us now belong to the divine light. Who are you? Xin Yin was surprised. Sana. The young man didn't look at her, but looked somewhere further back. He suddenly cried ear-piercingly. His whistle was like the cry of the ghost. It was low and cold, twirling while moving away. Immediately, battleships floated up from the dark forest from a faraway distance. They slowly approached and closely surrounded the 10 battleships of the Windstorm War Department. Chapter 1067, Holding Hostage. Chapter 1067, Holding Hostage, _ Almost 100 battleships emerged. They looked like they were made of gold. The entire body of the battleships was sparking sharply as if they were real lances. This fleet was called Blood Lance, the ruthless lance of divine light. Captain Sana was the soul of this Blood Lance, the expert of the new, infamous generation of Agate Star area. The battleships of the Blood Lance fleet scattered, forming a net that surrounded all the battleships of the Windstorm War Department. The warriors of divine light came from many different races. They all had the brutal aura of warriors who have been fighting year-round. Right now, they all gazed at the warriors of the Windstorm War Department. Sana, Xin Yin changed her face. She kept silent for a while and then said, I've heard of you. You're the adopted son of the Divine Light's master. You're the master of the Bloodlance fleet, a famous young expert of Agate Star area and a deadly weapon of divine light. The young man had an indifferent face. He spoke faintly. The Dark Shadow clan's territory is unowned now. If the Fighting League can rob them, we can too. In Shadow, Ghostly Prison, we used power to talk. We will do that the same way. Dark Shadow clan and our Fighting League had fought for years. We spent a lot of effort to deal with that alien clan. We finally expelled them. Do you think you're despicable enough to interfere with the business at this moment? Xiaoxian Yin gritted her teeth. It's not only the Fighting League who had expelled the Dark Shadow clan. Don't say it as if you've done all the merits. Sana frowned and didn't try to be polite. When the Fighting League first arrived in Shadow Ghostly Prison, you came with empty hands. Everything you got was from your robberies. What our Divine Light was doing is no different from your circumstance. Don't try to reason with us. It's not interesting. It's cliché. The Bloodlance fleet had around 1,000 warriors while the Windstorm War Department had only 300. They were outnumbered. As they were besieged here, they would obviously lose once the battle started. The leader of the opponent was Sana, the young, famous expert of Agate Star area. His reputation had far surpassed Du Lin's, and the Bloodlance fleet of the Divine Light was also a wide-known powerful force. It was much more dangerous than the Windstorm War Department. The power that their enemy had at this moment had overwhelmed them. Xian Yin didn't know if they could do more than just hiding and waiting for the right chance. Xian Yin wasn't foolish. Seeing what they had presented, she knew she couldn't get anything good this time. Well, you're a genius then. We will talk about it later. Go. She pondered for a few seconds and then hissed. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department were worried. They knew that they couldn't stand this battle. They had prepared to leave as they were ordered. Boom, boom, boom. The battleships of Bloodlance shot out blinding lights, weaving with each other like shooting stars and blocking the others. Warriors of the Divine Light had a cold complexion while energy surged on their bodies. They were ready to release their attacks. Xiaoxian Yin changed her visage. Sana, what do you want? She could see that they didn't want to let them go. This chaotic situation was over her estimation. She was restlessly anxious. Well, we wanted to stay here and take a rest. Sanaa still had an indifferent countenance. I heard that the hegemon of Fighting League has always favored you. We want to talk to him through you. Perhaps we don't need any battle to solve the business in the mineral stars that the Dark Shadow clan had left. Hearing him, all the warriors of the Windstorm War Department reddened as their raging flames burst out. They understood that Sanaa wanted to capture Xia Xinyin to threaten Hegemon Feng Yin and force him to acknowledge their possession of the mineral stars left by Dark Shadow clan. Everybody grimaced. Xia Xinyan's soft body shivered. She understood and sobbed while screaming, "Sanaa, you've planned this before, right?" "Yeah, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Sanaa's voice was stiff. He didn't conceal, but admitted it simply. Seeing him not have any fear to make the situation clear, Xia Xinyin quieted down. She slowly pulled herself together and looked around as if she was considering something. "I'm kind enough to remind you. Besides me, we have a precursor at First Sky of incipient God Realm here." Sanaa frowned and spoke as if he could read her mind. "Don't try to enrage me. Don't exert yourself to fight. Although the Windstorm War Department is strong, I believe my blood lance is enough to destroy you all." Hearing they had an incipient God Realm expert here, Xia Xinyin finally discolored. She was dispirited. Warriors of the Fighting League felt their hearts sinking. They exchanged looks, but all remained silent. "He's here because of Feng Yin. We didn't expect that precursor Feng Yin wouldn't come. Anyway, we don't need to move then," Sanaa explained in a cold voice. "Could we return to our battleships to rest?" Xia Xinyin asked with dimmed eyes and tired voice. "Yes, you can." Sanaa's tone was still indifferent. "As long as you don't provoke us, we won't restrain you too much. You're smart. You know what to do." The warriors of the Windstorm War Department returned to their battleships and disappeared into the cabins. Sanaa coldly observed them. After all of the warriors of Fighting League had gone into the cabins of their battleships, he made a gesture. Warriors of his blood lance then drove the battleships away and maintained a distance of several thousand meters from the Windstorm War Department. They could defend, and they didn't want to cause any unexpected dispute. Sanaa sat down on the peak of the mountain again. However, this time, he took out a soundstone. It seemed like he was talking to somebody from Divine Light. That Sanaa is powerful. Inside the flying bird battleships, Xia Xinyin furrowed her bold brows and spoke. "This man is a deadly weapon of Divine Light. He's the adopted son of Divine Light's master. I heard he has been cultivating for years in the fiery desert south of Agate Star area. The fiery desert is burning hot. Many members of the Fire Clan go there to cultivate. Sanaa has stayed in Fiery Desert for a long time, and he has made friends with many important warriors of Fire Clan. That was why Divine Light and Fire Clan had a close relationship. Sanaa is an extremely heartless warrior. He has destroyed a lot of forces to protect the benefits of his Divine Light." Some ethereal God Realm warriors of Windstorm War Department winced. They didn't have any solution. "They abducted Our Lady to threaten the hegemon. A good plan, then. Hegemon would perhaps listen to them," said a warrior while looking at Xia Xinyin. Everybody knew that Feng Han had treated Xia Xinyin with unconditional and unreasonable love. To increase Xia Xinyin's realm, Feng Han hadn't regretted anything. In the beginning, they thought Feng Han had a crazy love for her. Later on, they found out it wasn't the true story. Feng Han's close protection and caring to Xia Xinyin was just the indulgence a brother gives to his little sister. Thus, they knew that Divine Light had made a good move in using Xia Xinyin to threaten Feng Han. Feng Han would absolutely do what they wanted. Do they actually have an incipient God Realm expert hiding there? Xia Xinyin sighed and couldn't help but ask Shi Yin. The warriors of Fighting League also looked at him. On the way to the space passage of the Dark Shadow clan, Shi Yin had used his powers to prove that he always had a subtle solution in any adversity to rescue people. Just like Monster Clan and Demon Clan, the warriors of the Windstorm War Department who had followed Xia Xinyin had trusted him wholeheartedly. They all looked and waited for Shi Yin to give them hope with yearning eyes. "Yeah, there's an incipient God Realm expert." Shi Yin nodded and beamed a forced smile. he stays in the mountain range underneath Sanaa. His life energy is really strong. Well, he's the most persuasive thing here. Listening to him, everybody had a heavy face. Shiryen, you cultivate space power, Upanishad. Can you? Xiaoxian Yin recalled something. She hurried to ask. Let me try. Shiryen chuckled and closed his eyes. He urged his energy and tried to find a space node. Suddenly, an icy cold aura shot out from the mountain underneath Sanaa. That aura shot up into the sky and chased after Shiryen's soul consciousness and froze it within 1 second. A gleam of ice appeared right at Shiryen's glabella. He shuddered and retrieved his soul consciousness. He hissed, "Someone interrupted me. That incipient God realm expert underground is using his power to prevent us from sending information away. We can't use the sound stone to contact other people. He stopped my soul consciousness right after I sent it out. I couldn't find a space node to build a space door." Everybody sighed begrudgingly. That first guy of incipient God realm expert had just stopped Shiryen's soul consciousness. He didn't mean harm. Otherwise, Shiryen couldn't retrieve his soul consciousness that easily. Just keep silent and watch for any change. Xiaoxian Yin pondered for a while. As she found no solution, she said that to calm her people down. Warriors of the Fighting League sighed. They regarded her with a lot of bitter emotions. They knew that the divine light had trapped them. They had planned to use powerful warriors to capture Xiaoxian Yin and use her to blackmail Feng Han. They would make Feng Han give all the mineral loads that the Dark Shadow clan left behind. Although they knew the others' purposes, they didn't have a solution to resist. This feeling irritated them. Shiryen and Xiaoxian Yin returned to the deck of the battleships to observe their surroundings discreetly. They wanted to see if they could use the characteristics of this area to escape. Sanaa of Divine Light always sat above that mineral load. He didn't move and just used the soundstone to talk to someone. He seemed to be discussing something with Fighting League. Today, a battleship of the Divine Light appeared in the sky of this planet. This battleship was made of some strange but marvelous purple crystal. It was crystal clear and filled with light. It looked like a massive chunk of purple crystal descending from the sky. Many warriors of Divine Light saw that battleship. They looked shocked at first. Then, they became so excited and began to clamor. Sanaa had sat there for a long time. Seeing the purple battleship landing, his stiff face pulled a rare smile. He stood up immediately to welcome that purple crystal battleship. Ah, some VIPs from Divine Light came. They do highly evaluate us. One of the Fighting League warriors sneered. Do they really have to do that? How much force do they need to mobilize here to ensure this situation? I think that person has a noble status. Even Sanaa has to go there to welcome. Oh, holy sh*t. That poker-faced person can smile. Oh well, who is that, Oh, it's a woman. They discussed quietly. None of them found Yin standing next to them with a strange face. The light glowed in his eyes like two sparkling flames. Chapter 1068, The Two Women. Chapter 1068, The Two Women. _ Inside Shadow Ghostly Prison, there was a level 6 blue life star, which was called Fighting Star. It was the headquarters star of the Fighting League. In the center of the majestic god of War Temple, Feng Han stood with his cold and stern face, frowning at around 10 warriors under his commands. In this group, the lowest realm warrior was a second sky of ethereal god realm. There were 2 first sky of incipient god realm experts. They were all pillars of Fighting League. Before Feng Han had entered Shadow Ghostly Prison, those warriors used to be overlords of different areas in Shadow Ghostly Prison. When Feng Han started to expose his invincible competence, they came to be his allies who became dependent. Eventually, they had formed the Fighting League, the strongest force in Shadow Ghostly Prison. More than 10 experts on the senior management board of the Fighting League went sadly. Their eyes glowed coldly with indignation. We in the Divine Light are like water in a river and water in a well. Divine Light has never operated in Shadow Ghostly Prison before. They hurried to come here and claim the territories of the Dark Shadow clan. They're wanton. They don't put us in their eyes, shouted Chizé, a warrior who had a cross scar on his head. Chizé had first sky of incipient god realm. He commanded the flaming all-war department of Fighting League. His main power was fire power Upanishad, so his characteristics were also hot and stubborn like fire. Before he joined Feng Han's, Chizé was an infamous expert in shadow, ghostly prison. His troops were all the brutal and malicious ones, who had swaggered to perform evil affairs everywhere. That year, Feng Han had to use countless manpower and efforts to stop Chizé. He had used the bloody tricks to subdue Chizé. Later on, Chizé and his troops had become a war department of the Fighting League. To Feng Han, he was always loyal and dedicated. However, except for Feng Han, he didn't listen to anybody else of the Fighting League. The divine light has spread its long tentacles everywhere. We should cut them off, said Miao Rong, an expert who looked tender and feminine at first sky of incipient god realm. She wore a long blue dress. Chizé and Miao Rong were incipient god realm experts of the Fighting League. They used to be infamous before. After they had joined the Fighting League, they were still sharp. If they didn't capture Xia Xianyin, I would have sent you guys over there already. Feng Han said with a cold face. She snorted. Do you have any solution to rescue Xia Xianyin? Chizé and Miao Rong looked at each other and then shook their heads. Sana was famous for his might and heartless deeds. Unless Chizé and Miao Rong were there, they had no solution. The Divine Light would set up their spies along the way from Fighting Star to the Life Star with that load of divine crystals. When they were spotted, Xia Xianyin and her Windstorm War Department would fall into a deadly situation. Chizé and Miao Rong knew how much Feng Han had indulged Xia Xianyin, so they would never offer him any impossible plan. Miao Rong, you go there with my letter. Feng Han drilled them with his eyes before handing Miao Rong a piece of paper all of a sudden. Miao Rong didn't know his intentions, but he still received the note. At first glance, he couldn't help but shout, He Jimin, you want to demobilize our men there? After the news of Dark Shadow Clan's defeat had arrived, Feng Han, Chizé, and Miao Rong had taken action immediately. They had sent their battleships to many mineral lodes controlled by Dark Shadow Clan. They had claimed them one step ahead of the others, unfolding the flag of Fighting League. Although the Divine Light also took the chance to claim some mineral stars, the number of the mines couldn't be compared to what Divine Light had claimed. Although the Divine Light has asked for half of the territories, they have asked for the areas with the richest products. Chizé thundered. I know. Feng Han wore a cold and harsh face. Of course, later on, we will have a lot of battles with the Divine Light. Now, just take a step back. When we're sure Xia Xianyin is okay, we will take them back, one by one. Miao Rong sighed inwardly. He nodded begrudgingly and said nothing. He knew Feng Han had made up his mind. He also knew how important Xia Xianyin was in Feng Han's heart. Of course, he wasn't stupid to oppose his idea. With Feng Han's letter, Miao Rong gathered his Water Moon War Department and departed from the headquarters of the Fighting League. He headed to the Life Star where Shi Yin and Xia Xianyin were confined. The Life Star that had the divine crystal load. A purple crystal battleship descended from the sky. The dazzling purple crystal light reflected on the face of the warriors who were lining up to welcome the ship. Sana and the warriors of the Divine Light in this place all gathered to welcome someone. Sana still wore a cold and stiff face. However, he had pulled a smile, which showed his happy mood. A beautiful woman wearing a long light purple dress moved mesmerizingly. She slowly and gently emerged, giving people a feeling of seeing the moon surrounded by stars. Her face looked like a blooming cherry blossom, which looked refreshed and graceful, accompanied by her voluptuous body. While she was walking, the hem of her dress fluttered and revealed a part of her snow-white legs. Many warriors of the Divine Light watched her with hot looks. It was the enthusiasm of men to their goddess. The woman walked with a graceful gait as she smiled and spoke to Sana. Her makings were natural but gorgeous, which made it hard for people to move their eyes from her. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department stood on their flying bird battleships, frowning while looking at that magnificent woman. Someone couldn't help but sigh. This woman is a bane because of her glamour. Yeah, she's truly the nemesis of men. She's not less beautiful than our madam. I wonder who she is. If Sanaa is to come to greet her, obviously, her position in the divine light isn't low. I think she belongs to the top echelon of divine light. No doubt about it. Warriors of Fighting League clamored. They discreetly compared that woman and Xia Xianyan. Then, they found that one of them was so mesmerizingly sexy, while the other was like a fairy. They all had special prominent makings, and the warriors couldn't tell who was better. No one recognized that when the woman in purple appeared, Yin had quietly disappeared into the crowd. He tried to hide behind some people as if he was avoiding something. Xia Xianyan didn't notice his small commotion as her attention was captured by that woman in purple. She said, "This woman is so beautiful. If I was a man, I would offer my heart to her. The so-called sexy rare beauty looks like this, right?" Although she didn't speak loudly, people knew who she was talking to. Yin gave a dry laugh, but he didn't answer. His line of sight pierced through the crowd, falling on the indescribably beautiful figure. He was astounded indeed. She has reached third sky of original God realm, and she wasn't far from ethereal God realm. After 30 years, she had progressed fast. It seemed like the divine light's master favored her a lot. "Little Mei, why are you here?" Sanaa spoke with a tender countenance. "I asked you whether you wanted to join this trip to Shadow Ghostly Prison or not, and you told me it was boring, didn't you? Why did you come here all of a sudden?" Ziyao smiled charmingly. "I suddenly felt so bored cultivating all the time. I came here to amuse myself. I heard that this area has been interesting lately. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and even Potion and Tool Pavilion are here. I'm here to join the fun." Her beautiful eyes raked through the crowd over Sanaa to see the flying bird battleships of the Fighting League, as if she was searching for someone. Sanaa was sensitive enough to see her commotion. He frowned and looked at around 10 battleships of the Fighting League. He asked with surprise, "Little Mei, you know someone on those battleships? I can see that you are often watching them even after you arrived here. I heard that Xia Xianyan, the commander of the Windstorm War Department of the Fighting League, is the most elegant and beautiful warrior of Shadow Ghostly Prison. And she's so smart. Oh, I'm curious about such a perfect woman. I want to see her wide in my mind, though." Ziyao smiled gently. Sanaa shivered. He suddenly understood and spoke, talking about beauty. "You're more worth mentioning." His eyes showed a gleam of hot admiration. Beautiful women like to compare with each other. Sanaa understood it. Thus, he assumed that Ziyao was actually curious about Xia Xianyan, so he didn't ask her more about it. "Senior, you're overpraising me." Ziyao got up and contemplated for a while. "I'm going to meet her." "I'm going with you." Sanaa also got up, his face stern. Mei, although your realm is increasing fast, you're just at third sky of original God realm. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department aren't nice. If they have bad thoughts and decide to keep you as a hostage, we will be pushed into a passive situation." As Ziyao knew she couldn't change his mind, she just smiled and thanked him. Sanaa immediately chose some warriors at ethereal God realm to escort Ziyao to Fighting League's battleships. "Ah, they're heading towards us. What do they want? Seems like that woman asked them to come here. Strange, eh? Why is she interested in us? Who knows? Perhaps she's bored, so she wants to find something fun." The warriors of the Fighting League saw Ziyao, surrounded by the experts of divine light, slowly approaching. They all screamed in astonishment. Xia Xianyan was also surprised. Her bold brows furrowed as she didn't know her intention. She understood that Sanaa had used the Soundstone to talk to the senior management level of the Divine Light. At this moment, they were likely negotiating with the Fighting League. Keeping them hostage was just an advantage. Unless they had the final answer, they wouldn't have contacted them this quickly. She was surprised, so she wanted to ask Yin for his opinion. She turned and became bewildered. In this critical moment, Yin wasn't here. She didn't know where he had gone. Xia Xianyan slammed her brows together. Accompanied by Sanaa's team, beautiful Zi Yao slowly descended on the flying bird battleship. She directly walked to Xia Xian Yin. Her clear, bright eyes focused on Xia Xian Yin right from the beginning. Xia Xian Yin was baffled. Xiao Mei Mei, you're so gorgeous. As I've seen you today, I know your reputation isn't just something in vain. Ziyao's face was filled with bright smiles. Xia Xian Yin frowned and said nothing. Ziyao was still smiling. Her line of sight stayed on Xia Xian Yin for a while before scanning through many warriors of the Fighting League standing around. After a while, she stooped and burst out laughing as her eyes fell on the passage leading to the cabin of this battleship. She even cursed something under her breath. Who do you want to see? Xia Xian Yin stared at her for a while before she suddenly understood something. She shouted immediately, "Nobody. I just want to talk to you for a while in private." Zi Yao said softly, her smile bright and warm. Her pretty eyes looked straight at Xia Xian Yin. All right. Xia Xian Yin was frank and friendly. Shall we go to the control center? No problem. Zi Yao smiled and spoke to Sanaa. It's okay. The control center of the battleship is right in front of you. Nothing unexpected will happen. Don't worry. Sanaa frowned, giving her a curt nod. Immediately, the two peerlessly graceful and talented women with different elegant makings walked shoulder by shoulder and headed to the control center of the battleship. The stone door closed behind them, deafening all sounds. No one knew what they were going to discuss. Chapter 1069, Poison-Dipped Cold Bead. Chapter 1069, Poison-Dipped Cold Bead, _ the control center of the battleship. The arched ceiling of this cabin had been inlaid with a lot of 7-colored gemstones. Each gemstone represented a life star in shadow, ghostly prison. The distances between the gems represented each star's related location in the galaxy. This was an exquisite and precise star map that the Fighting League had spent a lot of money to buy from Potion and Tool Pavilion. The magnificent star map hung above the two gorgeous women in this room. The two of them sat down opposite each other. Their eyes sparkled with strange lights. Before the divine light has arrived in Shadow Ghostly Prison, we've received the news from Second Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion that confirmed that the Dark Shadow clan had left. Ziyao smiled warmly and spoke casually. Well, it's like when the tree is down. Everyone jumps on it with their axes. Anyway, we use power to talk in Shadow Ghostly Prison. Xia Xiaomei, I think you understand the divine light's operation here. We take the chance and jump in. Well, it's similar to your Fighting League's operations, though. Xia Xian Yin frowned. She didn't oppose because she knew that Zi Yao was right. In their peak of glory, the Fighting League had fought here and there in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. They used force to threaten the weak. They had many tricks that couldn't be said frank and upright. Well, they were despicable indeed. She didn't have the right to mock Divine Light's operation here. My senior Sanaa's in charge of this operation. I'm just a visitor. Ziyao laughed, and then spoke to Xia Xian Yin gently. But I can help you get out of here. Xia Xian Yin was surprised. She looked bewildered for a while, her mouth pulling into a strange smile. You're a member of the Divine Light, but you're kind enough to help me? Tell me, what do you want? You should know I'm not easy to fool. Don't hide your real intentions. Haha. Ziyao giggled and spoke with a lazy complexion. Divine Light wants to exchange you for half of the Dark Shadow Clan's territories. Those territories are the richest lands of the Dark Shadow Clan. Oh, right. Before I came here, I got news that He Jimin Feng Han has agreed with this. He has sent Miao Rong and his Water Moon War Department. Oh, your He Jimin is generous, indeed. You have a good master. Xia Xian Yan's countenance was natural. You don't think it's weird? Ziyao was surprised. No. Xia Xian Yin smiled gently and spoke naturally. When will Miao Rong arrive? I estimate that it will take 1 month. He brings the handwritten letter from Feng Han. It's the comprehensive treaty. That letter will give us a lot of land without the need to fight for them. Those lands should belong to the Fighting League, though. Ziyao focused on her and spoke tenderly. If you agree with me one thing, I can let you leave discreetly. I'm sure when Sanaa recognizes it, you guys are all safe. What do you think? You tell me. Xia Xianyin frowned and suddenly became serious. It's a one-clause agreement that could help save many lands. Xia Xianyin thought it would be too big for her to be able to make the deal. It's simple. Zi Yao smiled happily, her bright eyes squinting. You just need to leave him. Who? Xia Xianyin was baffled. You know who. Zi Yao replied gently. Her eyes sparkled strangely. She took a deep breath as she was actually anxious. Xia Xianyin's face stiffened. She kept silent as she was pondering. After a while, her eyes became colder. She screamed, I reject it. She got the answer. When Xiao arrived, her beautiful eyes had suddenly scanned through the crowd, searching for someone. After she got on the deck of this battleship, she had checked every random area. Apparently, she was looking for someone. At the critical moment, Yin disappeared. Linking these two events, she understood it. The smile on Zi Yao's face narrowed. She said earnestly, it can save your fighting league a big fortune this time. Is he worth you holding on? Well, needless to say, half of the territories of the Dark Shadow clan. Even if you guys ask the Hegemon for all, he will agree. However, even if you do that, I won't leave him because of this or because of your words. Xia Xianyin looked totally relaxed. She smiled lovingly. Well, if you use this method to force me, I think he hasn't established any relationship with you, right? Uh-huh. It makes me curious then. You're so beautiful, and he's a lustful bastard. Well, he hasn't done anything to you, right? Could you tell me what has happened? It's not what he would do. Since Zi Yao had come here, she had always taken the upper hand. However, what Xia Xianyin told her had put her into a lower position. She gritted her teeth as she mumbled, It's because he has known you earlier. Or else, he would have kneeled under my dress. So, it has not happened yet, right? Xia Xianyin smiled meaningfully. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. She stood up with the bright countenance of a winner. Xiao felt like she had failed. She pondered for a while and then stood up. She spoke casually, never mind. If we can't talk to each other into this, I will take him with my abilities. It's my warning to you, just in case you say that I'm forcing you. No, no, no. Xia Xianyin smiled until her eyes squinted. Come and steal him. I like competing with people a lot, especially when my rival is at your level. Or just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Okay, I will shut my mouth. I will say nothing about what happened today between us. Just consider this as a little chit-chat. What do you think? You read my mind. Xiao looked at her and sighed. She knew that this rival was extremely tough. Compared to the characters she had met, she was much tougher. Thinking about competing for a man against this sort of opponent, she had a headache. However, thinking about that man, she couldn't help it. That bastard. Why do you have to hide? Am I that frightening? Or are you afraid of seeing the fight between your lover and me? Asshole. She was cursing him under her breath. When Xiao's and Xia Xianyan's eyes locked, the two pairs of beautiful eyes seemed to send sparks into the air. They immediately left the control center, their faces even brighter and happier. They looked like two sisters who had just had a good talk. They made the warriors of Fighting League and Divine Light wear awkward complexions. Mei Sana frowned. He looked as if he wanted to say something. He was worried that Xiao and Xia Xianyan's talk would stand in the way of Divine Light's big plan. He didn't know what to do now. Miss Xia, and I couldn't talk it through. Xiao opened her hand, and she said with a smile, So, you should do what you need to do. I won't interfere. Sana and the Divine Light warriors exhaled in relief. Miss Xia, Miao Ron will arrive in 1 month. After we get the letter from him, we will let you go, said Sana coldly. He immediately escorted Zi Yao together with the other experts and left. Xia Xianyin didn't look dispirited. Quite the contrary, she looked as if she had won a big game. She was even a little content. Her subordinates also didn't understand. They sighed that the world of women was truly something men couldn't reason. They could never know what the two beautiful women had just discussed. In the secret chamber of the battleship, Yin was sitting cross-legged on a jade platform. However, it was just his empty body. His soul seemed to leave his body to a fairyland. At this moment, he didn't have a bit of life energy surging. When Xiao came, he had tried his best to avoid because he didn't want to meet Zi Yao at this moment. He didn't want to see Zi Yao and Xia Xianyan have any dispute. Anyway, he didn't know that this dispute still happened. Shi Yin knew Feng Han of Fighting League would agree with Divine Light's conditions because Feng Han had taken care of Xia Xianyan and protected her as his blood sister. He also knew that if Zi Yao knew how Shi Yin cared about Xia Xianyan, she would hurt her. At most, they would complicate the conditions in the treaty between Fighting League and Divine Light. No matter what, Xia Xianyan's life wouldn't be threatened. With this premise, Shi Yin didn't mind the competition between the Divine Light and Fighting League regarding the Dark Shadow clan's territories that much. He was carefree enough to let his soul enter the fountainhead of power, Upanishad. There, he received signals of fire's power, Upanishad, and his two souls found the life energy fluctuations of Xianfei. His souls moved forward and sent her his soul message from a distance. I'm here to explain to you. Despicable. Seeing him, Xianfei was enraged. She spoke resentfully. To solve your problem, my master and I had to cross the border to get into Agate Star area. My master had to stop her cultivation too. She had to consume a lot of energy to refine the departed spirit jellyfish. Well, you're good. You didn't do anything, and you took in the essence soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It was the poison-dipped cold bead. You didn't even signal us. You planned it earlier, hadn't you? Shi Yin beamed a forced smile. It was unexpected. It's called poison-dipped cold bead? After he had absorbed the soul gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish, he did have an inky bead in his soul. That bead was cold, and it contained magical soul energy fluctuations. However, he didn't know why it was magical. Listening to Xianfei, Shi Yin knew that the bead was called poison-dipped cold bead. Unexpected, Xianfei's small face was filled with disdain. If it was unexpected, you should return the bead to my master, so we can trust you again. It was beyond Xianfei's estimation that Shi Yin chuckled and nodded. I'm here to tell you and your teacher that if you have free time, come and take that poison-dipped bead. I can't bring it to the fountainhead of power Upanishad, and I don't have free time to come to your place. So, I would ask for your labor to come here once again. Xianfei was surprised. Are you serious? Shi Yin smiled and confirmed it. My master said that the poison-dipped cold bead is the condensed soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It can gather extremely toxic poisons in the world and release toxic smokes. Besides, it was the source of energy, so as the jellyfish could live in the Coldine Sea. It's much more useful to the warriors who have fused with heaven flames like us. If we have the poison-dipped cold bead in our soul, while cultivating, we won't be backfired or fall into bedevilment. The heaven flames wouldn't be able to burn our body and soul. You also know that warriors with heaven flames like us will be burned into ashes when we fall into bedevilment. The usage of the poison-dipped cold bead can prevent it. It's really precious. Do you really want to return to us? Xianfei was suspicious. Yeah, I came here this time to ask you to tell your master. When she has free time, please come and take the poison-dipped cold bead. It belongs to her. Okay, I will tell her. Okay, I have to go now. Goodbye. Shi Yin smiled and left the area of fire's power, Upanishads. His souls flashed and then faded away as his figure disappeared. Chapter 1070, Dispel the Former Hatred. Chapter 1070, Dispel the Former Hatred, _ Opening his eyes, a lucid and graceful face shielded his view. Shi Yin shivered and tried to squeeze a smile. Hey, why are you down here? Xia Xianyan seemed to be in a good mood. Her water blue long dress had many layers like a blooming flower decorated with many crystals, which outlined her mesmerizing body. She hung a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. The woman from the purple crystal battleship came to talk to me. Shi Yin's pupil shrank. He pretended to be calm and asked curiously, "What were you guys talking about?" "Nothing. It was women's stuff. That woman is really beautiful. I even felt my heart beating faster. I'm afraid that no man could resist her. Don't you think so?" She sighed weakly. Shi Yan's face was placid, but he didn't give any comment. Obviously, Xia Xianyan didn't want to let him go that easily. She parted her lips and teased him. What do you think? Really beautiful. Were you moved? No. Why not? Because I have you. Don't you want to enjoy a life of having a lot of beauties surrounding you? Cough. Cough. Never. Really? Never? Yes, I never want that kind of life. Xiaoxianyan looked at him and started to guffaw, clutching her tummy. She laughed so hard that her body shook. Her face filled with a strange glory of the winter. Smooch! She suddenly walked forward. Without waiting for Shi Yin to react, she clutched his neck and gave him a smooch on his cheek, which was like a dragon gliding above the stream. She smiled and then swayed away as fast as lightning. You look cute today. I suddenly feel all of my sorrows wash away. Then, she didn't wait for Shi Yin to speak. She just moved swiftly and gently like a butterfly, leaving the secret chamber. Rubbing his cheek with the sweet aroma, Shi Yin frowned as he didn't understand anything. He didn't know why she suddenly became that crazy. The Divine Light warriors still had the vigilance they should have for Fighting League. Their battleships were still hovering, blocking their ways. They didn't have a relaxing moment. And that was all. They didn't disturb the Fighting League or send any warriors to show their power. They stayed there like water from a well or a river. Both sides were waiting for Miaorong. An elegant purple figure often stood on the high tower of the battleship to look at the flying bird battleships from a distance. Sometimes, when the two pairs of beautiful eyes met each other, they seemed to ignite flames. Both warriors of Divine Light and Fighting League were surprised as they found it inexplicable. Xiaoxianyan was always relaxed. She wasn't dispirited and reluctant like someone being held hostage. She looked casual as she often discussed cultivating methods with her subordinates. They often heard her silver, bell-like laughter. Shi Yin sat quietly in the secret chamber of the battleship. He hadn't left once ever since. He seemed to be cultivating there. Sana came to Zi Yao's battleship every day to talk about the tasks in their organization. Sana always wore a cold and harsh face to other people. However, when he spoke to Zi Yao, he looked much softer. Zi Yao's charming face always held a mesmerizing smile. When she spoke to Sana, it was the same. They talked about many things that happened in Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and the secrets of the Dark Shadow Clan's banishment. The information we got is from Second Elder Gu He of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. Sana didn't want to lie to her. According to Gu He, the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Fighting League had joined hands to fight Dark Shadow Clan and expelled them. Gui didn't tell the details of that battle. However, he said that if the Dark Shadow Clan wasn't expelled and the space passage wasn't blocked, the God Clan, the Overlord of the Universe, could invade our Agate Star area. I heard that the young Elder Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion has a close relationship with a young man, asked Xiao, naturally. Right, that young man is called Shi Yin. I heard that the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion, who know him, highly respect him. Elder Gu, he said that the said young man has a close relationship with Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He did something great, but we don't know what he'd done there, said Sana. Zi Yao's beautiful eyes rippled with the strange light. She smiled and nodded to him. Where did he go? I don't know, but I think he went with Blood Devil to Devil Bloodstar. Sana wasn't so sure. Zi Yao didn't ask further. Mei Mei, you seem interested in that young man. Why? Sana was sensitive. Do you know him? Fountainhead of Power Upanishad. Shi Yan's souls emerged like the Ignis Fatuus. Shortly after, they turned into his real form. He sauntered into the region of Fire's Power Upanishads. In that area, two graceful figures that looked like two illusions were floating. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. They were beautiful women, Yushan and the young girl Xinfei. You dare to come here, Yushan said with a cold face. You should know that if I wanted to kill you here, it's a piece of cake. Xinfei bit her lower lip, grunting. Asshole. He's cunning. He didn't tell a single true thing. What? Shi Yin was surprised. After your soul has refined the poison-dipped cold bead, it has your soul imprint. It's like a weapon that acknowledges its master. You can't give it away. If my teacher didn't tell me, I would have thought it was for my teacher to use. Apparently, you've tamed the bead. How did you get it to us? Harumph, you're full of lies. Xian Fei was indignant. Yushan didn't have a pleasant countenance, either. Shi Yin was stunned. He looked at the beautiful woman and the young lady who were enraged and suddenly had a headache. I actually didn't know a thing about that poison-dipped cold bead. I've never thought about deceiving you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. Yushan's look drilled into Shi Yin. Pondering for a while, her face relaxed. You don't look like you're trying to deceive us. If not, you wouldn't dare to come here. It wouldn't be different from killing yourself. I'm wronged. The gossamers of the departed spirit jellyfish entered my soul unknowingly. I didn't want to take it, really, explained Shi Yin. Tell us the situation. Why you were able to gather those soul gossamers that easily. Even I couldn't do that, frowned Yushan. After she had returned to Fiery Rainstar area, she calmed down and thought about it. With what Shi Yin had shown at that moment, she thought that this event had something strange. Although she knew about the departed spirit jellyfish, she knew it was really hard to gather its soul gossamers. Ordinary warriors couldn't bear it. It wasn't that easy to absorb, either. Even if she could take it herself, it would have taken a lot of time to wear out the cold aura before she could take it in. Shi Yin had captured that soul too fast. It wasn't normal. She hadn't reacted, yet he had finished it. Thinking about it, she felt so strange. She thought perhaps they had misunderstood something. When Xian Fei reported to her that Shi Yin had gone to the fountainhead of Power Upanishad and expressed that he wanted to hand them the poison-dipped cold bead, she thought that some misunderstanding was about 80% likely. Today, as Shi Yin came here once again, she knew something strange had happened at that moment. Oh, okay, let's say it like this. He hesitated. My soul has something magical I don't want to explain clearly. At that moment, I didn't try to do anything, and the mysterious feature of my soul had proactively gathered the soul gossamers. I couldn't do anything to stop it. That's how it happened. The more vague and unclear he made it, the more Shi Yin winced, and the more Yushan believed him. Yushan, though, that if Shi Yin wanted to fabricate an excuse, he would have found something more convincing. The way he knitted his brows and stammered spoke to the fact that he didn't make up anything. The poison-dipped cold bead has your soul imprint. Unless you die, it's difficult to extract it. Yushan snorted. I've crossed thousands of miles to help you, and now I can't get the bead. Tell me how you're going to compensate me? You know, if I haven't come there, your friends would have all died. I don't know what you need, Shi Yin was baffled. There's a woman called Leona in your team. She follows you. I want her to go to Fiery Rainstar area to help us train our troops so that they could face the God Clan directly. If you agree, our knot will be erased. What do you think? Shi Yin forced a smile. Leona had become so hot these days. It was beyond his estimation. Today, not only the Demon Clan and Monster Clan considered her the top treasure. Even the alien force from another star area also wanted her talents. Is it not okay? Yushan's face got colder. Okay, but you have to wait for a while. At the moment, she's training the Monster and Demon Corps. Wait after she. We don't have much time. Yushan intervened curtly. Okay, we will arrange a troop to enter Agate Star area. You will let Leona train them carefully. You don't need to worry about all the cultivating materials, divine crystals, and other supplies. Just make sure Leona can turn them into powerful and elite core. Shouted Yushan. Shi Yin was astounded. He looked at Yushan for a long moment and then asked, So you're having a significant pressure from the God Clan as you're so hurried. Is it true? Yushan sighed and nodded begrudgingly. We can't resist for a long time. All right, I'll help you out. Send your troop here. I will arrange for them. Shi Yin agreed all of a sudden. The Life Star where the Divine Light and Fighting League were gathering. The peak of the mountain, where a massive divine crystal lode hid, had an entrance that led deep into the mountain. Today, all of a sudden, people heard someone crying and screeching painfully. Immediately, dozens of warriors in divine light uniform ran out of their helter-skelter. Their entire bodies had purple bruises and their breathing so weak. Shortly after, those warriors screamed and cried pathetically as they were scratching their skin and flesh, bleeding badly. Soon, their lives were taken away. Warriors of the Divine Light and Fighting League discolored in fright. They didn't know what was going on. Quickly, more and more warriors of the Divine Light ran out of that entrance together with the Mind Slaves. They were crying and shrilling heartbreakingly. They all fell because of poison. Many extinct volcanoes in this life, stars started to fume the thick smokes. Slowly, they covered the entire sky. Sure, Yin was hiding in the secret chamber. Hearing the noise, he walked out, his hand holding the inky cold bead. Looking at the dark red, blue, purple, and green smokes in the sky, he said, "The Dark Shadow Clan is too cruel." They had sealed the toxic smokes of the departed spirit jellyfish in this divine crystal lode. Those restrictions triggered, and they start to release the toxic smoke and mist. Although the Dark Shadow Clan had gone, they left a trap for the people who came after them. I guess it was aimed at the Fighting League. Xia Xian Yin had a stern face as she frowned. The extreme toxins the Dark Shadow Clan had left to ambush the Fighting League were triggered by the Divine Light Warriors. At this moment, warriors of Divine Light who had entered that lode continued to die. The entire sky was filled with toxic smoke. All of a sudden, everybody was trapped. This was the last deadly attack of the Dark Shadow Clan to exterminate its enemies. Chapter 1071, Spreading. Chapter 1071, Spreading, __. Hovering above the mountain range of the Divine Crystal Lode were dozens of battleships, with even more war chariots moving around. The warriors of the Divine Light were waiting, watching over the entrance of the lode. More and more mining slaves and Divine Light warriors rushed out of the place. Their faces were blue or purple. After they got out for not too far a distance, they coughed, vomited blood, and then died. None of them could resist for a long time. What's going on? Sanaa's stiff face was now anxious and restless while his angry voice echoed. No one answered him. The warriors and mining slaves of Divine Light getting out of the lode didn't have the time to talk. They were busy covering their mouths and necks, struggling in pain and shrieking shrilly. Shortly after, no one was left alive. The extinct volcanoes everywhere around this life star were fuming out the toxic green and blue smoke. The smoke was so dense it could cover the whole sky. Soon, the entire life star was shaded by a thick layer of toxic smoke. Everybody discolored in fright and felt heavy-hearted under such a deadly pressure. An old man of the Divine Light flew out of the lode entrance, his face ashen. He was wearing a moon-white long robe, his aura immense. He was the only one that wasn't affected by the toxins. "Old Ju," Sanaa screamed. Ju Bo was the incipient God Realm expert who was hidden under the Divine Crystal Lode. The Divine Light had sent him here to deal with Feng Yin. However, since Feng Yin didn't come, he kept staying hidden in the mineral lode. When Shi Yin had used his soul consciousness to find the space node, Ju Bo had used his soul to disturb him. At this moment, Ju Bo looked grim. He took a deep breath and then said, "While our men were exploiting divine crystals, they accidentally activated a restriction. Toxic smoke rose out at the same time. That restriction has chained many extinct volcanoes. It happened in a blink, and we couldn't do anything to stop it. Even you don't have any solution to stop it?" Sanaa was frightened. When I realized something had gone wrong, the smokes had spread out already. Ju Bo's face was dark. "Those poisons are hazardous. They can enter the soul, alter directly. I can only resist, but not be able to help the others." A graceful, purple figure emerged from her purple battleship. She pitched her voice, "Grandpa Ju, what happened? We must leave this place as soon as possible." Ju Bo was restlessly tense. "Little Yao, order our forces to leave. Now." "What about the Divine Crystal Lode?" Ziyao was surprised. "We don't have the time to mind it," said Ju Bo worriedly. Sanaa lifted his head, looking at the colored toxic clouds in the sky, his face grimacing. "Old Ju, I'm afraid that we can't leave easily. If you can't wash the smoke away, I think we don't have any solution then." Hearing him, many warriors of the Divine Light were petrified, their eyes restless. Ju Bo looked at the thick toxic clouds in the sky, knitting his brows tightly. "I'm going to try if I can clean a passage for you guys to glide through." Then Bo soared up into the sky, hovering by a dark blue cluster of clouds as he started to urge his power Upanishad. Shortly after, thunder reverberated. Lightning strikes flashed like a saber, weaving in the sky like giant snakes. They struck at the toxic clouds in the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The massive and wild lightning snakes struck through the dark blue clouds. However, after the lightning snakes got through the layer of clouds, the dark blue smoke immediately swarmed over to fill the hole. Bo looked cold as he continued to urge his power, controlling the lightning snakes and attacking the clouds. Unfortunately, after the lightning snakes crossed the clouds, the dark blue smoke immediately occupied the hole they had just created. Bo felt like he had just fallen into an ice chamber. He knew that the situation was really messed up, so he tried to use other tricks. However, after several failures using his power Upanishad, he couldn't wash away the toxic smoke. At the same time, the poisonous clouds were pressing down from the sky, seeping towards the surface of the planet. At this moment, toxic smoke was hovering in the tunnels between the mines underground as well as inside the mountains. It was also slowly crawling up into the sky while the poisonous clouds were pressing down. Shortly after, the toxic vapors in the air and from underground would meet up and merge with each other. Then, no one on this life star would be able to escape the erosion of the toxic smoke. Without the power to resist, they would die gradually. Divine Light warriors became fluttered as they looked at the sky with fear, trying to find a way to escape. On the other side, warriors on the flying bird battleships of Fighting League were also frightened. They knew how terrible the toxic smoke and clouds could be. They had experienced them once and understood how fatal they were, much more than the Divine Light warriors. While being confined in the icy cold sea, the four incipient God Realm experts had joined hands to create the energy curtain to protect them from the toxins. Bath, Gute, Feng Yin, and Blood Devil had to use a lot of energy to resist for 2 months. Especially Feng Yin, she couldn't hold it up for a long time and had almost exhausted her energy. Looking at the similar smoke and mist, they immediately knew where they came from. They came from the meat lumps of the departed spirit jellyfish. The Fighting League warriors knew the situation. They knew it was the last attack of the Divine Light aimed at the Fighting League. As Divine Light came up with a conspiracy, they had claimed this planet first. They thought they could take the Divine Crystal Load, but too bad the Dark Shadow clan had used the restriction to trap them. In just a short time, they had borne huge losses. The Fighting League warriors looked at hundreds of warriors and mining slaves of the Divine Light die, but they couldn't feel happy. They understood that if the warriors of Divine Light hadn't come here first, today, the ones who died there would have been them, even though they were not so sure they could survive at this moment or not. They all looked at Xia Xianyan. Xia Xianyan had a calm face. She wasn't hurried, as if she didn't have any pressures. She looked at Shi Yin, her eyes asking. She stooped, shooting a discreet look on the inky bead in his hand. That bead was black, with thick inchi in it. However, the inchi swirling inside the bead didn't come out to the environment. Only Shi Yin, who was holding it, could feel how icy it was. He could feel the bead release some magical energy fluctuation, which seemed to match with the toxic smoke covering this life star. Can you resolve this? Xia Xianyan whispered. Shi Yin thought for a while, and then released his soul consciousness to contact the poison-dipped cold bead. Then he nodded smilingly. Not a big problem. Xia Xianyan calmed down, beaming a natural smile. Well, the others don't seem to have a solution. As she threw a look to the Divine Light side, Shi Yin found an elegant purple figure who seemed to have lost her calm, seeming fluttered. Sana was even more worried. He was screaming, trying to find the warriors with fire power Upanishad to burn the toxic smoke in the sky. Shaking his head, Shi Yin sighed. He knew the warriors with fire power Upanishad of the Divine Light couldn't solve the poison of the departed spirit jellyfish. Although the smoke didn't come from the jellyfish directly at this moment, as the Dark Shadow clan had captured the toxins from it and trapped them here, they were still very deadly. Only the warriors who had fused with the heaven flame could burn them down. The divine light had many warriors cultivating fire power Upanishad at the ethereal god realm. However, they didn't have heaven flames from the origin. In other words, it was impossible for the divine light to deal with the toxic smoke. Anyway, people who should die had already died. The ones who were still alive were now trapped in the clearance between the toxic clouds and the sky and underground. They could be temporarily safe for a short time. Staring at the other side for a while, Shi Yin frowned while talking to Xia Xianyan. Okay, we will get out of here first. After we're all safe, I'll help the divine light warriors escape. At this moment, you guys and the divine light don't have any deep grudges we can't solve. We shouldn't be too heartless. Xia Xianyan was bewildered, then smiled, then said, Okay. She knew that it wasn't Shi Yin feeling for the divine light. He just didn't want to see Zi Yao getting killed by the poison. That's why he said so. Of course, she wouldn't point it out. She knew Shi Yin was chivalrous. I will bring you out of here first. While pondering, Shi Yin lifted his head and said, We have to stop before touching the toxic smoke. I will clean a passage for you guys. Xia Xianyan nodded, spreading her order. She asked her windstorm warriors not to touch the toxic smoke. Everybody listened to her, their faces excited. Through the difficulties they had experienced in the space passage, they had laid their trust in Shi Yin. As he had resolved the threat of the lethal departed spirit jellyfish, they understood that it wasn't going to be a big trouble for Shi Yin this time. Seeing the warriors of the divine light wincing hopelessly, they felt happy. Since the divine light warriors had broken the restriction the Dark Shadow clan had left and borne the disaster for them, they felt pleasure on their misfortune. Oh, they want to leave? Sana frowned, his voice cold and harsh. Zhu Bo, Zi Yao, and many warriors of the divine light were astounded. They immediately looked at the flying bird battleships. Courting death, said an ethereal god realm warrior of divine light who cultivated fire power Upanishad. If we could get rid of it that easily, we would have left already. Why would we linger until now? I'm afraid they don't know the deadly features of the toxic clouds. If they fly up there, they're going to kill themselves. Zhu Bo and Sana nodded as they agreed with that man. They also thought that Xia Xianyan's force was going to commit suicide. However, Xiao had a bizarre look on her face. She lifted her head, revealing her blushing neck. Looking at that majestic figure in the sky, she screamed in her mind. That B** star finally came out. Her soft body shivered as she realized something. She hesitated for a while, then flew off her battleships while shouting, Watch out! It's not easy to burn those toxic clouds. Don't act rashly. Stop! She was worried about Shi Yin. She didn't mind anything else, just screaming to remind him. Many warriors of the divine light looked at her with an odd face. Warriors of the Windstorm War Department of Fighting League were also skeptical, as they couldn't understand her actions. Only Shi Yin felt warm as he knew Zi Yao hadn't changed. She was still the woman he had known. Chapter 1072, Dissolve. Chapter 1072, Dissolve, underscore. The toxic clouds shaded the entire sky, making the planet dark and cold. Toxic smoke hovered thickly in every corner of this place. Many warriors of divine light had a grimace on their faces. They lifted their heads to look at the sky, thinking hard to find a solution to escape. Zhu Bo had tried all methods, but he couldn't bring the divine light warriors out of this danger. He looked more and more worried with time. At this moment, the battleships of the Fighting League, which were the divine light's hostages, floated up quietly. They shot into the sky, which made divine light warriors furrow their brows and their faces grim. They didn't want to stop Fighting League, as they thought the others were courting death. At this moment, the toxic clouds were hovering like the poisonous army in the sky. So, divine light warriors didn't have the mood to remind the Fighting Leagues. At the critical moment, Zi Yao stormed out and shouted, warning the Fighting League about the toxic clouds and asking them to not act rashly. Warriors of divine light and Fighting League were both bewildered. They looked at her, but they couldn't find a reason for her actions. In front of many people, Zi Yao's long eyelashes batted. Her line of sight pierced through the warriors of the Windstorm War Department and stopped at a lean and tall figure. Everybody looked in the same direction and saw a young man in the crowd of the Fighting League. That was Shi Yan. He smiled at her brightly from a distance. He looked at Ziyao, but didn't answer. An inky cold bead in his hand suddenly rippled with magical energy. In that area, clusters of colored poisonous clouds began to surge, rolling torrentially like unceasing, rising tides as they all swarmed over him. Everybody was petrified. They looked at him without a clue of what he was doing. "Prepare to slide out," hissed Shi Yan. Xia Xian Yan's soft body shivered. Then she ordered her subordinates quickly. "Prepare to move out." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It sounded like the wind howling when the viscous toxic clouds above their heads began to storm into his palm like colorful banners. They entered the inky bead that looked quite plain and banal. The speed of those clouds entering the bead was unimaginably fast. Shortly, a corner of the toxic vapors covering the sky had disappeared into the bead. That bead now had a faint halo with the magical energy rippling in it. It seemed stronger, as if it had just taken in some power. In just a blink of an eye, a large amount of toxic clouds in the sky had disappeared. The shaded sky seemed to have a small corner torn, revealing a path with light shining through. The flying bird battleships were ready. They burst out rumblingly, while the divine crystals inside were triggered to the maximum. Those battleships soared up into the sky, piercing through the light passage. Shortly after, they had escaped the Life Star, entering the vast outer space. Many warriors of the divine light were dumbstruck. They gawked and dropped their jaws on seeing the other simply break through the layer of toxic smoke, which their precursor Jubo, who was at the first sky of incipient God realm, couldn't achieve. What was going on? They exchanged looks. At this moment, they didn't know how to react. Ziyao's graceful body hovered in the horizon not far from the toxic clouds above her head. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled, glaring at Shi Yan charmingly. However, she didn't utter a word. In her heart, Shi Yan was always a mystery. Nothing could stand in his way. Today, Shi Yan had confirmed it one more time. "Move! Follow them!" Jubo reacted. He pitched his voice, shouting, "Go at your max speed. Go through that passage to get out of this Life Star." At this moment, the warriors of divine light finally reacted. They shouted, screaming at each other to operate the battleships and move toward Shi Yan. At this moment, the change that they could never imagine happened for the second time, which also cut off their chance in just a blink of an eye. Most of the experts of the Fighting League were gone. However, someone stayed. It was Shi Yan. He was holding an inky bead. After the flying bird battleships of the Fighting League had escaped, he smiled evilly, flinging the bead. That bead bounced for a while in the void, then fumed out the toxic smokes and clouds it had taken in, which filled the hole it had just created instantly. The sky above this Life Star was covered by the thick layer of smokes one more time. The Divine Light's battleships halted, almost hitting the layer of smokes. They were agitated on seeing the clouds closing, as if they had just swallowed flies. Their hostile eyes were fixed on Shi Yan, while their murderous aura shot up into the sky. Sana and Jubo also flew towards him, their faces cold and malicious. Ziyao's bold brows furrowed. She moved swiftly, hovering in front of Shi Yan to shield him from the warriors of the divine light. "Why are you staying?" Shi Yan smiled while talking. "I will bring you guys out of here. Don't worry. Don't rush. After Fighting League battleships go further away, I will make way for you guys." Sana and Jubo were bewildered, suspiciously looking at Shi Yan with bizarre faces. "You guys know each other?" Sana recognized it. "He's Shi Yan." Ziyao smiled, talking calmly. "Before my master accepted me, I was with him. Yeah, we know each other." Shi Yan chuckled while looking at the crowd of divine light warriors. He explained simply, "Without Ziyao, I wouldn't care whether you guys were dead or alive. I would have left earlier, and you, all of you would have had to die here. No one would escape. We have old Ju here. How can we not be able to run away?" Sana didn't buy it. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin. The four of them had joined hands, but they couldn't get rid of this kind of toxic smoke. If he's confident that he's stronger than the four of them, perhaps he can try. Shi Yin smiled and explained. Zhu Bo's face changed. He waved his hand, signaling Sana not to talk much. I heard that when a Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Fighting League were confined inside the space passage, you had helped them out? Was it the same toxic smoke like what we have now? Much intense than this time. At that time, we had encountered the departed spirit jellyfish in the space passage. It was the generator of the toxic smoke. The smoke we have in this place are the poisons the Dark Shadow Clan had collected from the jellyfish. However, it's enough to kill all of you. Shi Yin was still calm. Zhu Bo looked at him. Pondering for a while, he said all of a sudden, "Calm down, all of you. Give our little buddy more time." He knew Shi Yin had stayed here because of Zi Yao. If he just brushed the dust off his butt and left, thousands of elite warriors of the Divine Light would have to bury their bodies here. No one would escape alive for sure. Zhu Bo knew what to do. Sana furrowed his brows, but he didn't intervene. He kept silent while his look shifted from Shi Yin to Zi Yao, and he contemplated. Ding, 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 ding. All of a sudden, something rang urgently inside Zi Yao's sleeves. She was surprised, taking out an amethyst soundstone. She frowned, using her soul to sense. Her charming face changed dramatically, screaming. The important minds that we've claimed have the same situation. The toxic clouds have trapped them all. Dark Shadow Clan didn't only leave the poisons here. All the other important lands with precious materials have the same restriction. Not good. Zhu Bo and Sana screamed urgently. There were 3,000 elite warriors of the Divine Light that came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison this time. They were all at the King God Realm, Original God Realm, and Ethereal God Realm. They were the pillars that the Divine Light had trained for years. This group was the main force to compete for the Divine Light. However, at this moment, all of them were confined by the toxic smoke. If this force of 3,000 warriors were exterminated, the Divine Light would bear significant loss that would even damage their root. Let alone fighting with Fighting League, they wouldn't even retain their benefits. Zi Yao, Zhu Bo, and Sana were restless from anxiety. At this moment, this life star was still sealed by the toxic clouds, and Shi Yin was the only one who could resolve this danger. He looked calm and relaxed, as if he weren't hurried at all, earning time for the Fighting League to run away. Zhu Bo took a deep breath, his face solemn. Shi Yin, little brother, if you help us leave this place and solve the fatal problems in the other areas, I assure you that we will retreat from the Shadow, Ghostly Prison. We won't compete for any benefit with the Fighting League. The Divine Light will appreciate your favor and will owe you a lot. After you get out of here, you won't chase after the Windstorm War Department anymore. Shi Yin looked relaxed, teasing the other. As far as Shi Yin was concerned, he didn't care whether the Divine Light warriors died or how many of them died. He just needed Zi Yao to be safe. He wasn't interested in the dispute between the Divine Light and the Fighting League either. It was the competition between Feng Han and the Master of the Divine Light. Although it was related to Zi Yao and Xia Xianyan, Shi Yin didn't have even a bit of interest. Zhu Bo was worried. He knew Shi Yin wasn't interested in this, so he couldn't help but throw Zi Yao a glance, asking her to help. Shi Yin, please help us. Hurry up. We must leave here. Please help us solve those problems. Zi Yao said with a bitter face. I assure you I won't fight with Xia Xianyan, and our Divine Light's a member of the Agate Star area. If we lose so many members when the God Clan invades us, it will be a disadvantage for the entire Agate Star area. She knew of Shi Yan's grudges against the God Clan. From the God Vanishing Land to here, she had witnessed the ruthlessness and conspiracy of the God Clan. I believe you then, Shi Yin chuckled. Move. I'm going to make a passage for you guys. Zi Yao was astounded. She then beamed an enchanting smile, her face seeming like a blossoming flower. She hadn't expected that Shi Yin would agree that easily. He didn't even bargain, which proved that his trust in her hadn't changed. He didn't change even when their status and time had changed. She didn't know that Shi Yin was touched when she screamed worriedly for him while he was soaring into the toxic clouds. With this premise, of course, Shi Yin wouldn't ignore her request for help. At the same time, he was objective in dealing with the divine light. He wouldn't attack the divine light because of Xia Xin Yin. Thank you, Zhu Bo sighed in relief. Shi Yin didn't look at him, just throwing the poison-dipped cold bead out. The pure black bead hovered in the toxic clouds and began sucking the poisonous smokes like a powerful whale. After several minutes, the toxic smokes covering the entire life star was drawn into the poison-dipped cold bead. Not even a single thread remained. That bead became a little colder, and the magical energy rippling in there had become fiercer. Chapter 1073, Old Friends. Chapter 1073, Old Friends, __. Standing on the purple crystal battleship, Shi Yin traveled rapidly between the important mineral stars in Shadow Ghostly Prison. The life stars and mineral stars with rich natural resources that the Dark Shadow clan had left behind weren't many, and the distances between them weren't too far. This purple crystal battleship was made by the Potion and Tool Pavilion, which was much better than the one Ziyao had in the Raging Flame Star area. It could move agilely and swiftly. They went to each life star and mineral star where the poisonous smoke was confining the divine light warriors. Whenever the purple crystal battleships appeared, Shi Yin would descend and solve their problems. The poison-dipped cold bead hovered in the sky and drew all the toxic smoke like a whale taking in water. It became colder and blacker, feeling so cold in Shi Yin's hand while releasing some kind of cold-natured soul energy. His thought flickered, and the poison-dipped cold bead disappeared, reappearing in ethereal extent in his soul altar, then hovered there like a dark sun, which rippled out a cold-natured soul energy. This bead was the essence of the soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It was imprinted by the blood mark in his host's soul. At the same time, it had a wisp of Shi Yin's soul, which helped him control the bead with his thought. When the bead fell into his ethereal extent, it turned into a black light, releasing the cold, soul energy. Shi Yin felt his soul get calm and relaxed. He could feel the negative moods in his soul getting suppressed, which cheered him up. His acupuncture points had gathered a lot of essence chi of the dead warriors. It had the aura of despair, resentment, bloodlust, and ruthlessness, which had affected his mind and will, eroding his emotions to the point where he could lose his mind. The poison-dipped cold bead fell into his ethereal extent and became the tranquilizer of his ethereal extent, which would block off the negative emotions from his acupuncture points. Thus, he didn't receive a counter effect. He suddenly remembered what Xian Fei had told him. The poison-dipped cold bead had a magical power to stabilize the soul and prevent a situation of bedevilment. It was most suitable for the warriors with heaven flames. After sensing for a while, Shi Yin smiled happily. He knew that Xian Fei didn't lie to him. The poison-dipped cold bead could really stabilize his soul, making it crystal clear and without any dregs. Of course, the functions of the poison-dipped cold bead weren't to stabilize the soul and prevent bedevilment. It could release the toxic smokes it had absorbed. The bead was like a particular container, such that Shi Yin could put things in and take them out later. Shi Yin knew how terrifying the poisonous smoke from the poison-dipped cold bead were. He believed that if he released the toxic vapors inside the bead in a war, the lethality would be unbearable. According to Yushan, the poison-dipped cold bead did have other abilities. However, she didn't know clearly enough to tell him about them. Shi Yin had traveled through the big mineral stars and life stars with his poison-dipped cold bead on the purple crystal battleship like a shuttle. He absorbed the toxic smoke and clouds there to rescue the divine light warriors. Sana, Izeo, and Zhu Bo followed him. Seeing the mineral stars and life stars covered by toxic smokes, they all grimaced. The Dark Shadow clan is so evil. Ziyao had an icy cold face. Sana and Zhu Bo slightly nodded. Their faces were stern, sighing inwardly. They understood clearly that if Shi Yin didn't help them this time, More than 3,000 elite warriors of the Divine Light who came to Shadow Ghostly Prison would have been killed by the toxic smoke and clouds. Even the two of them couldn't have escaped from death. The Dark Shadow clan had gone away from the Shadow Ghostly Prison, but they had left such evil restrictions. If they brought the army of the God clan to Agate Star area, the result would be unimaginable. There's something you don't know. On the purple crystal battleship that was flying towards the last area where poisonous smokes and clouds confined their members, Yin frowned while talking indifferently. The bead I got here comes from an evil, venomous creature called the poison-dipped cold bead. If we don't have an expert at the incipient god realm who also has the heaven flame from the origin, if it goes into any star area, it will drown that star area into a catastrophe. All people, warriors, spiritual beasts, and animals will be massacred all. Pausing for a while, Yin took a deep breath, his face stern. The poison-dipped cold bead, it stayed in the space passage. It's the trap the Dark Shadow clan and the God clan had left. If they couldn't invade the Agate Star area, they would release the poison-dipped cold bead to kill all creatures in Agate Star area. It's too malicious, Sana and Jubo shouted. Ziyao's beautiful eyes had a gleam of fear. She was so frightened, smacking her tongue discreetly. That malignant, inhumane method to exterminate the entire star area wasn't something the forces in the Agate Star area could heartlessly do, despite the wars they sometimes had. And they couldn't even imagine that the God clan and Dark Shadow clan could prepare such a wicked deed. You guys resolved it? Jubo was baffled. Right. We were lucky enough to invite an incipient God realm expert from another star area. She had the heaven flames, so she refined the departed spirit jellyfish and left this poison-dipped cold bead, said Yin calmly. Jubo, Sana, Ziyao, and the warriors of the divine light around had their eyes brightened. When they looked at Yin now, they had respect in their eyes. He had the poison-dipped cold bead. If he weren't the key person, how could he get the bead? Thinking about the primary factor named Yin, that the second Elder Gu he had mentioned, the majority of warriors of the divine light could recognize his role in this event. Seems like all the forces of the clans around the Agate Star area have to thank you, Jubo said in a low-pitched voice. Many warriors of the divine light nodded. Yin was still natural and calm. You have to be grateful to many people. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion had joined that battle. Without their participation, the space passage wouldn't have been closed, and the great army of the God Clan would have come shortly after. While frowning, he said, "The official force of the God Clan is several times stronger than the Dark Shadow Clan's forces. If your Bloodlands fleet has the manpower which is 5 times bigger than now, you can deal with a troop of the God Clan's core. Don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm talking about them modestly." According to the incipient God Realm expert from the Fiery Rainstar area, who used to fight with the God Clan, 10 troops of ours could be relatively compared to 1 troop of the God Clan. I hope you can see the difference between our forces. Hearing him, many warriors of the Divine Light were frightened as they gawked in fear. Are they that mighty? Ziyao looked bitter, sighing. I had met a member of the God Clan. He was unusually strong, such that I'm still frightened until now. I believe the God Clan's core are quite intimidating. Otherwise, there are countless clans in this immense universe. So why has the God Clan always dominated the vast area? Sana and Jubo kept silent, their faces solemn. They needed to digest what Yin had just told them. They didn't talk more and just frowned, sinking in their thoughts. 2 days later, the purple crystal battleship landed on a life star which looked like the beautiful full moon. The atmosphere of this star also was covered with toxic smoke and clouds. Yin plunged down, using the poison-dipped cold bead to collect all of the extreme toxins. Right after that, the purple crystal battleship slowly landed on the magnificent surface of the planet. Blue oceans stretched over the planet with many scattered islands. Some islets were sparkling like gems in the middle of the sea, embellishing it with the dreamy decorations. I'm taking you to meet someone. Ziyao smiled gently. Before I departed to the divine crystal lode, I passed by this star. Come with me. Yin was surprised. He nodded immediately. An amethyst war chariot roared, flying out of the massive battleship. Ziyao waved at Shi Yin. After he hopped on, the amethyst war chariot flew towards a small, gourd-shaped island. The war chariot moved like an express shuttle at breakneck speed. Shortly after, the war chariot hovered above the gourd-shaped island and landed. As soon as they landed, Ziyao pitched her voice to call gently. "Hello, come see who's just arrived." This island wasn't so big. It was like a tropical island with hot and humid jungles. Situated in the middle of the island were some small mountains, which weren't really tall. The mountains were green, with luxuriant trees and foliage. By the foot of the mountains, they could see many precious gemstones sparkling. From a distance, they knew that the source of light of this island was those gemstones, which were fulgent in many colors. However, since they didn't have energy, warriors weren't interested in collecting them. Some mountain flanks had a few delicate caves where they could see people moving. Most of them were warriors of the divine light. Some figures suddenly stormed out of a cave and lifted their faces to watch the sky. Seeing Shi Yin from a distance, all of them were filled with joy. Shi Yin looked shocked, then smile stretched across his face. "Why are you here?" They were Bao Ao, Jieji, Bo Ro, and Ka Fu, the ones who should be in the Raging Flame Star area. Seeing them in this star area, Shi Yin was thrilled. When they were still in the Grace mainland, Bao Ao and Jieji had treated him well. When they struggled to get rid of the place and enter the Raging Flame Star area, they were captured by the Underworld League. They were the true comrades who had undergone hardships together. Thus, Shi Yin hadn't regretted giving away the star map to rescue Bao Ao and Jieji, trapped inside the soul-sucking demonic flower. After they were recovered, Katuo had arranged his brother Ka Fu to bring them out of the Heaven Punishment City and hide them in some dead star area. He thought that it would be hard to meet them again. But now, in Shadow Ghostly Prison of Agate Star area, they were reunited. Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro were at the King God Realm. Bao Ao and Jieji had reached the third sky of King God Realm, while Bo Ro was at the second sky of King God Realm. Seeing Shi Yin, they were so excited talking to him. "It's because of Her Highness, Princess Ziyao." Shi Yin was surprised. He turned to Ziyao, who was smiling next to him. "You did return to the Raging Flame Star area?" "Yeah, I went home once." Ziyao didn't conceal, answering him with ease. The Divine Light isn't far from the space hub of Shadow Ghostly Prison. While cultivating in Divine Light, I visited that area. I spent several years to find the space slit leading to the Raging Flame Star area. I did return there with some precursors of my force. Chapter 1074. The Dream They Once Had. Chapter 1074. The Dream They Once Had. __. More than 30 years ago, Ziyao left the Broken Star Field to enter the territory of the Divine Light. She had accepted the Master of the Divine Light, her teacher. Since then, she had ascetically cultivated the Light Power Upanishad. Divine Light wasn't within the area of the Shadow Ghostly Prison, but it wasn't far from this area either. It was especially close to the space hub where space passages were congregated. This area was mystical, with rumors that the Divine Light would cross this place from time to time. The Divine Light's master didn't want Ziyao to cultivate all the time. She asked Ziyao to come to the space hub to see if she could get lucky and catch a glimpse of outer space Divine Light. If she could take it in, her realm would leap up. Some precursors of the Divine Light had escorted Ziyao to the area with the space slits. She had wandered there for a long time, but couldn't catch the outer space Divine Light. However, she found a narrow space slit that was connected to the Raging Flame Star area. With the help of the Divine Light's experts, they moved through the space passage and arrived in the Dead Star area of the Raging Flame Star area. In that area, Ziyao found a lot of traces of the outer space pirates, as well as Ka Fu's whereabouts. She knew Shi Yin had a relationship with Ka Fu, Bao Ao, and the others. She was one of the vanguards entering the Agate Star area with Shi Yin. She knew Ka Tuo and Shi Yin were always together. Thus, she came to talk to Ka Fu, telling him that his brother was in the agate star area, and she wanted to take him there. Kafu, of course, couldn't be happier. After he had arranged everything, he took Bao Ao, Jieji, Bo Ro, and some strong pirates to follow Zi Yao to agate star area. Listening to Zi Yao, Shi Yin felt his eyes itch and his heart feel warm. He suddenly recognized that while he didn't know anything, this woman had done many meaningful things for him. He remembered things he had undergone those years and became baffled. Shi Yin, you didn't fail us, Bao Ao appraised with emotion. Jieji and Bo Ro were excited as well. Jieji stepped forward to pat Shi Yin's shoulder. Excellent. Shi Yin was bewildered, asking, What's excellent? You've taken the fellows of our demon clan from the Grace mainland. You gave them a way of hope. It's what we had departed for that year. We wanted to find a way out for our fellows. You've done it for us. You didn't fail us. Bao Ao's eyes had flames, his voice strong and echoing. Bao Ao and Jieji were the leaders of Demon Clan. They had soon recognized the exhaustion of energy in the Grace mainland and had struggled to find a way to survive for their fellows. They had even left the Grace mainland for this reason. After that, they arrived in the Raging Flame Star area, where they had their knowledge widened when they saw the wealth of the medium-level star area. At that time, they recognized how weak they were at the peak of True God Realm. They used to be the potion and mining slaves. They struggled to live for a long time. Eventually, they found the dream they once had seeming to drift further and further away from them. They had given up 1 or 2 times. However, shame stayed forever in their hearts as they couldn't bring hope for their fellows. But it was until they met Shi Yin again. Shi Yin had used the star map to exchange for their rescue while they were trapped inside the demonic flower. After that, they were safe and recovered in a hidden area somewhere in the land of God punishment. Slowly, hope dawned back on them. Dozens of years later, when Zi Yao brought some ethereal God realm experts of the divine light and found them here, they were shocked. Now they knew that the Raging Flame star wasn't a high-level star area. Only the star areas with incipient God realm experts could be deemed the high-level star areas. After that, Zi Yao told them one thing. They knew Shi Yin had completed the dream they could never fulfill. Shi Yin had brought the hope of a new life to their fellows in the Grace mainland. They were so grateful to him. When we had just visited the Grace mainland, we made the vow that we must find a life star to prepare a new home for our fellows. Jieji looked at Shi Yin, his face holding a sincere and touched smile. Too bad our capacity was limited, so we couldn't do that. But you helped us. Even if we have to die now, we will die with a smile. The demon fellows in the Grace mainland were their families, relatives, friends, and subordinates. They were worth their care, and they would do everything to continue their bloodline. They live well and safely now. Don't worry. Gazing at them, Shi Yin smiled happily. After I'm done with my business here, I will create a formation that can help transport you guys there to live with them. You will meet someone very close to you on that planet. Bao Ao, Jie, and Bo Ro were thrilled. In another area of the immense ocean, Sana and Ju Bo wore a solemn face, standing on the purple crystal battleship. Shi Yin has fulfilled his promise of solving our problems. What should we do now? Ju Bo frowned while looking at Sana. You're in charge of this operation. I'm just a protector. You tell me. Sana contemplated for a while and then said, As we've promised, divine light will leave the shadow, ghostly prison. Are you willing to leave? Ju Bo was surprised as he knew Sana wasn't the sort of man who would yield before he could get what he wanted. However, this time, he just simply gave it up like that. Ju Bo was quite astounded. I'm a man of my word. Sana frowned. That man and my sister have a close relationship. If we don't do what we have promised, it will be difficult for her as well. Little Yao and that guy don't have a simple friendship, you know, said Ju Bo meaningfully. Sana trembled shortly, his face gloomy. I know, but there's something we can't force to get. Well, that kid is only at the first sky of ethereal God realm at this moment. With your power and tricks, you have many ways to kill him. I believe you can do it discreetly, said Ju Bo with a smile. Sana's face was colder, looking at him indifferently. Old Ju, Did you take your meds today? If I wanted to compete for my sister with him, would I need to use such a low trick? Jubo laughed cheerily and nodded. Sana, you're truly Sana. You won't let me down, right? I was worried that you would let jealousy consume you. I'm not worried anymore. All right, we'll do as we have promised. We will give them the territories we've claimed. Sana was bewildered, but then he gathered himself together and burst out laughing. I will respect my sister's opinions, no matter what she chooses. I, Sana, am always sane. Jubo nodded smilingly. As divine light has you in its structure, even without the benefits from the shadow, ghostly prison, we will grow steadily. Fighting Star. Feng Han was standing on a high mountain with a soundstone in his hand, his face astounded. Divine light gave it up? What happened? He turned to Chi while frowning. Is it a conspiracy? Ghost knows. Chi seemed not minded much. Miao Rong sent me the message, saying that they have gathered with Xian Yan's Windstorm War Department. So, we don't need to hand the Divine Light the letter you wrote. Moreover, we also received the information that the Divine Light's forces have left the life stars and mineral stars they had claimed before. I'm sure something had happened. Feng Han said with a cold face. Contact Miao Rong and Xian Yan. I want to know what happened. I'm on it. In the dark star sea of shadow, ghostly prison, many battleships were hovering by a group of slender battleships above a crescent moon-shaped life star. This star was covered with a blue ocean, where they could see many small, dazzling islands that decorated this planet, making it a dreamy scene. So beautiful, Xia Xinyan observed from her battleship, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Standing by her was Miao Rong from the Water Moon War Department of Fighting League. This life star produces a lot of spiritual herbs and grasses. The Dark Shadow clan had controlled this place strictly. Among the important areas we want to claim, this place ranks right behind the planet with the Divine Crystal Lode. Xia Xian Yin smiled gently. The Divine Light's warriors are in there. If they don't retreat, we can't take this place. Miao Rong knitted his brows, talking. I still don't know why the Divine Light suddenly gave it up. The Fighting Star has asked me several times. I don't know what to answer them. The Divine Light had come fiercely, and they retreated even faster. I wonder if they have some internal problems. Xia Xian Yin put on a cold and indifferent face. She pondered for a while, and then said, We don't know why they retreated, but we can go there and ask. Miao Rong discolored in fright. You want to go there? The soldiers of the Water Moon Department and Xia Xian Yan's department numbered just over 1,000. Compared to 3,000 warriors of the Divine Light, they were quite few. The Divine Light had sent here all of the elite warriors, which weren't weaker than them. If they had to engage in a fight, Xia Xian Yan's side would fall into a disadvantageous situation. Today, warriors of the Divine Light who entered the shadow ghostly prison were all gathering in here. If they got down there and provoked the Divine Light's warriors, it would not be a good move. Miao Rong couldn't understand a thing. We just use a war chariot to get there. Xia Xian Yin called, and a crystal jade phoenix war chariot emerged. She hopped on and waved at Miao Rong. You and I will go there to show our goodwill. Miao Rong was a little hesitant. You are at the incipient God realm. What is there to be worried then? Xia Xian Yin said gently. I'm worried about you. Miao Rong forced a smile. I can escape simply, but you can't do that. Your realm isn't high enough. If they confine you for the second time, we will fall into a tough position again. Don't you think so? No, it won't turn like that this time. Xia Xian Yin smiled, her beautiful eyes piercing through the layers of clouds. She mumbled, I'm sure he has established an agreement with the Divine Light. Otherwise, the Divine Light won't act that way. Forget it. I will go with you to see what troubles we will meet. Miao Rong was reluctant, but he jumped onto the war chariot like a furious water current. The lithe phoenix war chariot glided, dancing in the sky while piercing through layers of clouds. Slowly, it lowered towards the blue ocean. They saw many Divine Light's battleships anchored by the islands in the sea. Warriors of the Divine Light were looking at the sky, their faces gingerly. I want to see your leader. Xia Xian Yin called out gently while she was still in the sky. The sound waves of her voice echoed, expanding further. Xia Mei Mei, over here. An enchanting voice that could even reach people's bones came from the gourd-shaped island in the middle of the ocean. The female voice sounded lazy and soft, as if she was sunbathing. Xia Exanyin arched her brows, but she didn't recognize it. Her beautiful eyes held an unclear meaning. Her phoenix war chariot suddenly hissed ear-piercingly as it sped up, which made Miao Rong lose his balance and almost fall off. He immediately looked at her with an odd face, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 1075, A Competition of Envy. Chapter 1075, A Competition of Envy. Underscore. Miao Rong was quite suspicious. This time, the Divine Light had made a large-scale invasion. While the Fighting League hadn't noticed, they had forcefully claimed many important areas which used to belong to the Dark Shadow clan. It was like a sharp thorn thrusting towards the Fighting League's throat, which gave Feng Han a big headache. When Feng Han was ready to deploy his force, he got the news from the Divine Light. They had kept Xia Exanyin as a hostage. Thus, Feng Han had to stop his plan of a fight and begrudgingly agreed with the strict conditions the Divine Light had given. He didn't deploy his forces, but wrote a letter of agreement, which he asked Miao Rong to hand to the other in exchange for Xia Exanyin. Miao Rong thought that it was a humiliation which he had prepared himself to bear. However, when he arrived there with his Water Moon War Department, Xia Exanyin and her Windstorm War Department had escaped their confinements. Moreover, the arrogant experts of the Divine Light were leaving their important areas. They seemed to want to retreat from the shadow, ghostly prison soon. Miao Rong was confused, as he didn't know what was wrong. He had asked Xia Exanyin, but she didn't give him a convincing answer. The Fighting League was hurried, wanting to know all the details related to it. So, they continually asked Miao Rong. Miao Rong knew that Xia Exanyin had the answer. However, he didn't have the right to ask her. So, he had to keep being skeptical. The Phoenix War chariot trembled hard. Miao Rong looked at Xia Exanyin, who acted normal, her eyes lost somewhere. He knew that he would get the answer in a few minutes. On the gourd-shaped island, the breeze was warm, flowing above the sparkling sea. Divine Light's battleships were anchored by the small island, leaving only one magnificent purple crystal battleship lying in the center of the island. Dozens of Divine Light's warriors were surrounding the purple crystal battleship, situated in the middle of many lush mountains. All of a sudden, Sana and Jubo arrived there with Ziyao, who was wearing a gorgeous purple dress. At this moment, the three leaders of Divine Light were giving orders to their subordinates. A hunky young man stood in a corner with the three demon clansmen, his face cold and calm. Warriors of Divine Light weren't wary of them. They were talking to each other, while the mesmerizing woman in purple would often throw her glance at the young man over there, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Swish! The war chariot slightly trembled. Miao Rong jolted up, frowning at the Divine Light's warriors in the distance. Sana and Jubo were famous warriors of the Divine Light, the commanders of this shadow, ghostly prison operation. At first glance, Miao Rong could easily guess their identities. He looked at the gorgeous woman in purple, his eyes brightening as he nodded inwardly. That was the new disciple of the Divine Light's master. She was quite favored and had an extremely fast cultivation progress. He knew that she was called Ziyao. A series of information related to Ziyao slid through his brain, startling him. He suddenly became bewildered when he found out that Xia Exanyin had only looked at Ziyao and that cold young man since she had arrived on this planet. She didn't even give Sana and Jubo a glance. Since Miao Rong couldn't explain that, he paid more attention. Jubo didn't talk more. He rose one hand, making a gesture to stop the Divine Light's warriors from discussing. He looked at the Phoenix War chariot emerging and chuckled. He waved his hand while talking. "I'm Jubo of the Divine Light. You're welcome here to see us off." "See them off." Miao Ring was bewildered. Xia Exanyin furrowed her bold brows as her look shifted from Jubo to Ziyao. Finally, she gazed at Shiyin. Shiyin was still natural as he grinned while talking to her. Divine Light wants to retreat from shadow, ghostly prison. They will leave soon. Miao Rong and Xia Xian Yin were astounded. They finally confirmed that the Divine Light would leave for sure, which made them even more bewildered. Jubo looked at Shi Yin, giving the compliment. What we agreed about with Shi Yin, we will never change. After we're done with the preparations for him, we will leave shortly. We won't linger in shadow, ghostly prison anymore. Sana snorted, his face indifferent. He seemed not willing at all. Ziyao wore a charming smile while talking to Xia Xian Yin gently. It's perfect not to cause any dispute with Xia Mei Mei. Mei Mei, if you have time, come to be our guest in Divine Light's territory. Please don't keep in mind any previous provocation of ours. Xia Xian Yin just frowned, but didn't answer. Miao Rong was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. He looked at the lean young man and finally knew that he was Shi Yin, the one they had talked about. However, this man was only at the ethereal god realm. What kind of a trick had he conjured to make the Divine Light leave shadow, ghostly prison? And why did he have to help the Fighting League? Doubts grew in Miao Rong's mind. I want to create a teleportation formation. They will help me gather some necessary materials. That's why I'm waiting here. Shi Yin thought for a while and realized that he should clarify everything with Xia Xian Yin. With his realm and cultivation base, it wasn't really hard to create the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation. He believed that he could do that. However, he didn't have the materials to build a space teleportation formation. When he discussed with Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro, he told them about it. He didn't expect that Zi Yao would help him collect all of the required materials. However, he was even more surprised when Zhu Bo and Sana didn't oppose this. They expressed that they wanted to thank him because he had rescued the warriors of the Divine Light. He couldn't deny this, and he didn't try to deny anyway. He just let Divine Light and Zi Yao take care of the preparations. It would take a lot of materials to build the space teleportation formation. The battleships of the Divine Light in this area didn't have enough materials. Thus, Ziyao and Zhu Bo had ordered their subordinate to gather them. They knew that they could collect all of them in a short while. The Divine Light and the Potion and Tool Pavilion had a close relationship. The materials AI Fu had piled up in Broken Star Field were from the Divine Light. And they even had a way to buy and sell the Mother and Child Sky linking formation to AI Fu. Shi Yin didn't doubt the Divine Light's capacity. Also, he believed in Ziyao. Thus, he had been waiting on this gourd-shaped island. Gathering forging materials? Xia Xian Yin was surprised for a while. She reacted immediately, laughing. Ah, turns out you're busy with this. When we came back from the space passage, you had told me that, so I had arranged it for you. Shi Yin was surprised. Miao Rong slightly frowned while talking. You sent your request to the League, asking us to contact the Potion and Tool Pavilion to collect the materials for him. Xia Xian Yin smiled naturally, then nodded and talked to Shi Yin. You don't need to stay here anymore. We should go to the Fighting Star. I believe that the materials required are already there. You can do it right away without waiting here. Shi Yin scratched his head as he felt awkward. It takes 5 days max, and the materials we have ordered will be delivered. Zi Yao smiled charmingly. Can you wait for 5 days more? It will take half a month to travel to the Fighting League. You don't need to waste a lot of time, right? Just wait here for 5 days more. What do you say? You want to go to the Fighting League anyway. When you get there, the materials will be awaiting you already. You can do what you want. Why would you waste more time here? Xia Xian Yin pitched her voice. The two peerlessly beautiful women were trying to show their colors. With soft voices and yearning eyes, they were asking him to agree with their suggestions. The Divine Light's warriors were baffled, and Miao Rong was also dumbstruck. No matter with Xia Xian Yin or Zi Yao, they were both extreme beauties who were really rare in this world. Both their makings and glamour were perfect. They also held a high position in the Fighting League and Divine Light, respectively. Ordinary people would never have a chance to get in touch with them. But today, they were competing for a man. As they were trying to gain his attention, it baffled all the warriors on the scene. Many warriors the Divine Light had yearning, jealous, admiring, and even angry facial expressions. Some of them even roared in their minds, as they had considered Zi Yao as their perfect goddess, the dream of their lives. Today, their goddess and another extremely exquisite woman were waiting for a man's decision. This made them almost lose their sanity. Sanaa felt like a big failure. He didn't have any confidence or arrogance in his eyes anymore. He looked at Zi Yao, who was gingerly, and then Xia Xianyan, who was yearning, then sighed inwardly. Miao Rong frowned deeply. The light in his eyes was like a burning torch as he gazed at Shi Yan and felt aghast. He had never heard of the name Shi Yan. He knew nothing about this man who had emerged from nowhere. But he knew how much Feng Han had favored Xia Xianyan. He also knew Xia Xianyan's strange profile. At the same time, he knew of Zi Yao's noble position in the divine light. What made this young man deserve the two women's favors? Miao Rong gradually became absorbed in his thoughts. I've been waiting for several days, and it will just take 5 days more. As people were gazing at him, Shi Yan's face was indifferent while he spoke. 5 days later, after we've collected the materials, I will leave with you to the Fighting Star. I think I can finish the teleport formation on the way. It will be the best solution for me. The Fighting Star was the headquarters of the Fighting League, which situated in the dangerous center of the Shadow Ghostly Prison. It was heavily guarded in a special location. Shi Yan had agreed to Yushan from the Fiery Rainstar area that he would assign Leona to train a troop of her force. Due to the unique location of the Fighting League in Shadow Ghostly Prison, it was his top choice. His answer gained the approval from both the two beauties. They smiled, and nothing in this sea area could compare to their glamour. All right, we will wait for 5 days more. Xia Xianyan felt at ease. She nodded to Miao Rong, asking him to wait here as well. As long as Shi Yan agreed to go to the Fighting Star with her, she wouldn't nag him about any other matter. She felt happy with his decision. Zi Yao knew that Xia Xianyan still ranked first in Shi Yan's heart. She wasn't foolish to make things tenser. As Shi Yan had agreed to stay 5 days more in this place, she thought that it was a noticeable change already. She believed that she could imprint her image into his heart little by little over time. Eventually, she would be able to compete with Xia Xianyan directly. This area doesn't look bad. Shi Yan, take me around for seeing the sights, will you? Xia Xianyan suddenly asked with her sweet voice. I've taken him for a walk once. If you don't mind, we will go together. What do you say? Shi Yan hadn't agreed when Zi Yao took the chance to intervene. She stretched her body like a lazy cat, her face natural and calm. I'm excited to talk more with Xia Mei Mei. Cough, cough. You two go for a walk. I want to prepare and meditate for a while. Shi Yan gave out some dry coughs and expressed his opinion. The two pairs of pretty eyes shot at him with some meaning. I'm going to seclude and cultivate, Shi Yan said placidly, then flew out all of a sudden and disappeared into a cave on the mountain of the island. Chapter 1076, Three Flames Unite. Chapter 1076, Three Flames Unite. __. The fountainhead of power Upanishads. Inside a spacious area of fire power Upanishads, which looked like a vast sea, flames were dancing and running as if they had life. Sometimes they draw beautiful curves in the air with brilliant light. Each magical flame was releasing its best mysterious power. Warriors who concentrated their minds to study with the soul could understand all the changes of those flames and comprehend the power of fire, then absorb it into their souls to strengthen their fire power Upanishads. Two souls were floating in the middle of the sea of fire. One of them looked like a dazzling fireball with a fierce soul energy magnetic field. Its magnetic field seemed to synchronize with countless flames in this area of fires of Upanishads. It acted as if it had understood the mysteries of those flames. At the same time, the flames around it started to twist and change, turning into the brilliant and yet exquisite lines of some drawings. They seemed to be the particular shapes of the fire fairies. The three soul energy fluctuations of the flames with similar auras were generated from the fireball, slowly condensing into one beam, thinning and stretching. Two graceful figures appeared, hovering in front of the firepower Upanishad's area. Yushan looked beautiful with her generous curves, her face mature and charming. She looked struck when she saw the soul fireball. He's uniting 3 heaven flames of the origin that have similar auras. It's a real fusion. He's making their auras and energy unite into one. Xianfei's small face was surprised, screaming. How's his progress? Almost finished, Yushan appraised emotionally. This man's innate endowment's not ordinary at all. His situation's special and strange. With this progress, he is likely to finish fusing the 3 flames with the similar auras. At that time, his understanding of the firepower Upanishad would surpass yours. Xianfei felt dispirited, snorting with disgust. You'd better observe. It will be good for you. Yushan told her, and then kept silent. Time flew hurriedly. After an unknown period of time, the 3 different auras of that flaming soul had been fused into one, without a leak. Another soul of his suddenly transformed into Shi Yan's real image. He chuckled, looking at the co-soul with his eyes sparkling strangely. The co-soul in the form of a brilliant fireball suddenly shrank until it was a thumb-sized flaming bead, hovering in the air. You're all here. While smiling, he looked at Yushan. When will you enter the agate star area? I'm here to tell you that they are waiting at the entrance of the space passage. My body's there as well. If you're ready, I'll ask them to get in. Yushan explained the situation to him. Of course, it's no problem. You just need to guide them to the agate star area. I'll let someone receive you and bring you to the fighting star in shadow, ghostly prison, said Shi Yan. You've just fused with 3 heaven flames of the origin, right? Pausing for a while, Yushan asked. Yes, I've done it smoothly. The earth flame, purgatory true flame, and vermilion bird true flame had similar auras, and were all peak yang scorching flames. The fusion of the 3 flames was smooth, and at this moment, the 3 heaven flames were now one, and the blazing power of this combination had been increased by several times. Shi Yan tried, and he found that the fused flame was burning hot beyond his expectations. You have 10 heaven flames from the same origin of an ancient continent, and the 3 heaven flames you just fused are the 3 easiest flames to combine. However, the next time you want to fuse them, it would be more strenuous. Yushan contemplated and then reminded him. The next time you combine heaven flames, you shouldn't do it rashly. You must do one at a time, or else you will meet a big trouble. Sai, I admire you. You could gather all the heaven flames of the same origin. I think your attainment in cultivating firepower Upanishad would surpass us one day. Yushan's eyes looked complicated and emotional when she said that. As she was the Grandmaster who cultivated firepower Upanishad with the heaven flames at the second sky of incipient God realm, Shi Yan appreciated her advice a lot, memorizing all that she told him. Our soldiers will enter the agate star area soon. You should hurry to send your guide to receive them. Yushan frowned as she hesitated. There's something I wonder if it's related to your agate star area. What's that? Shi Yan was startled. The one who had plotted against your agate star area is the Ascot family of the God clan, right? Asked Yushan. Shi Yan nodded. So, it's possibly related to you guys. Yushan pondered for a while, and then said, I heard that Sloan of the Ascot family is collecting materials to fabricate the border-breaking mine. I think it's related to your agate star area, and even yourself. I quite don't understand. Sloan and Chief Bellow of the Dark Shadow clan call each other brothers. Spot, the god young man that you killed, was the beloved youngest son of Sloan and a core member of the God clan. When he died, they could find out the murderer using a special method. Sloan should know that you killed his son by now. The border-breaking mine is the most dangerous weapon of the God clan. It can blast an entire planet and also break the space barrier. Anyway, it's not easy to fabricate the border-breaking mine. It needs a soul altar of an incipient God realm expert to be the core. Once the border-breaking mine detonates, the soul altar of that expert will explode altogether. I heard that Sloan is asking for an imprisoned incipient God realm expert to be the core of his border-breaking mine. Once he's done with that mine, he can blow off the space barrier between your star area and the ancient God star area in just a blink of an eye. At that time, you guys will have to face the great army of the Ascot family of the God Clan. Especially you. You're Sloane's main target. Yushan talked clearly and evidently. Shi Yan's face darkened. He knew Yushan didn't need to deceive him at this moment. He was sure she was telling the truth. When the space barrier was sealed, he thought they could be safe for a while. Unexpectedly, the God Clan didn't want to stop their attack there. Their next conspiracy was much bloodier. Of course, he needs the Ascot family's approval to get an incipient God Realm expert as the sacrifice. It takes time to fabricate the border-breaking mine. Thus, I think you're safe for a while. Seeing his face darken, Yushan couldn't help but console him. You still have time to prepare. I suggest you guys should unite all the big clans in your star area. You can't resist with a scattered force. The first time the Fiery Rain Star area had to deal with the God Clan's invasion, the clans from everywhere were fighting against each other. Some even depended on the God Clan. It was only when they suffered a significant loss that they finally recognized the reality. Eventually, all clans had to unite to resist the God Clan. I want you to recognize your situation in the early stage, Yushan kindly advised him. Shi Yan nodded silently. Yushan didn't talk more and told Xian Fei to leave this area. Their souls then disappeared shortly. Shi Yan stayed in the area of firepower Upanishads alone. He contemplated for a while and then left. At the entrance of the cave sealed with a big rock, the two splendid women were floating quietly. Their beautiful eyes sparkled as they studied the entrance. Not far from them, Miao Rong, Sana, Jubo, and more than 10 divine light experts were waiting on the war chariots. Those war chariots were filled with exotic, cultivating materials. Most of them were crystal-like materials, while a small part was wooden cubes that looked like sparkling jades. Today wasn't the 5th day. It was the 9th day. The materials the divine light had ordered were delivered on time. They wanted to wake Shi Yan up in this cave. However, when they arrived, they couldn't sense his soul energy fluctuation. At that time, everybody was frightened. Miao Rong, Sana, and Ju Bo were restlessly anxious. They thought that Shi Yan's soul was exterminated. Even Ziyao didn't know what had happened to him. She had almost dashed into the cave to check his situation. She had never experienced the state when he had entered the fountainhead of power, Upanishads. Only Xia Xian Yin knew about the actual situation. She had stopped them from getting into the cave, so they all waited here in silence. They were quite skeptical. While waiting, they were filled with confusion. At the moment Shi Yan's soul, which they thought was lost, returned to his body, everybody instinctively looked at the cave entrance. At this moment, Miao Rong, Sana, and Jubo knew that Shi Yan was more mysterious than what they had thought. They now knew that Shi Yan wasn't an ordinary warrior. It seemed the Agate Star area had never had a warrior with the heaven flames who could enter the fountainhead of power Upanishads. Thus, they didn't know that people's soul could enter the mysterious area, which gave the others a feeling that their souls had been exterminated. Squeak! Squeak! The big rock was removed, and Shi Yan appeared in the entrance of the cave with a cold face. Looking at the group of people waiting for him, he frowned unrecognizably, beaming a smile. "Oh, I got a big welcome formation." The others felt embarrassed and didn't talk much. "We were so worried about you." Ziyao rolled her eyes at him. She exaggeratingly patted her round breasts while screaming. "You had scared me. I couldn't sense your soul aura. I thought something had happened to you. If Xia Mei didn't tell us, I would have jumped into the cave to find you. Sai, next time, can you notify us before you do that? Do you think it's funny to make people worried like that?" She didn't conceal her deep affection for Shi Yan at all. The divine light warriors sighed and shifted anxiously. They cursed Shi Yan for his romantic luck. Xian Yin, you should send some Fighting League experts to the space passage we've been before. We need to fetch up a troop of warriors. Shi Yan said with a stern face. They come from the Fiery Rain Star area. Yushan and Xian Fei may arrive as well. I agreed with them that I would let Leona help them train their soldiers. First, let's bring them to the Fighting Star. This place is much nearer than that planet anyway, Ziyao intervened. Shi Yan was baffled for a while. He pondered for a while and then said, "All right, send someone and bring them here." "Hey, did you prepare the materials I've asked?" "Oh, are delivered." "Good. I'm going to build the formation here. I must finish it as soon as possible." Chapter 1077, Build the Formation. Chapter 1077, Build the Formation, __. A peak of a mountain on the gourd-shaped island. The top of this mountain was flat and smooth like a cut crystal. It looked like someone had used a huge blade to cut it flat. Piling on the cold ground were dozens of different materials, sparkling in different colors. Some of them were icy cold or as warm as jade, while the others were crystal clear and shining. A young man was frowning, his eyes focused as he stood silently atop the mountain. Fine space blades flashed on and off in the void as if they were the knives of a wonderfully skilled craftsman. As Shi Yan was moving his fingers, the space blades exquisitely and carefully carved the intricate drawings on the surface of the rigid, empty fantasy crystal. This piece of empty fantasy crystal was around 1 mu wide. It was crystal clear and fulgent like the best quality jade. However, this piece of jade was covered with hairline cracks, which were curving and expanding to every corner of the crystal. It looked like there were so many invisible hands magically moving those cracks around. The sharp space blades glided, drawing on the surface of the crystal, creating more hairline cracks while generating the sounds of screak. Boom! A cluster of scorching red flame emerged in his palm. It floated and bobbed continually like a magical soul, and slowly, it turned into a beautiful curve. The flame covered the cold, lozenge jades piling around. Half of the jades then melted, and black dregs dripped down. The cold jades were polished afterward. They swooshed in the air, landing on the slits on the empty fantasy crystal. The young man had his 10 fingers moved continually, drawing beautiful and yet complicated, wonderful formations in the void. Whenever a new formation appeared, the sharp space blades would move around, carving on the surface of the empty fantasy crystal. Right after that, the burning flame would refine the cold jades, spiritual rocks, and precious metals. It would grind the materials or melt them down into the flaming fluid, which would be poured onto the formations on the empty fantasy crystal. The surface of the 1 mu wide jade had countless fine cuts, which were arranged into beautiful patterns and drawings of dozens of inexplicable formations and star points. The star points were the space nodes that weaved with each other to connect the formations, giving rise to the magical effects of the grand formation. The dancing flame was like the tentacles of God, pulling more materials to extract the dregs and impurities out of before putting them into the empty fantasy crystal. As the materials disappeared, the formations on the massive empty fantasy crystal glowed one after another. They seemed to be small-scale star maps with the power of space essence. However, ordinary people couldn't grasp it. War chariots anchored around this mountain where Xia Exinyan, Ziyao, Xiaorong, Sana, and Zhu Bo were standing, watching him in silence. The space blades appeared thicker, and the empty fantasy crystal became even more dazzling. They suddenly saw the space above the mountain shattering. Many energy currents gushed over as if the sky had been ripped apart, while the marvelous space energy rippled magically. The narrow space cracks appeared, making space energy more turbulent. The sky above the gourd-shaped island looked like a shattered mirror with more space slits. People couldn't move their eyes after taking the first look, and their soul altars surged anxiously. Under the splintery sky, a young man was focused on using his soul, mind, and soul consciousness to carve the formation with space blades on the surface of the empty fantasy formation. He controlled the heaven flames to refine the materials, then used his god power to pour them into the spiritual formation. Everybody was dumbstruck on watching his performance. Even Xia Exinyan and Ziyao, the two who understood him the best, were speechless. They just looked at him with astonishment in their eyes. He's also good at forging tools. If he spends more efforts to study and master his skills, he could be an elder of the potion and tool pavilion, cried Jubo after looking at Shi Yan for a while. Sana nodded and couldn't hide his admiration. He's worth being the one my sister has chosen. He has his specialties indeed. I know my sister always had keen eyes. He does no blacksmithing. Miao Rong was standing on another Phoenix war chariot, his face surprised. What's his profile? He didn't know Shi Yan's identity right from the beginning until now. Xia Xanyan pulled herself together, turning her head to look at him, then gave him a slight smile. How can I say that? He's the one who resolved the danger of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstor War Department. Without him, the Dark Shadow Clan and the God Clan would have invaded us. Miao Rong was shaken. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Of course, he knew what happened inside that space passage. He knew Great Elders Lu of the Potion and Tool Pavilion had cooperated with the Dark Shadow Clan to bring the God Clan to this star area. Being the commander of the Water Moon War Department of the Fighting League, Miao Rong had met a lot of warriors from other star areas coming through the space passages to get here. From them, he knew of the so-called God Clan. He was really afraid of that race. But the Dark Shadow Clan had retreated all of a sudden, and the space passage was now blocked. He also knew something through the channels of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. However, he had thought that it was because of the cooperation of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstor War Department. He never thought that they had a young man who had held such a crucial role. At this moment, Xia Xian told him what had actually happened, which made him baffled. It was the first time he considered Shi Yan's abilities. What about the warriors we had sent to fetch the others? Xia Xian continued to ask. I think they've almost arrived. Miao Rong answered. Are the warriors from the Fiery Rain Star area the core that need to be trained? Why do they have such requests? That's because you have never seen how powerful Leona is. Xia Xian smiled. Let alone the Fiery Rain Star area, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan all want her to train their legions. If it's possible, I also want to let her whip my Windstorm War Department. She's even better than you? Miao Rong arched his brows, feeling astounded. Me? Xia Xian mocked herself, telling the truth. If we had two core with the same competence to lead, I think I won't have even a slight bit of power to deal with her core. Within 1 hour, she could destroy us all. Miao Rong discolored in fear. Leona is from Shi Yan's team. She only listens to Shi Yan. Xia Xian smiled happily. What's the relationship between you and him? Miao Rong asked about his biggest suspicion. Xia Xian blushed, biting her full lower lip. Miao Rong kept silent, as he had gotten his answer. Shi Yan concentrated wholeheartedly on the flat peak of the mountain, as his soul altar spun silently. The space abilities were applied to draw the formation in the void, then carve the lines on the surface of the empty fantasy crystal. Shi Yan's co-soul could urge the heaven flames and arrange the materials precisely and timely on their spots on the empty fantasy crystal. As the spiritual formations appeared, they glowed. Shi Yan knew the child formation of the mother and child sky linking formation would be completed soon. As he had cultivated space power Upanishad, he had studied the mother and child sky linking sky formation for a long time. He understood about its mysteries. As his realm improved, he gained a new cognition of this formation and could grasp its essence now. Today, with abundant materials, he had tried and built the child formation. Although it was a little difficult, he slowly knew that he wasn't so far from the day of completion. While refining the formation, his soul was calm and peaceful. When he urged his space power Upanishad, the abilities he had mastered were released, which benefited his improvement of his realm the most. His soul shivered, and a sharp space blade stopped suddenly. A flame moved out of a crack on the empty fantasy crystal, and at the cross-section of the two slits, the last space node emerged. Boom! The intense and blinding light bloomed. The empty fantasy crystal resounded cracking noises crunchily, as though it was a blooming flower. Afterward, an octagonal platform emerged in the center of the crystal. It had countless dense and complex lines of different patterns and drawings. The strong and dizzy light flashed. After a short while, it disappeared into the spots by the edge of the formation. Yin exhaled, while divine crystals shot out of his ring, falling on the designated concave spots. After several thousand divine crystals were put into their spots, the child formation suddenly had strange space ripples expanding. The onlookers suddenly felt the space around them ripple, and couldn't help but gawk at Yan's. "It works," Yin said weakly. He sent his soul consciousness into the space nodes, searching for the aura of the mother formation. After he got it, he urged the divine crystals. A halo covered the center of the child formation. As energy that fluctuated in the formation was clear, everybody could feel the marvelous experience of being able to connect different places. Such thick energy waves expanding. A clear but tender voice arose from the clouds above the gourd-shaped island. Although that voice was still echoing, the massive battleships emerged one after another. Those battleships were made of some kind of bright metals. They could reflect light well, which made them so blinding. Each one of those battleships was more than several thousand meters long. They looked like beasts from the primordial time, falling from the nine-tiered sky. The others could sense a strong and brutal energy fluctuating from those battleships. People on the gourd-shaped island faced the sky, looking at several hundred battleships, which carried more than 10,000 strange warriors from the other star area. They were so scared that even their souls swayed. The warriors on those battleships evidently belonged to different forces. All of them were at the King God Realm, Original God Realm, and Ethereal God Realm. They even had 2 incipient God Realm experts. This intimidating force was enough to swagger across the shadow ghostly prison, and even the Fighting League couldn't bear facing them directly. Among this more than 10,000 warrior force, there were 3,000 warriors at the Original God Realm and 200 Ethereal God Realm experts. No force in the entire Agate Star area could have this number of domineering experts. Although Divine Light was a famous force in the Agate Star area, and it had dozens of thousands of warriors, it had only a little more than 10,000 King God Realm warriors, around 1,000 Original God Realm, and less than 30 Ethereal God Realm experts. The Fighting League was even worse. They had around 15 Ethereal God Realm warriors among dozens of thousands of warriors. It was the same for the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, Demon Clan, and Monster Clan. Their numbers of Ethereal God Realm warriors couldn't compare to this force, which had just fallen from the sky. Everybody was panic-stricken while watching the sky. Yin was also shocked. He pitched his voice. "Do you actually need to arrange such a big formation? This force of yours is enough to destroy any force in the Agate Star area." It was Yushan who had brought the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area to this life star for Leona to train. However, the power of this force was much beyond what Yin had estimated. Even in his dream, he couldn't imagine that Yushan could gather so many intimidating existences like this. He had a sudden headache. How could he arrange for this massive force? 1 mu equals 666. 6 meters squared. Chapter 1078, Pressure Resistant. Chapter 1078, Pressure Resistant, __. More than 10,000 warriors and hundreds of battleships had created a heavy pressure like that of a mountain. This force of the Fiery Rain Star area was over Yan's estimation. Sana and Jubo from the Divine Light were solemn. They had ordered their subordinates discreetly to maintain discipline. They shouldn't provoke or cause any dispute with the others recklessly. Miao Rong also looked shocked. He was bewildered while looking at the people who had just arrived. At this moment, he was speechless as if he didn't know how to talk. This force of the Fiery Rain Star area was enough to defeat any force of the Agate Star area. Moreover, they had outnumbered the other forces, obviously, let alone the fact that the Divine Light had only 3,000 warriors here. Even if this force had attacked the Divine Light's headquarters, they could cause a fatal destruction there. The huge number of the Ethereal God Realm of this force was so intimidating that it made them feel mentally subdued already. The Agate Star area was vast, but would need 4 or 5 forces combined to resist this force of the Fiery Rain Star area. If they wanted to finish the Divine Light's core in this gourd-shaped island, they could crush every single one of the 3,000 warriors here easily. Yushan's force was like a pressing grand mountain, which had suffocated everyone there. However, Yushan didn't look happy at all. Quite the contrary. She looked even more grimaced than Miao Rong and Jubo. After the battleships had anchored by the small island, she ordered her warriors with an exhausted face. Immediately, thousands of big chests emerged from hundreds of battleships. The energy that rippled through those chests was thick and striking. A lanky, archaic-look old man came to Yushan, who was at the second sky of incipient god realm. He was called Shaoan. At this moment, he frowned while looking at those chests, as if he was hesitant. Yushan nodded at him. Shaoan's face was begrudging as he said, "Open them." Many warriors of the fiery rain star area acted like the thunderstorm as they dashed out and opened the chests floating in the sky. Fierce halos were revealed, which seemed so dazzling. Those several thousand chests were filled with divine crystals, jades, precious metals, and rare woods. The 5-colored crystals were fulgent beside the aromatic pellets and medicines. Various types of cultivating materials that were essential to any warrior were glowing with a magical light that could mesmerize people. Most of the divine crystals in the chests were high quality, with some rare top-quality ones. The energy stored inside was almost in a liquid form, which was murmuring inside the crystals. The spectacular jades had different auras of different energy classes. Some were cool, scorching, icy cold, or filled with thunderbolts. Apparently, they were the customized products aimed at special warriors, which were priceless indeed. Even the meteoric iron, the streamer sand, black metals, etc. that couldn't be found in the potion and tool pavilion were seen in those chests. Watching them all, people felt that their souls had already sunk into those chests. All the chests were filled with different rare and precious cultivating materials. Miao Rong and Jubo looked at them until their eyes had a strange light. They smacked their tongues, counting for a while before they knew that even the combination of all of Divine Lights and Fighting League properties couldn't compare to the materials in those chests. This finding made Miao Rong and Jubo shift restlessly. They looked at the warriors of the fiery rain star area, who had just arrived, even more cautiously. This was filthy rich. Seriously, Miao Rong and Jubo sighed with emotions. As we come here this time, we will use only our own sources. We won't consume anything from you guys. Yushan talked slowly while her bright eyes looked at Shi Yin only. She didn't bother to look at Miao Rong, Jubo, Sana, Xiaoxin Yin, and Ziyao. In her eyes, it seemed only Shi Yin had the right to talk with her. Many warriors of Divine Light were shocked. When they looked at Shi Yin again, they all had an awkward complexion. You just need to ask Leona to help us train our soldiers. We will cover our consumption. We won't ask you to take care of all of things for us. Yushan became dead serious. I know how difficult and brutal the training can be. If some of them die unexpectedly during the training, we won't say a word. Shaoan stood by her, frowning. He looked at Shi Yin disbelievingly, lowering his voice. Is he worth our trust and difficulties for such consumption? Shaoan's voice wasn't high, but everybody could hear him clearly. They couldn't help but look at him. This man seemed to hold a high position. He was at the second sky of incipient god realm, cultivating the thunderbolt power Upanishad. He must be famous in fiery rain star area. When Yushan talked to him, she was careful and respectful. Leona is an extraordinary genius. I believe that the force she trains can resist the standing army of the God Clan. The standing army of the God Clan? Shao furrowed his brows as his line of sight raked through the warriors of the Divine Light. His eyes became disdainful. The competence of the team here can't be compared to ours. Is she worth your trust? Many warriors of the Divine Light, including Sana, Jubo, and Ziyao, changed their looks as they felt insulted. The blood lance of the Divine Light was famous in the Agate Star area, indeed. Sana and Jubo had confidence in their fleet. However, being disdained today, they all felt angry. Yushan scanned the Divine Light's warriors, talking nonchalantly. They aren't an elite force indeed, but they aren't the force Leona has trained. I believe that if Leona commands them, our troop with a similar competence wouldn't be their match. Shaoan laughed strangely. He looked at the warriors behind him, and then the blood lance of the divine light. Suddenly, he talked with a severe face. You know that I didn't agree to send so many experts to the Agate Star area for training because I don't believe the Agate Star area could have some good trainer at such high levels. Our family used to battle against the forces of the Agate Star area. I know their fighting competence. So, I don't think they can be compared with the intimidating force of our fiery rain star area. Of course, I know you won't shoot an arrow aimlessly, especially when we are under such a heavy pressure. Shaoan paused for a while and then continued. Give me something to put my faith on, okay? Also to show your soldiers something that makes them believe. Standing behind him, the warriors from a fiery rain star area had their eyes brightened, looking at Yushan with yearning visages. Yushan frowned, hesitating for a while before talking to Shiyan. Is Leona here? Shiyan wore a cold face while standing by the child formation he had just completed. He frowned, squinting at Xiao In and talking deliberately. You can go back to your fiery rain star area now. I won't let Leona help you train your army. Miao Rong, Sana, and Zhu Bo were surprised, but they couldn't help but praise him in their minds. Xiao In laughed evilly, while Yushan changed her complexion. After more than 10,000 warriors of the fiery rain star area had arrived in hundreds of battleships, they put a heavy pressure on the chests of the warriors in the gourd-shaped island, making them find it hard to breathe. Although Zhu Bo and Miao Rong were at the incipient god realm, they were no exception. Xiao In and Yushan were both at the second sky of incipient god realm. They were stronger than the other two. At the same time, the number of the ethereal god realm experts of their force was overwhelming. No matter which aspect they were to be compared in, the force in this island would always be in the lower position. Thus, Miao Rong and Zhu Bo felt dispirited as they weren't as strong as the others. Naturally, they kept silent under such massive pressure. However, when facing Shaoan's doubt and contempt, all people on the island thought that Shiyan would treat them with great care and would say good words to them and talk them into their agreement. No one had expected that Shiyan would give a shocking answer like that. He refused them. Under a mountain-like pressure, he unilaterally erased what he's promised them. All the warriors in the gourd-shaped island were scared. They didn't understand anything. You had promised me. Yushan's eyes got colder, while her soft body released a scorching heat of the burning flame. After you can satisfy your men, I will talk to you again. Shiyan still wore a cold face. If the people you brought here disdain us or don't trust us, as they think they could kill us easily, then I'm sorry. We won't welcome you. Please leave the Agate Star area. Hearing him, the Divine Light warriors became excited, while Shaoan and the Fiery Rain Star area warriors had a cold countenance. Kid, your realm isn't high, but your mannerism isn't anywhere low. Shaoan snorted, sneering. I don't think that warriors of your Agate Star area can beat us in military tactics. Have you ever engaged in a battle with the God Clan? Do you know how strong they are? No, you don't, because you've just met the Dark Shadow Clan, a watchdog of the God Clan. If you did face the God Clan, even if it were a group of warriors without a structure, you guys would be smashed. His finger pointed at the Divine Light's blood lance fleet with a countenance full of contempt. Taking a deep breath, Shaoan wore a stern face. I used to face the God Clan directly. I know how terrible this clan is more than anyone else. I know how sharp and magical their formation can be. It's important to train the legions, but if I have to put my hope in someone who has never seen how dangerous the God Clan is, I'm sorry, but it has to be a no. He looked at Yushan, and the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area also looked at her. Obviously, they didn't trust her. Seems like even you can't have a uniform thought in your own organization. Shiyan gave a faint smile while talking to Yushan impatiently. First, you should manage your internal issues, then you can talk to me. I don't have free time to help you with your discipline. Dares disrespect Madame Yushan? You haughty kid. A third sky of ethereal god realm young man shouted at Shiyan, his eyes dark and cold like an icicle. He was the patrol leader of a troop who was saved by Yushan. He had always respected and appreciated her for saving his life. In Fiery Rainstar area, Yushan held a superb position. Not many people dared to talk to her like that. Even when Shaoan had doubt and debated her, he needed the 10,000 warriors behind him to be his base of confidence. Yushan's power could be proven as she could gather more than 10,000 elite warriors and materials in just a short time. Shurian, I've saved your friends and your family. You don't want to give me face? Yushan glared at the young man over there. Then, she lowered her voice, begging for his favor. Why don't you bring Leona here and compete with the troop, led by Shaoan? We can solve things that way, right? My teacher has mobilized so many people to the Agate Star area. She has to bear heavy pressure from the others already. If we can't solve this matter smoothly, it will affect my teacher's reputation badly, said Xianfei. Shurian, Xia Xinyan whispered to him and nodded. The general picture is more important. The god clans too domineering. We aren't the enemy to the Fiery Rain Star area. We will be good allies in the future. Okay then. Pondering for a while, he stood in front of the battleships and 10,000 warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area. Pointing at them, he said coldly, Among you guys, if someone under the incipient god realm can beat me up, I will let Leona compete with your Sir Shao and for a battle. Chapter 1079, Better to Fight Once. Chapter 1079, Better to Fight Once, __. Hearing Shurian, both the warriors the Divine Light and the Fiery Rainstar area started to clamor boisterously. Shurian was at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm. It wasn't hard to see that. The incipient God Realm experts just needed a glance to know of his real realm and cultivation base. At the first sky of Ethereal God Realm, he wanted to challenge any warrior under incipient God Realm. According to him, he could challenge the second sky or the third sky of Ethereal God Realm, or even characters that had 1 foot stepping into the incipient God Realm. How arrogant he was! Yushan and Xianfei were bewildered. They didn't know why Shurian said that, as they hadn't had a chance to see Shurian's real performance. Inside that space passage, Shurian had just stood and stared. He didn't do anything to show his power. Thus, Yushan and Xianfei didn't know of his real competence. And this was the first time Yao Rong, Sana, and Zhu Bo met Shurian, so they didn't know how strong he was. Even if they assessed Shurian's realm highly, they all thought that he didn't know how high the sky was when challenging all warriors under incipient God Realm with only his first sky of Ethereal God Realm. However, there were 2 people who had their absolute trust in him, Xia Xinyan and Zi Yao. As they used to stay with Shurian, they knew that he had many secrets and had witnessed Shurian challenging warriors whose realms were higher than his. They were confident in him. They even hoped to see a fight, so they called out to support him. Don't you dare, yelled Zi Yao. Guess you guys are scared, aren't you? Xia Xinyan smiled gently. Shao In and the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area looked like they didn't know whether to cry or smile. They thought what Shurian had said was just a big joke. Deep in their mind, they still disdained majority of the warriors on the gourd-shaped island, including Miao Rong and Zhu Bo. Shurian stood upright in front of the battleships of the Fiery Rain Star area and continued yelling with his cold face. If one of you dares to try me, let's do it now. He wasn't impulsive or neglecting the situation like Xia Xinyan had told him. He had made his own decision. This time, there were more than 10,000 warriors that came here from the Fiery Rainstar area. The Ethereal God Realm experts were so many as well. Their overall competence was indeed intimidating. Their power was greater than any force from the Agate Star area. At the same time, this force had contempt for the Agate Star area. Shao In, their leader, used to fight against the Agate Star area. Together, those factors had made those warriors a serious time bomb. If he couldn't subdue this group of people and make them follow Leona's direction, they would bring an extreme danger to the Agate Star area. Shurian could see the seriousness of this matter. He actually didn't want to deny Yushan's request. The important task he wanted to do here was to subdue the other. He must let them know that it was not easy to threaten the Agate Star area. They should know that there was someone that they must respect in this place. That was how they would stay in their lots and not cause any danger to Agate Star area. Thus, he tried his best to provoke them, try to sound as haughty as he could. He aimed at suppressing the others first. Then, he would let Leona smash Xiao's confidence. Under the 2 layers of attacks, plus Yushan's consultation, he believed that it would be the right way he could make the 10,000 experts of the Fiery Rain Star area ease their minds and stay in Agate Star area for their training. That was how they could have a force that would become a big trouble for the God Clan in the future. There are many ways to say and explain, but it'd be better to fight once. Shi Yan was arrogant, cold, and harsh. His eyes had a brutal gleam of disdain. If you think you're strong, come fight me. If you can beat me up, I can let Leona go back with you to the Fiery Rain Star area. She would listen to you too. Are you sure? Yushan screamed in thrill. She understood Leona's value than anybody else. Xiao didn't know why, but she knew how precious Leona's talents were. Yushan became excited. She called before consulting with Xiao. Little Nya. That was a young man at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm, who cultivated the extremely cold power. He became eye-catching as soon as he appeared. This young man wore a bright silver armor set, whose chest plate had magical drawings. His eyes were as sharp as icicles. He appeared in front of Shi Yan instantaneously. Yushan knew Shi Yan had fused the flames of the origin, so she found a warrior cultivating the cold power to subdue him. Although Nyahan was at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm, his realm was solid. He had sealed his body for 10 years like a hermit in the North Ice Prison of the Fiery Rain Star area. His body was now no different from the harsh cold ice. Don't hurt him, requested Yushan. Nyahan smiled coldly as his thoughts activated to mobilize his ethereal extent. Inside the bitter, brutal, icy world of his ethereal extent, glaciers connected with each other unceasingly, while a snowstorm swirled everywhere. The cold energy slowly seeped into people's bodies. Miao Rong, Sana, Xin Fei, and Jubo focused on Shi Yan, watching carefully. None of them had seen Shi Yan in a battle before. As they didn't know of his fighting competence, they were all waiting. Even Ziyao and Xia Xian Yan were serious, because they hadn't seen him fight in quite a long time. They wanted to see which level he had reached. The bone-chilling energy seeped into Nyahan. At this moment, he looked like a froze man with ice rock attached to his body. His face was covered with frost, which made him look like a 10,000 years old ice corpse emerging from underground. As the cold energy swept through the place, even the space there sounded cracking, as if it was also confined in this icy world. Find someone else. Shi Yan looked calm, but his eyes showed his impatience. His arm slightly swung once, and an aura that could bury any creature burst out from his body instantly. A magical seal floated above his palm, like the messenger of death. Slowly, it pressed towards Nyahan. It was the death seal of the death power Upanishad. The barren, desolated intent domain was generated from the death seal. Death energy, along with countless gleams of negative moods, congregated together and rumblingly covered Nyahan. Nyahan was dashing like a rainbow. His face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet of white paper. He gathered all of his power to withstand the death seal. However, the death intent domain inside the death seal had destroyed his spirit defense. Nyahan cried pathetically as his body was blown backward, falling into the crowd of the Fiery Rain Star area warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The hard ice covering his body shattered. His body was intact, and his face ashen. He looked aghast, as if he had just encountered something very terrible. He couldn't resist even one attack from Shi Yan. Yushan and Xiao changed their countenances. They looked as though they were considering who would be Shi Yan's next opponent. People on Divine Light's side looked shocked. However, they became excited in the next moment as they thought that the situation was going to be more interesting. That strike was simple and fleeting, so they didn't see enough Shi Yan's competence. Now they wanted more. Thus, they all looked at the Fiery Rain Star area's side, waiting for them to send a new expert. Seeing Yushan and C hesitating, Shi Yin was impatient. He pointed at a young man. "You were quite loud just now." "Yeah, it's you then." He pointed at the young man who had shouted at him and wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of Yushan. That young man was at the third sky of ethereal god realm, cultivating a sharp metal power. His aura was indeed sharp and robust. Shi Yin knew he was an expert who had understood his realm thoroughly. As he proactively chose his opponent, the fiery rain star area warriors were all surprised, then looked at him with sneers. "This brat is such a fool. He dares to provoke Jin Lai to Ji. He courts death. Master Jin Lai is going to break to incipient god realm, while he is just at the first sky of ethereal god realm. Does anyone die young? Oh, he courts death." The warriors of the fiery rain star area started to mock and tease louder. Yushan and Xiao En were bewildered. They now had an awkward complexion while looking at Jin Lai and Shi Yin. Their furrowed brows stretched eventually. "That man's really strong." Sana took a deep breath while talking. "His realm and power aren't lower than mine." Jubo arched his brows, lowering his voice. "That kid Shi Yin has the guts. He even chose his opponent. TSK, a gap of 2 minor realms. He's wild and arrogant. I can't see through him." Sana also didn't understand. Xian Fei's small face looked scared as she looked at Shi Yin in the distance, whispering to Jin Lai. "Jin Lai did Ji? He saved me once. Don't hurt him, okay?" Jin Lai thought that Shi Yin couldn't stand a fight with him, so he didn't want to join. However, on hearing Xian Fei say so, he frowned while walking toward the other with a cold face. He then stood facing Shi Yin directly. Xian Fei covered her mouth, her bright eyes dull. She didn't know why Jin Lai suddenly acted strangely. Anyway, some fiery rain star area warriors standing near Xian Fei knew that she had just made a stupid mistake. Everyone knew that Jin Lai liked her, and now she had asked Jin Lai to not hurt Shi Yin, which had enraged him badly. "Jin Lai, show mercy." Yushan darkened her face, seeing Jin Lai walking to the ground. She hurried to ask him to moderate his attacks. She knew Jin Lai's tricks and how brutal he was. She knew that they had to give Shi Yin face to invite Leona, and she also knew of the deep relationship between Shi Yin and Blood Devil, Bath, and the others. She didn't want to cause any grudges with the forces in Agate Star area. "Madam Yushan, don't worry. I won't kill him." Jin Lai licked his lips like a wolf before a bloody hunt. Boom, boom, boom. Jin Lai had his 10 fingers interlaced while his bones sounded clear explosion. Then 10 sharp light lances were shot out. 10 sharp metal energy lances with the rigidness and sharpness of a divine metal suddenly turned into 10 gold flood dragons, hissing and roaring inaudibly in the void. They all aimed at Shi Yin. Everybody was stern while looking at the 10 gold flood dragons made of metal energy. They were all startled. He could use his energy to create creatures, each with a wisp of his soul. Only the warriors who had touched the door of the incipient god realm could throw out such attacks. Apparently, Jin Lai was a peak ethereal god realm expert. As he was confronting Shi Yin, who was at the first sky of ethereal god realm, people thought they were using the buffalo knife to butcher a chicken. People had their eyes glued on Shi Yin, but 9 out of 10 didn't think he could be an equal opponent of Jin Lai. Seeing 10 gold flood dragons dashing towards him, Shi Yin was still cold and harsh, while he grinned fiendishly. Almost immediately, a savage evil spirit current rolled massively like a sea swarming towards the shore. It burst out torrentially, shooting into the sky from Shi Yin's body. While the evil spirit was being condensed in the void, it turned into the phantoms of the ferocious, giant demogorgons, which then bared their fangs and claws and grabbed the gold dragons without any fear. At the same time, one hand was moved into the void, cutting something. It looked like he considered the sky a sheet of fabric that he could cut and trim as he pleased. Narrow but sharp space slits appeared, creating shining space blades. Talking about sharpness, should the metal be the rival of the space blades? The clamor on the ground ceased, and the gourd-shaped island was now so quiet they could even hear the sound of a needle dropping on the floor. Chapter 1080, Topple the Beliefs. Chapter 1080, Topple the Beliefs, _. Before the 10 gold flood dragons created by the sharp metal energy could reach Serene, the phantoms of demogorgons had stopped them. The demogorgon phantoms were filled with brutality, bloodlust, and craziness. They were black and icy, carrying a formidable evil aura. Those giant demogorgons were the combination of the evil spirit and the death energy, with a wisp of Shurian's essence soul. Right after they appeared, they faced the sky and howled, releasing tremendous energy waves. Shurian cut the void with one hand, releasing countless space blades which were even sharper than the sharpest sabers. They all swarmed inaudibly toward Jean Lai. Space slits appeared in the void around Jean Lai, where brilliant beams of light shot out. Confined, Shurian's pupil shrank when he hissed. With that, the space around Jean Lai was locked, as if it was tied by invisible chains. The heaven and earth energy was stagnant, the wind ceased, and the energy vanished. It seemed like even light was forced to stop moving. At that moment, everybody could see Jean Lai halt in the void all of a sudden, as if he was struck by the body-fixing spell. The 10 gold dragons Jean Lai had released trembled hard. The demogorgons grabbed the dragons, tearing them into small pieces. Gold light bloomed in the sky and then vanished. The confined space now looked like a tranquil lake which just had a big rock dropped in it. It rippled, sending out giant waves. The fine space slits invaded shortly after, causing Jean Lai's body to echo cracking sounds. His face paled, while his eyes showed a gleam of fear. Jean Lai couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. His god body shook, and in just a blink of an eye, his body had many fine cuts which began to bleed terribly, as if he had been cut by many knives. All the onlookers of the divine light and the fiery rain star area were dead silent. They all gawked, dropping their jaws and looking shocked. Shaoan's bright but cold smile was now turning into a grimace. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. Yushan's hair bun shivered while locks of her black hair fluttered behind her back. Her bright eyes looked extremely stunned. Miaorong, Jubo, and Sana were dumbstruck like wooden chickens. They were bewildered for a long time before grinning evilly. Huh! Xian Fei let out a low cry, her beautiful eyes filled with radiant lights. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Many warriors of the fiery rain star area thought they were dizzy. They couldn't help but rub their eyes as though they wanted to see things clearer. They couldn't believe that Jean Lai was pushed into such a state, and that he got hurt in just a short time. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Jean Lai had trickles of blood on the corners of his mouth, but he didn't look dispirited at all. On the contrary, his fighting will was triggered as he grinned fiendishly. Swish! Dazzling gold lightning beams lingered on his entire body like worms. With a close look, one would recognize that those were actually the bulging veins in his god body. His veins were now golden and glowing, wiggling in his skin and giving him a peculiar look. Fiery Rain Star area warriors were stunned. They cried in fear, pulling themselves together to observe the fight. Xian Fei covered her mouth, screaming instinctively. Gold Lightning God Body. He's combined the Metal Power Upanishad and Lightning Power Upanishad. Sana changed his countenance to a grimace. Jubo slightly shook his head. No, it's not like that. Jean Lai's mane powers the Metal Power Upanishad. I guess he had a lucky encounter, in which his god body was quenched by lightning. Lightning isn't his power, he just has the energy stored in his body, and he can use it together with the metal power. Xia Xianyan and Zi Yao were still calm. They didn't show their panic-stricken countenances. Under people's gaze, Jean Lai's veins bulged as if they were real lightning blots. His god body glowed radiantly with golden light, emitting more robust energy waves. His entire body's muscles swelled under the urge of his metal and lightning energies. He was filled with the explosive energy of lightning and metal. Lightning and metal powers had enhanced Jean Lai's god body. At this moment, he looked like a golden man who was molded out of liquid gold. His aura bloomed as he dashed with the rainbow momentum towards Shi Yan. He moved like a sharp, golden sword. Shi Yan's face was calm. He squinted, urging his power Upanishad and hissing for the second time. Confine, Jin Lai, who was storming towards him, halted all of a sudden. However, he forcefully wiggled out of the space confinement. Once again, he stormed towards Shi Yan, this time even faster than before. Shi Yan's eyes were bright. He smiled and nodded as he knew Jin Lai had urged all the energy of his body. His furious power had helped him get rid of Shi Yan's space confinement. Good to see you here. He wasn't afraid, but actually cheered up. He smiled while his god body changed. Under everybody's gaze, his god body suddenly shriveled. His hunky, majestic body became tragically thin. Wisps of pale mist gushed out of his acupuncture points, flooding the surroundings shortly. Many warriors who were watching this battle had to frown, looking at his body. They suddenly felt like their souls had fallen into a fantasy mirror where they were nipped and torn by evil spirits, demons, and wailing ghosts in a blood sea with many white bones jutting out. They felt that both their souls and bodies were invaded by the evil and negative moods. Everybody discolored in fright, hurrying to get themselves together. They all looked panic-stricken. After they had stabilized their souls, they looked at Shi Yan once again, their faces ashen. What kind of an evil power was this? They had just looked at him several times, and their souls had sunk down there. They felt desperate, as if they would never get rid of that blood sea. They seemed to be able to see death approaching. When they could react, they realized that Shi Yan didn't aim at them. With that, they felt even more terrified. Xiao In and many other experts of the fiery rain star area couldn't help but remind Jin Lai. Watch out. Don't jump into the mist. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jin Lai was like a sharp, golden sword that directly and violently thrust into the immense white mist. He had jumped into the sea of negative moods, immersing in the blood sea, visiting each island made of white bones. Countless evil spirits and wailing, hungry ghosts were gnawing at his body and soul. It was the negative sea made of the negative energy of the death power Upanishad. It was a soul attack. Right after Jin Lai jumped in, he entered layers of illusions. He lost his mind instantaneously, slashing the ghosts and evil spirits he saw, which didn't actually exist. People who were watching could see everything. They saw Shi Yan squinting and floating aside, looking at Jin Lai, who had lost his mind. The onlookers were now so afraid of Shi Yan. Under people's observation, Shi Yan chuckled, balling his left hand into a fist. He punched Jin Lai neither hurriedly nor slowly. The immortal demon blood was urged. The arm with that fist suddenly emitted a brutal, savage energy. Spikes jutted out of his elbows, while rigid, iron-like armor covered his arm. At this moment, his arm showcased endless evil features. Boom! Jin Lai got hit in his chest and was blown backward like an asteroid. His god body resounded popping sounds as if someone was frying beans unceasingly. He was struck, sent into the crowd of the fiery rain star area battleships. Warriors of the fiery rain star area had to catch him and check his situation. Jin Lai panted, gasping for his breath. His face reddened as he shoved the others away. I'm all right. He adjusted his condition, trying to attack Shi Yan one more time. But right at this moment, Yushan and Xiao In both stopped him. They were stern, their looks towards Shi Yan complicated. I'm okay. I can fight more, Jin Lai cried. Xiao In turned around to glare at him, sighing. He showed mercy. Or else, you wouldn't be safe and sound. As he didn't defend himself, and Shi Yan had hit him with an ultimate energized punch, seeing that his god body was intact. Even if Jin Lai didn't know what had happened to him, Xiao In and Yushan had realized it. They could see clearly that when Shi Yan struck his attack, and at the moment Jin Lai was blown backward, the explosive energy had dispersed out. It didn't burst off his god body. Otherwise, even if Jin Lai's god body didn't explode, he would be hurt severely. Jin Lai is defeated. Yushan was resolute. declaring the result of this battle. She didn't allow him to fight anymore. The Divine Lights and Fiery Rain Star Area's experts were boiling as they looked at Shi Yin with fear. Shi Yin was only at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm. He had used his first sky of Ethereal God Realm cultivation base to forcefully resist Jin Lai at his peak of Ethereal God Realm. Even more appallingly, he had gained the upper hand right from the beginning. He had even showcased that if he used his strongest abilities, he could kill Jin Lai shortly. He had toppled their cognition of powers completely. After they had arrived in the gourd-shaped island, the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area had felt contempt toward the Divine Light warriors and the warriors of Agate Star area in general. But at this moment, they all quieted down, thinking about their purpose in taking this trip seriously. They didn't dare to disdain or underestimate the people here anymore. Xian Fei's beautiful eye showed she was stunned. She suddenly jumped and yelled, "Wow, you're so strong. Even Jin Lai Ji couldn't beat you." Jin Lai was the famous Ethereal God Realm expert in Fiery Rain Star area. His extraordinary fighting competence had gained people's approval. It was also why when he started to attack Shi Yin, the experts of the Fiery Rain Star area had assumed that Shi Yin would lose. Today, Jin Lai failed, beaten up badly. He was lucky that his opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, Jin Lai would have been killed today. "You guys can send another one." Shi Yin frowned, looking at the crowd of the Fiery Rain Star area in front of him. "You have like 10,000 warriors here with many Ethereal God Realm experts. I can slowly fight with you then. Don't worry that I would have to consume a lot of energy and that I wouldn't be able to resist you anymore." Warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area exchanged look, but they all kept silent. Zhu Bo, Miao Rong, and the Divine Light warriors were filled with smiles, feeling so proud. "Are you really at the first sky of Ethereal God Realm?" Shaoan pondered for a while before asking. "Can't fake it," Shi Yin answered coldly. Shaoan sighed while looking at Yushan. "I think no other Ethereal God Realm expert in our force can defeat him. I admit that I have looked down the fellows in the Agate Star area. Leona should be like what you've told me. She's a genius in strategy and military tactics. I'm sure nothing's wrong with Leona's talents. I've seen them with my own eyes," replied Yushan. "I'm convinced." Shaoan thought for a while and then stooped his head, admitting his defeat. "I will watch over our soldiers properly, and we will listen to the others' directions. We won't have any dispute or objections." Yushan was surprised, exhaling in relief. She then begged Shi Yin, "I'm sure my soldiers will listen to the commander. Can we meet Leona now?" Shi Yin frowned, pondering for a while before nodding. Chapter 1081. Link up. Chapter 1081. Link up, _. Before Yushan's force arrived, Shi Yin had completed the child formation. When Blood Devil, Leona, and Fei Lan went to Devil Blood Star, he had reminded Fei Lan to open the mother formation in Devil Blood Star. Since he had prepared the suitable conditions for both sides, he was able to connect the Devil Blood Star in this place at any time. At the center of the island, space constantly changed on the center of the radiant crystal child formation. Space nodes twinkled like stars with the mysterious power of nature. Under the other's gaze, Shi Yin chuckled and then stepped into the child formation. He flashed and then disappeared. Dash. A corner of Devil Blood Star. The mother formation that many warriors were watching carefully suddenly glowed and rippled with many halos. Before people could react, a shadow emerged. Yang Zhua, Shi Jian, and Long Zhu, who were standing around, stepped forward and cheered loudly. The mother formation was situated in the spacious yard inside the palace where the Yang family and the others stayed in Devil Blood Star. This area had many buildings, the new homes of the warriors from Grace Mainland. At the same time, there were warriors from Raging Flame Star area. This place hosted many people of various races. Indeed, outside the vast city was the immense forest with abundant earth and heaven energy. Many people were moving through the spacious court. There were guards watching the mother formation all the time. Of course, since Devil Blood Star was Blood Devil's territory, it was safe. Not many people dare to make a fuss here. "Hey boy, why did you come back?" Shi Jian laughed happily, his eyes excited. I've reached King God Realm. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved around as he looked at his grandfather. He praised the old man immediately. Congrats, grandfather. Before he left Devil Bloodstar, he had left the 1,000-fold lotus to his relatives. Shi Jian was one of the lucky ones who was nurtured by the 1,000-fold lotus. Together with the enormous amount of cultivating materials provided by Potion and Tool Pavilion, Shi Yan wasn't surprised to see him reach King God Realm. There were many people who had the same progress as Shi Jian. With abundant earth and heaven energy, divine crystals, and pellets, those who came from Grace Mainland had all increased their realms significantly. Releasing his soul consciousness to sense for a while, Shi Yan smiled sincerely. He nodded and said, everybody is making progress. Aside from the other members of the Yang family, Chao Xiao Dao, Tang Yuan Nan, and Yin Hao also had their realms increased significantly. They had all reached exquisite levels. They were all warriors who could still progress in Grace Mainland, where energy was about to be exhausted. In this Devil Bloodstar, with extra energy supply and the help of divine crystals and pellets, all of them had advanced much more than expected. While Shi Yan, Yang Zhua, and Shi Jian were talking, the mother formation flickered behind them. Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro slowly emerged. After they arrived, they immediately released their soul consciousness to sense and send out their special energy fluctuations. Thrilling screams and shouts arose from the palace next to them. Shortly after, experts of the demon clan swayed through the crowd to come. They were all excited and touched. Master! 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 The members of the demon clan from Grace Mainland kneeled down in front of Bao Ao and Jieji. They all had tears in their eyes. After 100 years, the masters who used to lead them reappeared in front of their eyes. Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro had left Grace Mainland to find hope for their fellows, just like Shi Yan. 100 years had passed, and today, they finally met up in this place. All were filled with excitement and emotions. Where is Leona? Shi Yan squinted, releasing his soul consciousness to find Benny. He then used his soul to ask him. She went to the monster clans. Benny was surprised for a while before he could answer. Shi Yan nodded. His floating soul consciousness suddenly felt Wulan. He used his soul to send her a message. I'm Shi Yan. Please contact Leona and ask her to return to Devil Bloodstar now. I have a task for her. Wulan was the major domo of the Devil Bloodstar. She didn't go to Shadow Ghostly Prison since she had to take care of Devil Bloodstar. This woman had a good relationship with Shi Yan, though. Indeed, hearing from Shi Yan, Wulan smiled and answered, not a problem. I'm going to notify her, but I don't know what she will say. Haha, at this moment, she's the greatest treasure of the monster clan. Unless she wants to leave, no one can take her away. Shi Yan smiled as he was a little amazed. He knew it was like that. With Leona's talents, Bath and Gu Te wouldn't let her stay idle. They would try their best to make her use all of her efforts to build the monster legions. Okay, you just notify her for me then. Shi Yan replied, and then said nothing more. He began to wander around. He saw Chao Xiao Dao, Chao Jilan, the members of the Chao family, Tang Yuan Nan, and the disciples of the Three-God sect. His allies all had extraordinary realms, but they still had a long way before reaching him. Standing in front of the warriors he knew, he acted casually. However, the others were more cautious about seeing him. The invisible river between the realm and status had distanced them furthermore. No matter how friendly and close he tried to be, the others didn't dare to joke or chat with him anymore. They had even considered the hidden meanings in his words, if there were any. This made Shi Yan upset. Tang Yuan Nan said that Ouyang Luo Shuang of the Three-God sect had left alone earlier to pursue the true meaning of powers. It seemed like she had been advancing really fast. In Grace Mainland, this woman was very lucky to get the incipient extent left by some incipient God Realm expert. She had always leaped realms. When she went to Agate Star area, she was like a fish swimming in the vast sea. Every time Shi Yan met her, he always had a new feeling. She didn't stay in Devil Bloodstar to cultivate. She had her own decision. Perhaps when they met again, she would reach incipient god realm already. Taking a walk around Devil Bloodstar, Yin gathered with Ka-Toa, Phelan, and Benny. Those who had one inheritance of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline had a mysterious connection with him. When they accompanied him, they could receive a lot of benefits, which made them stick to him all the time. Today, Phelan had reached third sky of ethereal god realm. Ka-Toa was at first sky of ethereal god realm, while Benny had second sky of original god realm. The three of them had different but marvelous powers, Upanishads. One day, they would become the overlords of a whole region of this universe. Senior, I have something to talk to you about. Benny was a little hesitant. At this moment, Yin was standing by the Mother Formation in Devil Bloodstar. He was about to return to the Shadow Ghostly Prison to give Yushan an answer. What do you want to tell me? Yin told him. Next time you don't need to hesitate. Feel free to talk to me. Just don't say nonsense. Benny smiled in relief. I'm worried it's not appropriate. Can you elaborate? Yin frowned. Senior, do you really need good commanders who are good at planning strategies and tactics? Benny looked excited. Yin nodded. I think I could do that too. Benny suddenly became serious. Recently, I've comprehended the powers of my family's divine weapon. I got the family inheritance from it. Those complex strategic dispositions of troops carry the destructive principle of our family. I think if I can control the troops, I can promote their power to an intimidating level. Yan's eyes brightened. Benny came from another star area. He had the inheritance of destruction. At the same time, he had a divine weapon with the great power of destruction. According to him, when his family was still powerful, their army could confront the God Clan directly because of their special dispositions of troops. While he was studying with the divine weapon, he had received the inheritance of strategic dispositions of forces. His confidence caught Yan's attention. Yan asked him, "Is it true?" Benny pointed at his head and said excitedly, I have many thoughts, many mysteries of the army dispositions that my family had used and trained the forces. We have more than 10 different dispositions and tactics, but I need to practice. Kid, can you do that? Ka-Toa felt strange. Why do you know those tactic things all of a sudden? Do you know how many bloody battles Madame Leona has experienced to have her current attainment? In our star area that year, Madame Leona's bloody legion was the invincible existence. Harumph! Benny lifted his head arrogantly. That year, our family's army of destruction could resist the extreme soldiers of the God Clan. The inheritance I got is from the divine weapon of my family. I'm confident that I can compete with Madame Leona. Phelan nodded and said to him, Good. It's good that you have confidence. She turned to Yin. We can give him a chance. This boy has excellent innate endowments, indeed. He's much stronger than many geniuses I've known. When he's serious about something, just like you, he will be wild and brutal. He has powers and bloodthirsty deeds. Good boy. Phelan always had keen eyes. Yin trusted her. Pondering for a while, he said, I will let you try. Later on, you will command a troop to compete with people. Do you dare to do that? Why not? Benny grinned evilly. He shook his head. I got knowledge stuffed in my brains. I want to see if it's sharp enough. If you give me a chance, I'm sure I will use it to the best of my abilities. Okay, come with me. Yin jumped into the Mother Formation. Phelan, Benny, and Ka-Toa followed him immediately. In the next moment, they reappeared on the small, gourd-shaped island. Yushan and Fiery Rainstar area experts were waiting for them. As Yushan didn't see Leona, she was disappointed. She asked, where is she? Training the soldiers in the Monster Clan's territory. I'm notified her. She needs time to get back. Yin explained and then introduced. Hey, this is my little brother. He also has good attainment on training and strategic dispositions. If you don't mind, I will let him play for a while with Precursor Xiaoan. What do you say? Xiaoan frowned and glanced at Benny. If he wants to play, I'll let my little student play with him for a while. Since Benny had only second sky of Original God Realm and was still so young, Xiaoan didn't put him in his eyes. Yin smiled. He didn't seem angry. He said to Xia Xian Yin, Let me borrow 300 warriors of your Windstorm War Department. The warriors of the Water Moon and Windstorm War Departments were all here. Their battleships were anchored by the sea near the island. They could come here at any minute. Okay. Xia Xian Yin smiled and agreed. Little Dao, you choose 300 warriors and fight with him. Xiao In lowered his voice to order someone. Yes, master. A young man with a tender smile appeared. He was also at second sky of original God realm. He started to choose his soldiers neither hurried nor fast. Use King God realm warriors, suggested Shi Yin. Xiao In nodded in agreement. Chapter 1082. Talented Field Commander. Chapter 1082. Talented Field Commander _ Above the vast sea, two troops of King God Realm warriors were gathering and lining up in special dispositions. They were fighting fiercely. The young man was called Yu Dao, and he was a disciple of Shaoan. He also knew how to use strategic dispositions. He had experienced many fights against the God clan. He was deemed experienced in this field. Yu Dao wore a serene face and hid in the center of the formation of 300 warriors at King God Realm of Fiery Rain Star area. He swayed like a ghost shadow, continually sending his commands in a low and gloomy voice. His voice was clear and cold, as if it had some magic that could stir up the warriors of Fiery Rain Star area. With the charm of his voice, those warriors started to have a desire to fight. Their fighting competence was actually boosted. Yu Dao cultivated sound power, Upanishad. With this kind of power, he had the natural advantage in commanding a battle. At the same time, he could trigger the potential of his warriors. He made them not wary of death, make them wildly bloodthirsty, and could even make them not feel pain. 300 soldiers of the troop he was commanding created a blood saber, which was ruthless and bloodthirsty. The chi of the 300 people had combined into one flow. Their different energy fluctuations started to synchronize and create a marvelous synergy. This troop of 300 warriors gave people the aura of a legion of 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses dashing. It made Xia Xian Yin and the warriors of the divine light discolor. Apparently, Yu Dao was like Xia Xian Yin. He was also a warrior whose expertise was to control a troop. He had innate talents in this field. Xiao In chuckled and said, Yu Dao cultivates sound power Upanishad. Although his cultivation base isn't really exquisite, his sound ability could urge the potential of his soldiers. He could make them not feel pain and not be afraid of death. They would become wild and fearless. Of course, Yu Dao knows how to command his soldiers in the field. After hundreds of battles, he could still surprise people every time. Yushan nodded and gave her compliments. Sir Xiao In, you're lucky to have such a good student. Xiao In laughed. His face cheered up. Many warriors of Fiery Rain Star area also looked at Yu Dao without blinking, light filling their eyes. Compared to Yu Dao, Benny's performance was much worse. It was Benny's first time controlling a troop in a battle. He had the knowledge of different tricks, secrets, and major stationing. However, he had never practiced them before. He appeared somewhat flurried. His voice also hurried and muddled. Thus, before they had engaged in the battle, their disposition was twisted like a mess of tangled fibers. It didn't look like a professional stationing at all. Warriors of Divine Light and Fighting League looked disappointed. The warriors under Benny's command didn't have confidence. They scattered and didn't even listen to Benny's orders, which assigned their stations. The warriors of Fiery Rain Star area laughed as they saw such a poor arrangement. Shaoan frowned. He contemplated for a while and gave Yu Dao a gesture, telling him not to attack immediately. You don't respect us. Shaoan darkened his face. Sending a rookie like that kid, a person who has never commanded in a battle, to confront us. You look down on us. Yushan also frowned. Xia Xian Yin was baffled. She stepped forward and whispered, should we change the commander? Let me fight that Yu Dao. I believe I'm as strong as he is. I'm sure we won't have an ugly defeat. She could see that Benny didn't have experience. She didn't know why Shi Yin wanted Benny to command this troop, but this situation wasn't something Benny could control. As Fiery Rain Star area could make a fit about this, She proactively wanted to take the responsibility. Yin frowned and shouted, "Benny, where's your wild power?" Staying in the middle of the mess, Benny was so worried as if he had a flame in his heart. All of a sudden, he was shaken. A bloodthirsty desire swarmed over him. His anxiety boiled while his eyes had the evil light of destructive power, which was deadly and dangerous. Boom! A flow of energy that could kill all living beings shot out from Benny's body. He seemed to become a completely different person. He became extremely wild and crazy. A warrior of the Windstorm War Department didn't listen to him. He rose his hand to pat that man. The man's bones exploded, his body almost smashed. Benny's eyes turned garnet, which seemed to have blood brimming. A destructive desire diffused that could affect the souls of all warriors in his troop, their soul altars controlled. Immediately, Benny's order flowed like a gush of water as his soul consciousness poured into those people's brains directly. The chaotic melee of 300 soldiers suddenly had an aura that could destroy Earth and heaven. Each warrior of Windstorm War Department seemed to be boosted to the extreme. Now, they looked as if they had just fallen into bedevilment. They all became wild and brutal. Benny's destructive aura had collected all the auras of his troopers' energy. In just a blink, he combined them into one massive flow. He looked like the devil that commanded his troop. The troop of 300 warriors seemed to turn into a giant demon from the 9 Serenity Purgatory. The evil and mad energy fluctuations violently swarmed towards Yu Dao's troop. He uses his soul to control people's chi and operating mechanism, gathering everything into one unit. Xiao and discolored all of a sudden, his body shivering. Yushan's eyes brightened radiantly. She was in disbelief. Apparently, she was also aghast. People who knew strategic military disposition screamed. They looked dull as they couldn't explain what they were observing. Using the soul to gather the auras of the subordinates, and using the soul consciousness to connect the soul altars were the subtlest methods to control the troop in combat that only legendary field commanders who ruled the whole region could do. As Xiao En and Yushan used to fight the God Clan, they knew that the clan had just a few talented field commanders that could do so. They were astounded indeed. It was obviously the first time Benny controlled a troop in combat. His wildness could create something magically terrifying when he used his soul to control the trooper's operating mechanism and chi to create the tide of the strongest attack. It was unimaginable indeed. Yu Dao's troop had a totally different feeling compared to the audiences when they saw Benny and his troopers coming. In Yu Dao and the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area's eyes, there was no Benny and his troop. There was a monster that had just crawled out of its pit in hell. With an open mouth, it spurted blood scent as it was storming violently towards them. It wanted to tear them apart. It was not a hallucination. They could even see the cold fangs and the evil, cold eyes of the monster. Their minds were subdued in just a blink of an eye. They felt dispirited as they couldn't resist this troop. Their formation was scattered from its formerly sharp disposition. Many people felt their feet soften. Seeing the earth-destroying aura like the devil from hell, Yu Dao felt his heart become cold. His eyes showed his panic. Yu Dao's troop was defeated right before the battle began. "Stop!" Xiao En thundered, shaking the entire sky. Under his thundering voice, what Yu Dao and his troop saw had changed. Now, they didn't see the monster anymore. They pulled themselves together and found that it was the Windstorm Warriors and Benny in the middle of their formation. Benny's eyes were garnet, his face bloodthirsty. The destructive energy swirled around him. That energy was like countless silk fibers that sewed the Windstorm Warriors' chi into one bunch. The onlookers could see clusters of gray mist and clouds hovering around the troop of 300 warriors that vaguely formed the terrifying monster. It was very similar to the Demogorgon phantom that Yin had created. However, the monster above the troop of 300 was more gigantic and brutal. It was the chi and operating mechanism of 300 people that Benny had used his extraordinary power to collect and perform. It looked so real. The audiences could even see a fearsome, giant demon crawling above Benny's head. They could even feel the malicious aura of that demon, which made them discolor in fear. They now had to consider Benny once again. Gathering the troopers' auras to generate a demon that looked so real was some strategic disposition technique that went against nature. Even Xiao, In, and Yushan, who used to fight with the God Clan, were dumbstruck. Now, they knew that if it wasn't the first time Benny controlled a troop, and if he was a talented, experienced field commander, he could make his core change earth-shakingly. The experts of Divine Light and Fighting League were also astounded. Miao Rong and Zhu Bo frowned as light sparkled restlessly in their eyes. "Can we take this boy to our Fighting League?" Miao Rong suddenly approached Xia Xianyan and asked seriously, "This boy is a rough gem. Once he gets used to strategic dispositions, he will be a top field commander." Xia Xianyan smiled, her beautiful eyes raking around. "You can ask Shi Yan. If he agrees, we will try our best to have him." "Who's foolish like that?" Miao Rong forced a smile, shaking his head. He knew that hope was just in vain. "Shi Yan, if he agrees to join the Divine Light, we will do our best to nurture him." Zhu Bo came forward and spoke with an earnest face. Shi Yan was surprised. He shook his head. Benny was slowly recovering from his insane state. He calmed down, but his eyes were still fluttering. "How do you compare him to Leona?" Shaoan dismissed Yu Dao's team. His face became so severe. He looked at Benny and asked Yushan, "I think with this kid, it's not important whether we could have Leona or not." He could see Benny's potential, as it was just the first time Benny commanded in combat. If he studied harder, he would become a peerless, talented commander. Since he had never seen Leona, in his eyes, Benny was the top field commander. He thought that Leona couldn't be compared to Benny. "This boy's not bad, but he lacks a lot of experience compared to Leona." Yushan chuckled. "Unless he has experienced more than 100 battles, he will have no chance to resist Leona. He doesn't have experience, and he has never trained an army." Xiaoan's eyes brightened up. "Is Leona that excellent? Maybe Benny will surpass her later. Right now, he's far behind her. You tell me, who do we need now?" Yushan smiled. "Both." Xiaoan's eyes twinkled. "It's good that we can have both of them." Shi Yan glared at him before smiling and waving his hand. "We're done here. Leona will come very soon. I will arrange for her to train your soldiers. About Benny, if you aren't afraid that he would cause harm, you can let him torture your soldiers for a while to help him earn experience. It's okay. If he agrees to work with us, it's our honor. We're glad to do that." Xiaoan hurried to reply. "We're also glad to send our men for him to torture." Miao Rong and Zhu Bo also expressed. They looked excited and enthusiastic to proactively propose and chime in.